Hey guys, good morning. Hope everybody had a good evening. I did. I ate too much. My husband brought me a salad from Zaxby's, and I bought myself a birthday cake because nobody bought me a birthday cake this year. And I got a little one of the little like $5 cakes from Walmart, and I think I ate half of it. It was really good. It was It was a unicorn cake, but there was no unicorn on it. I don't know why they called it a unicorn cake. And the icing was cotton candy flavored. It's really, really good. I ate way too much of it. So before we get started, I want to thank Replay Crew. I love you guys. You are so appreciated. When I ended the stream, I had 4 views. 4. And this morning, when I checked yesterday's afternoon stream, I had 91 views. So love you guys. Love, love, love. So I appreciate y'all watching. You're appreciated, even if you can't be here and be in the chat when we're live. Much appreciated. So let's go ahead and get started and see what today is going to bring. Quick recap. Yesterday was pretty much foundational, boring evidence day. The most exciting that it got was when they brought out the trunk liner of Jason Chen's car. Hang on. I got to pause this because I had the court feed up in the background and the noise was distracting me. I couldn't think. Okay, so the most exciting evidence from yesterday was when they brought out the trunk liner of Jason Chen's car, and they actually took the suitcase out and compared the wheels of the suitcase to some, like, I keep calling them gouges. I don't know if that's the correct words, but some marks on the trunk liner that matched up with the wheels of the suitcase. Now, unfortunately, they were too close. It was too close to the jury for the camera to catch it, to pan far enough over for us to see that it actually matched. So I'm assuming that it matched because I don't think any attorney worth their salt would do that. Bring out the suitcase and the trunk liner if they did not match. So I'm assuming they matched. Because my first reaction, like, I was sitting back, I was like, okay, this is foundational. They have to do this. This is the boring part. And then when they got to that, when he pulled that suitcase out, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be disastrous if they don't match. I'm assuming he knows they match. They've got to match, right? Because he would never do this if they didn't match. And like, for like the next, I don't know, 20 minutes, I was like on the edge of my seat. I was just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then Judy keeps telling me, she keeps reading about how gripping and shocking and stunning the evidence is. And up to that point, it was not. I'm like, where are you reading this stuff? Because it's not. It has not been. They showed the knife on the bed. The knife that the defense is trying to say the family put there to frame him. Number one, it was not the actual red rum weapon, because the actual weapon, the knife broke, so it wasn't the actual weapon used. So, and number two, at the point that her parents were in his apartment, they didn't know what had happened to her. They broke in there thinking they might find an alive daughter. that was being held against her will or something. They didn't know what had happened. So why would they put a knife on the bed to frame him? That makes no sense. So I don't know what this defense attorney is trying to do, because in opening statements he said that he did it. Like, they're not trying to say he's not guilty. And then the questions he asked yesterday of the crime scene techs were all, well, couldn't people contaminate the scene by walking through the scene? By definition alone, if a crime scene has been cleaned up by the perpetrator, it's contaminated. So yeah, the scene has been contaminated, not by her parents, but by the suspect himself. So where's he going with that? Like, it's bizarre. Anyway, hang on a second. Okay. I thought the lawyers were going to do something before the jury came in, but I don't know. I guess we're going to find out.
Injections are long. The rest of here, all that is, when every party's ready with me.
Looks like they're not done with the evidence yet. Unless that's just going to stay there through the whole trial.
And once they've made their point, once they carry on, there's no reason to leave it on the screen after the questions are asked, after the witness.
Wait, let's back up a little bit. There he is.
Mr. Chen's in the courtroom. You can bring the jurors in whenever they're ready.
I have, Your Honor, I have, matters to address the court.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Call Dr. Cogswell next, the medical examiner.
OME.
Things I'd like to bring to the court's attention or get clarification on. So first, I would like to avoid any, these pictures are, as the court is going to bring about. So anyone that's in the alley that can't hold their composure, we would ask that they use. Secondly, we know that HR of these photos, the court has seen these photos. I understand that the state has to prove this case, and they need the pictures to be able to show them. I ask that there be no excessive dawdling. And once they've made their point, once they clear it on, there's no reason to leave it on the screen after the questions are asked, after the witness is excused. There's no reason to have these photos zipped into the jury along with this.
Well, I understand the number of pictures are going to be about the same number we talked about in our pretrial motion. They'll be pretty much rapid, I don't say rapid succession, but in succession. I don't see any dawdling, sort of on the state's part. But if for whatever reason you think that's the case, feel free to approach and talk about them. But I don't think that's going to be the case. So what I'll say is that your motion is for the state to put the picture on, remove it, and then discuss the relevance of the picture with Dr. Cogswell. And that's okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to hamstring the state as far as the time they want. And the jurors, they need to listen to what's being said, and then look back at the photo for their own education.
And I'm not asking for to impose on the state's right to do that. I'm just asking for that to be tested. Third, based on pretrial hearings, I know that this has been discussed in this court. We are under the impression that Dr. Cogswell will testify to opinions not contained in this report. We're moving at this time that the state not be excluded from asking Dr. Cogswell any opinions that are not contained in this report.
So what specific?
I believe that Jasmine Pace was bound and shackled prior to death. And that statement is not contained in Dr. Cogswell's report at all. It does say, the only thing that is relevant to that is Dr. Cogswell's report says that her Jasmine Pace's body was in fetal position, but never said while shackled. In fact, we would argue the proof display or wouldn't show that anyway. So it could have been addressed on cross-examination, but it's fundamentally unfair to the defense to provide us a report from the medical examiner and then have him come out here and surprise us by ambush with opinions not contained in his original report and no further summary.
What? I thought
We
you was
discussed
over
this
here
in
getting
some of those
nuts.
points.
Yes, sir.
So it's
With me?
all right. Well, I think the time frame is certainly not equivalent to a trial by ambush. I think that if I'm guessing here, if the testimony is going to be that there's chafing around where the cuffs were to show that she was alive, or there was blood that was coming from her wrists, she was alive when she was shackled, I don't think that's so far outside the realm of what the defense was expecting to preclude the state from going down that direction. If there's something specific about time, or it gets a little further afield to that, then you can renew your motion. But is the state planning on offering anything specific beyond that type of testimony?
The state intends to ask Dr. Cogswell his opinions regarding the condition of Jasmine Pace's body. As an expert, he's allowed to examine other items of evidence that we have in this case, and other opinions that are within the scope of this case. Expertise would be under him as a forensic pathologist. So I would submit to the court that this prosecution's case, I think that if there is something that he finds objectionable, he can raise that objection at that time. The state can make specific argument, but it's difficult for me to comprehend what the defense is actually trying to exclude. So I don't really know how to respond.
If I understood it, Mr. Weiss is objecting to Dr. Coxwell testifying about an opinion whether or not Ms. Jasmine was shackled while she was still alive.
I think if he can render an opinion, he can. I don't know that he will. Candidly, Judge, if that is his expert opinion, I think he will.
Well, again, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So this narrow field of expertise, I guess, regarding whether or not the victim was alive when she was shackled seems to fall within the general realm of his expertise. We talked about it in December. I'm sure people are aware before our hearing date. And again, I don't think that's so far outside the realm of what a medical examiner can be expected to testify to as to exclude. So at this point, Mr. Weiss, let the motion be overruled. The free to renew it if it gets too much farther afield than what we talked about today.
Yes, sir. And then the last thing is just a clarification regarding the demonstration. Can you clarify that?
Yes, earlier we had the hearing on whether or not your expert could testify. While there was no 12.2 violation to be found with the defense filing it on the Friday afternoon, he did put the state in a position where that's described a lot in the commission notes, or where the state could be unfairly surprised. I don't think that you filing the motion on Friday necessarily is, ran up or crossed a deadline. However, since counsel represented that the primary reason you wanted expert was in response to the state getting admitted that demonstrative exhibit where the picture of the victim's body in the fetal position was overlaid on a large blood spot on the carpet or in the defendant's apartment. I ruled the workaround would be that the state could not use that picture, and then that obviated the necessity of a large part of the defense's reason that they wanted the expert. So that demonstrative exhibit cannot come in.
Thanks.
And, Your Honor, the state has removed that demonstrative exhibit from its evidence that it intends to introduce. I've submitted to counsel the photographs the state intends to introduce, but I think that Dr. Coxwell, in the scope of his expertise, can find that the blood pattern on the physical evidence that we have here in front of us was created by Jasmine Pace's body.
He certainly can, and if the state wants to put the, I'm sorry, that's on the point.
Oh, that wouldn't be improper if I have conscience, so I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I've also removed the x-rays.
Okay. Anything else before we bring yours in?
No, you're right, we're right.
Yours in when they're ready.
So prosecution is saying she was shackled and then he did it. And defense is saying he did it first and then used the shackles in order for her to fit inside the suitcase. And prosecution made it seem like the medical examiner had put in the report that she was still alive when she was shackled. But now they're saying, no, he didn't put that in his report.
napkins over here. If it applies to the gallery that there can be no outbursts, Mr. Chen also needs to keep himself composed during this testimony, or he can exit the courtroom as well.
Agreed. But just so, this is for me.
Okay, well, the trash can was just moved closer to him.
That-
You've already
that is-
indicated that
that
he's feeling unwell. I'm just saying, that's prejudicial as well. Judge.
Well, everyone has to comport themselves with, maintain the quorum of this particular proceeding. So that includes counsel, very graphic and personal, testimony, these that are coming in. So everyone needs to maintain their composure. For your questions, if there is anyone in the gallery that feels they cannot maintain their composure, particular witness, it is best you go ahead and leave right now. No, don't think. I mean, of course, if for whatever reason, Mr. Weiss, you feel that we need a
If she's coming at him, how stabbed?
Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Hope everyone's adjusting to their new surroundings. They get a little more sleep than the first couple of nights we're here rested today. I've always got to start by asking if everyone is able to abide by the court's admonition to refrain from speaking about this case with anyone who goes to media what morning it is. I was given a note asked from one of the jurors, will the jurors be permitted to ask the state or defense teams questions at any point throughout the trial? Answer is no, as we talked about in our preliminary jury instructions, while the lawyers present evidence and will argue what that evidence means and how you should take it. The lawyer statements themselves do not constitute evidence. So evidence is the only thing you're going to be able to make a decision on. Okay. All right, General Clerk, next witness.
Dr. Stephen Cogswell, you're on.
Solemnly swear from the testimony that you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last?
Good morning, I'm Dr. Stephen Cogswell, last name is spelled Cogswell.
What is your profession, sir?
Examiner for Hamilton County.
What are the duties and responsibilities of the medical examiner for Hamilton County?
Each one of our 95 counties has an appointed medical examiner. That person's job is to investigate traumatic deaths and suspicious deaths and deaths that have no medical history. In other words, unknown sorts of death. We have a number of other duties that involve cremation approvals, et cetera, but those aren't really germane to this. In Tennessee, all forensic pathology autopsies or medical examiner autopsies must be done at one of the 5 regional forensic centers. And those 5 are located here in Chattanooga, Johnson City, Knoxville, Nashville, of course, and also Memphis. So every forensic autopsy in Tennessee gets done at one of those 5 places. And that is where your state's forensic pathologists are. Even though all 95 counties have a medical examiner, not all of the medical, our job is basically, excuse me, to investigate those deaths that have some sort of legal bearing and determine cause, manner, and circumstances of death.
Would that be a function that in other states might be called a coroner?
Yes, sir, it is. And in other states where I've worked, I was in fact an elected coroner.
Are there educational requirements to be a medical examiner?
Well, if we say forensic pathologist, because it sort of arose by any other name situation. Just as most of our medical examiners in Tennessee are not forensic pathologists. Forensic pathologists are a relatively scarce breed. There's only about 400 of us in the whole country. And in order to become a forensic pathologist, you must first graduate from medical school and then do a residency program in pathology. Typically, that's anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic, the biopsy done, and it's sent to the lab. That's anatomic pathology. The other major division is clinical pathology, and that would be fluids. So whenever you pee in a cup or get your blood drawn, get sent to the lab, that would be clinical pathology. Under the great pathology umbrella are multiple subspecialties: cardiac pathology, GYN pathology, etc. My subspecialty is forensic pathology, and we are primarily focused on unnatural and trauma deaths. And so forensic pathology, being a subspecialty, you cannot do a forensic pathology fellowship program until you have finished a pathology residency program. So we're talking medical school residency and then a fellowship to become a forensic pathologist. Hence why there's only about 400 of us in the country. In addition, there are obviously, as in every other field, board examinations that are done for each one of the general groups and the specialty or subspecialty groups.
You mentioned medical school. Where did you go to that?
At the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston.
What was your undergraduate degree?
My undergraduate degree was a biology degree from the Citadel.
Do you have any experience working in the field of forensic pathology other than the Hamilton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, sir. That's basically all I've ever done. So I'm closing in on 40 years of full-time forensic pathology.
Where did you work before?
I did my fellowship in Miami, Florida, at the medical examiner's office there, and then went on active duty with the Air Force and was assigned to the Air Force's medical examiner's office until 1998. Their job is basically to act as the federal military and State Department and other federal cases. From there, I went to Louisiana and was deputy coroner in Shreveport and coroner in Bossier City, which is right next door, just across the Red River. From there, I went to the central part of Florida, just above Orlando in the Ocala area. I was medical examiner there for Texas. From Lubbock, the forensic pathology group there closed down. So I moved to Knoxville, and from Knoxville was asked to come here to Chattanooga and have been here since 2013.
Is one of the things that a forensic pathologist does perform autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what an autopsy is.
An autopsy basically is an examination of a dead person, both external and internal, with an eye toward documenting natural disease, trauma, and ultimately coming up with a conclusion as to the cause of death and manner of death, as well as the circumstances of death. An autopsy is only one part of a death investigation. And basically, it's generating the data to go into that investigation in order for the whole picture to become clear. So the autopsy in and of itself doesn't really tell you the whole story of the person's death. It also requires an investigation. We always say you can't do autopsies in a black box and come up with a good answer.
What type of other things would you want to look at besides just the autopsy as a forensic pathologist?
Well, we're basically doing the very same thing that your doctors do when you go to your doctor. We take a history and a physical. And our history is, what is the history, not only of the death, but what is this person's history? If we have a young, healthy person with no natural disease that is known, we don't expect them to die of natural disease, but there may be something hidden in there that we may find at autopsy. On the other hand, if we take an old, broke-down fat guy like me, we expect hypertension, diabetes, a lot of natural disease. And that has to weigh into the conclusion if we're looking at how much trauma is going to be associated with death. In a young, healthy, strong, strapping person, it's going to take a lot of trauma to kill them. In an elderly, frail person, it may take only a very little amount of trauma to cause their death. And so we not only look at the person as far as what their state of health was before they come in, just like when you go to your doctor's office, we're pretty much doing the same thing. But we're also more concerned with the circumstances surrounding the death, just as you are when you go to the doctor's office and they say, well, why are you here? I have this pain here, or whatever the reason is that you've left. We rely to a large degree on law enforcement as an adjunct to the medical examiner investigators. We don't just have forensic pathologists, we also have trained medical examiner investigators who do the medical part of the death investigation, while law enforcement looks at the evidence and legal part of the death investigation. Ultimately, then, all of the medical information, the pathology information, gets collated with the law enforcement investigation to come up with a coherent picture.
In all, sir, how many autopsy examinations have you performed over the entirety of your career?
It is definitely somewhere north of 5,000, probably not quite 10,000. So I usually settle on a middle ground of around 7,000.
On those prior occasions where you performed autopsy examinations, do they included stab and incise wounds?
Many times, yes, sir.
Would you be able to place a number on that?
I would say it's at least multiple dozens, perhaps as many as 100, maybe not quite that high, but certainly multiple dozens.
Have you received any sort of specialized training that assists you in conducting autopsy examinations?
Well, that's basically the bread and butter of forensic. You're trained not only to do the actual physical part of an autopsy, but also to interpret the findings that you see during autopsy And much of it is didactic training, other parts are hands-on, and other parts are basically experience combined with that training and, quite frankly, a lot of reading. But that really is what the whole Forensic Pathology Fellowship is. That's why it's a year-long program.
Are you a member of any professional organizations dedicated to the study of forensic science?
Yes, sir. The American, and in fact, international, despite the American name, group of forensic scientists, not just pathologists, from around the world. There are subsections. I'm a member of the pathology biology section, but there's also sections for criminal, even psychiatry. So we have a very broad range of people working at these meetings. It's, in the group of probably 10,000 or so, perhaps more. I don't really know exactly the number of Academy members.
How long have you been a member of the Academy?
Really since residency, so that would be 1986 or 7.
So nearly 40 years.
Roughly, yes, sir.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert when in court?
Yes, sir, multiple times in multiple different venues.
How many times?
Probably over 100 at this point.
And mentioned multiple venues.
Yes, sir.
What would those be?
Those would be state courts in each of the states in which I've worked, being actually South Carolina, where I did my residency training, as well as Florida, Tennessee, naturally, Texas, and Louisiana, as well as federal court and military courts martial.
On those prior occasions where you have given testimony in all of those various courts, have you always been called by the prosecution?
Not always.
In fact, sir, that you can fairly recently in Bradford County,
I did, yes, sir.
the case where I was the prosecutor.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Sir, is there anything about your background that makes you particularly suited to conduct autopsy examinations in this particular case?
Well, again, this is part of the forensic pathology training. We not only look at cases of drug overdoses and natural deaths, but also the traumas associated with stab wounds, gunshot wounds, motor vehicle collisions, airplane crashes, house fires, etc. Basically, any of the kind of trauma that you would expect to see in a fairly busy jurisdiction, city, I would say. That's what forensic pathologists are trained to do. So it's part and parcel of our training. Some folks like to semi-specialize, sub-specialize, I suppose, in various areas of forensic pathology. We have some folks who are particularly interested in cardiac pathology. These would be the ones that would get sudden cardiac death of someone who's apparently healthy and simply drops dead. Others are more interested in the trauma pathology, and I happen to be one of those. I have a fairly extensive experience in plane crashes and automobile crashes, as well as sharp force and gunshot wound cases.
You mentioned jurisdictions keeping you busy. Does this jurisdiction keep you busy?
It does, yes.
How many autopsies do you perform over the course of a typical week?
It varies widely. Generally speaking, since at this point I am the only medical examiner or forensic pathologist in Hamilton County, last year we did approximately 100 autopsies, and that's about our average, but it fluctuates from the high 70s to as many as 200 per year, not per week. That would be impossible.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time, state what you think of Dr. Coxwell as an expert in forensic pathology.
recognized as an expert in forensic pathology.
Sir, as part of the review responsibilities as a forensic pathologist, you sometimes get called to locations to assist in an investigation of death.
Yes, sir,
Were you working on December the 1st of 2022?
I was.
On that day, did you have an occasion to respond to a location in reference to an item that you found?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you went, sir?
To Suck Creek Road.
Where's Suck Creek Road?
It's borders the Tennessee River and is a bit north and west of down to where we are right now in downtown Chattanooga.
Is that in Haines County?
It is.
What did you see when you got there?
Obviously, there were quite a few law enforcement vehicles, and off to the side of the road, adjacent to the river, was a hard shell suitcase that was laying in the brushwood area just off the shoulder of the road. Near that area were actually a couple of deer carcasses that had been tossed out there after butchering. But in particular, this suitcase was basically the kind that you would take on a relatively extended trip. Large suitcase on wheels, handle, etc. After all of the documentation, photographic and location issues were resolved by the police department so that they could place it exactly, then the question came up, well, what is in the suitcase? And at that point, the cover of the suitcase, the lid was open. Inside was a black plastic trash bag. And so using basically just hands, I could feel along the contents of the bag and say, yes, this is not animal or something, this is a human being inside there. At which point then the suitcase was closed back up, it was transported to the medical examiner's office, and at that point then we further examined not just the suitcase, but also the contents.
Sir, I'm removing from this box item 173, exhibit 173 to the trial. You recognize this, sir?
Yes, sir. This is the suitcase that was brought to the medical examiner's office.
Is this the suitcase that you observed along Suck Creek Road adjacent to the Tennessee River?
Yes, sir, it appears to be.
So you take this item with what you has human remains inside a garbage bag back to your office. What did you do when you returned to your office?
At that point, before we do anything else, we're going to start doing photographs and x-rays because we're going to document everything we're doing as we're doing it in a stepwise fashion because we don't want to lose evidence. So in x-raying, we basically just laid the suitcase on top of the x-ray plates and x-rayed through the suitcase. And looking at those x-rays, it was evident that there is a deceased person inside, basically in a fetal position that is drawn with the knees drawn up and the arms crossed across the chest and fitted into the suitcase. In addition, along with all of the hardware in the suitcase that shows up on x-ray, there's also a triangular metallic density piece that showed up in the area of the chest. And it's something that obviously didn't belong to the suitcase because there's a very regular arrangement of support bars, rivets, etc., that is fairly symmetrical. So after x-raying was done, then the body was lifted out of the suitcase, and again, it was in black plastic trash bags. And at that point, then the suitcase is laid off to the side, That's no longer a medical examiner interest, that's law enforcement interest. And then I proceeded to cut each of the black plastic trash bags along one side and along the bottom and remove each of those in turn. Turns out there were 3. And as happens to be fairly common, at least in the bodies that I've done, in cases in which I've autopsied, where people have been disposed of in trash bags, it seems like the interior bag is always pulled up from the feet toward the head, and then there's another one down from the head toward the feet, and then there may be a third one, again, feet toward the head. In this case, turns out it was exactly the same way. I guess that's just how humans think. So each of those bags is cut off. Fetal position has no clothing on the top half of her body and is shackled and handcuffed. Obviously, there's a lot of blood involved in this, and multiple stab wounds and size wounds. And if I may go on a slight tangent here, when we talk in forensic pathology about stab wounds and size wounds, those are 2 different things to us. A stab wound is deeper than it is long, and an incised wound is longer than it is deep. And size wound is basically a cut. And that tells us 2 different things. You know, we're not dealing with just a sharp, pointy object, but we're dealing with a sharp, pointy object that has an edge. On the other hand, if you just have an object with an edge, like say, for example, a piece of sheet metal, that can cut you very deeply, but it's not really going to stab you unless it's pointy. So that's the distinction that we talk about. So when you hear me go on automatically about stab versus incised, that's what I'm talking about. Incised is a cut.
Thank you, sir. And you described the process that you went through when you returned to the lab. Do you document those observations and your activities and findings in any kind of a document?
Yes, sir. Every autopsy case, of course, has to have an autopsy report. And that report basically is an objective finding or series of findings describing what I saw. Some people tend to put in interpretations into their autopsy report. I was trained that the autopsy report is purely an objective thing. I saw this, and we leave what it means to later. In addition, we're going to take photographs because photographs are the best way to document things. We all know that. Pictures worth 1,000 words. So we have photographs documenting not only body position and clothing and personal effects, everything on the body, but also the wounds. And we'll photograph them, as we say, dirty, that is, without cleaning the wound, and then clean so that we can actually see the characteristics, contours, and details of the wounds themselves. Some of the things that we look for in wounds of any kind is this wound an antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem wound? And by that I mean antemortem is guaranteed before death. And what we'll see in those wounds is there will be bleeding into the surrounding fat and soft tissue. We all know that. We've all cut ourselves, and we bleed. And there's bleeding into the surrounding soft tissue, as well as out, leaking out of your body. Perimortem, well, let me skip to postmortem. Postmortem wounds occur after death. There is no blood pressure. If there's no blood pressure, you don't bleed. It's pretty simple. So those will not have bleeding into the surrounding fat and soft tissue. A perimortem wound, peri means around. So we have antemortem, perimortem around the time of death, and postmortem after death. Perimortem wounds can have some characteristics of an antemortem wound, but they're not definitively antemortem. And so for those, we say, yes, it occurred at or around the time of death, but not definitively before death. Because when your heart stops beating, you don't stop. Your blood pressure doesn't drop to zero everywhere because you have all these little capillaries everywhere. So you can still leak into your wounds a little bit around the time of death. This is complicated in stab wounds, particularly those where the cause of death, as it is in all sharp force injuries, is hemorrhage, or I should say the mechanism of death. Basically, all stab wounds, unless they actually hit your brain or central nervous system, cause death by making you bleed to death. That's the mechanism. So we look at, all right, what is the blood volume in your average person of this size? And it goes by size. So in a person who is the size of Jasmine Pace, just under 100 pounds, her blood volume is approximately 4 liters or 4 quarts of blood, so a gallon of blood. Now, if you lose about 20 to 30% of your blood volume, that is sufficient to make you unconscious. Anything above 30% is sufficient to actually cause death. So when we look at someone who has 4 quarts of blood, if we lose 1.5 quarts, that's sufficient to cause death. So there should still be some blood left inside the body, but it's going to be spread around in the body and the capillaries. The blood that's in the big toe is going to remain in the big toe. So what we're actually looking at is, where is that 1.5 quarts of blood? Sharp force injuries goes a long way. And I use the analogy, everyone has painted a wall sometime in their life. That's a gallon of blood. That's 4 quarts. You can paint a room with a gallon of blood. So if you see a spot of blood this big and someone is dead, there's more blood somewhere else. Maybe it's inside the body, but maybe it's also at another scene. So that's why we say, look for the blood, because until you have found all that blood, you don't really know where the bleeding occurred.
Sir, did you prepare an autopsy report of your examination of the body? You got the suitcase.
I did.
Handy was application as exhibit.
Yes, sir. This is a copy of my autopsy report on Jasmine Pace.
And is that something that is prepared and kept in the regular course of your activities as the medical examiner for Hamilton County? Exhibit 202, the autopsy.
It crashed at the perfect time because this and me, while he's looking at these pictures, he's flipping them up and the camera is actually getting a shot of them. So now I know to hide it. See that? I guess that's the x-ray of the suitcase. So you can't really see anything.
Yes, sir. These are copies of the x-rays that were taken at the medical examiner's office.
At the time of Jasmine Pace's autopsy.
Yes,
That
sir.
was just
Your
the
Honor, I
top
believe
one with
that
the x-ray.
evidence
Okay.
203, 1 through 4 is collected.
Well, that's good.
And finally, sir, you mentioned the taking of photographs as part of the autopsy examination. Would you mind taking a look at this collected exhibit, number 1 to 27?
Oh, flip them again. Flip them away from the camera. Oh, cameraman got smart. Good job. Darn StreamYard. Come on, StreamYard. Thank you.
These are some of the photographs that were taken at the time of Jasmine Pace's autopsy at the medical examiner's office.
Do they fairly and accurately reflect what you observed during your autopsy examination of Jasmine Pace?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 204, collected 1 to 27.
So moved.
Great. Sir. Doctor, there's a couple of terms throughout your autopsy report that I think would be helpful. You've already explained a staff versus an incised wound. What does superficial mean?
Superficial means that it does not go very deep into the body. It stays on the surface. And these are injuries that basically, for the most part, we would just stick a Band-Aid on it and move along. Some of them may verge, of course, in the continuum from superficial to shallow, and then shallow may require some stitches, or deep. And the deep wounds would, of course, require actual repair, surgical repair or surgical intervention of some sort. So just as we divide stab wound or sharp force wounds into stabs and incised, we also have superficial, shallow, and deep wounds.
So a superficial incise would be a wide but very shallow cut,
Right. Well, more specifically, a long but very shallow cut.
long but shallow.
Yes.
What about penetrating?
A penetrating wound is simply one that goes into the body. Again, we have our own verbiage and jargon. Penetrating wounds go into the body, but they don't come out. Perforating wounds come into the body, go through the body, and come out. So sometimes those are called, particularly in gunshot wound cases, they're called through and through, but that's not really a term that we like to use because it doesn't really tell you. So penetrating goes in, and perforating goes in, through, and out.
Is there a particular way that when you were describing injuries on the body that you can differentiate between right, left, up, down on the victim's body? Like how would you orient a person that you're conducting an autopsy examination on?
Every description that we do starts in a standardized fashion. That way, any forensic pathologist in the world really can look at my autopsy report and know what I'm talking about. So we have everything done according to what we call standard anatomic position. And that is standing upright, arms down to your sides, palms toward the front. Now, most people don't stand like this, but the reason we do that is because no bones are crossed. If we have our palms toward the back, we're actually crossing the forearm bones. That's the only reason that it's done like that. But everything is done in reference or described in reference to standard anatomic position. So when I say the wound is on the right, that means it's the decedent's right, not my right. Occasionally gets a little dyslexic confusion when you're looking at somebody, but that's what we mean when we say right versus left. We mean the body's right versus left.
Thank you, sir. And with that, did you take those x-rays that you made as evidence as Exhibit 203 before or after the body was removed from the suitcase?
Before.
I'm displaying on the screen behind you, and there's a laser pointer. This is 203-1. Could you please tell the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Well, we can see the outline of the rim of the suitcase. Here are the zippers here. Part of a handle mechanism here, one of the latches. This is a bracing rod in the shell of the suitcase. This area here is the logo on the top or the lid of the suitcase. And here you can see this is obviously a human skeleton in here. In the fetal position, this is an arm, thank you. This is the arm. Here's the spine coming down here, the ribs we can see here. And here is the triangular metallic object that doesn't belong there. It's not part of the suitcase. We see another arm here and a couple of the rivets and screws, etc., that go up to making up the suitcase itself.
And so you mentioned the metallic logo that is the rectangular object. It looks like in the middle portion of the skull. Would you mind pointing it out on Exhibit 173?
That is actually this logo here inset into the lid of the suitcase.
So Jasmine Pace's body was oriented head up if the suitcase was on its wheels.
Correct. In the position the suitcase is right now, her body is with the head upward, facing toward the courtroom.
Sir, I'm now showing you 203-2. Could you orient us to this photograph?
This photo is moving over a little bit to, if I can point to the suitcase, to this area here that we're x-raying. And again, we see another one of these reinforcing ribs, a few more rivets, et cetera, a zipper pull on the inside. And here we have a knee. You can see the kneecap here and the lower leg, the shin and the fibula that goes along with it. This is the thigh bone. Here you see a hand, or the bones of a hand, and you can see the top of the skull as well here.
Thank you, sir. Now 203-3.
And we're moving downward on the suitcase in basically counterclockwise fashion to this area down toward the wheel on the side closest to the courtroom. And we see again that reinforcing rib, zippers, rivets, etc. But we also see handcuffs and shackles, as well as another metallic device here, which is actually a bracelet. But you can see on this one, there is a chain that extends here, and there is no chain coming off of this particular one. And we're down here to feet. These are the foot bones, feet and ankle bones down here. So we have forearm here, two forearm bones, and arm and forearm bones here. And so we're down here. This is her buttocks.
203-4, sir.
And we're moving over, obviously, to the last part, which is down here. And again, we have all the accoutrements or the hardware of the suitcase. We see a bit of pelvis bone here, the lumbar spine here. Again, one of those shackles that we saw in the previous x-ray. And so we have basically, by going counterclockwise, we have a complete picture of a small individual. At this point, we didn't know male or female because still inside the suitcase, still inside those black plastic bags.
Now turning to your autopsy examination report, specifically the second page, you provide a description of the decedent in the fetal position inside the suitcase with 3 bags, and the victim was then removed from those bags. Was the removal process documented?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now showing you what's been previously admitted into evidence as Exhibit 181-1. You recognize the individual on the right?
Yes, sir, that would be me. And here is actually the body of Jasmine Pace still inside the trash bags. I'm cutting, as I said, along one side and along the closed end so that the bags can be sequentially lifted off and removed from her body.
Showing you 181-2, is that a continuation of this process?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 181-3.
And here we are actually getting to the inner trash bag. And now we actually can see, obviously, a hand, right hand, handcuffs, and this is an ankle and foot.
Thank you, sir. Going now to another portion of your autopsy report. Is it broken down into various sections?
It is. Typically, what we'll do in order to make it more readable is at the very beginning, we have a brief outline that says what injuries were found. And then we go into an injury section where we separate the injuries. Sometimes we do this by body locations, such as head and neck, and then another paragraph for torso injuries, and then another for extremity injuries. In other cases, like particularly for gunshot wounds, we'll take one gunshot wound and we'll say gunshot wound A enters here, goes through this body cavity, does this damage, exits here, and then move on to gunshot wound B. But we try to keep everything sort of in a logical, readable progression. And in a traumatic death, the injuries are the most important part of this autopsy. So that section comes first, right after the outline. And then we go to the normal, if you will, dissection part of the individual organ weights and what they look like and were they healthy or not healthy. And then at the very end, we'll get to what specimens were taken and what findings we got from that.
So in this case, you indicated that the handcuff and shackles were a part of the general evidence.
That's correct.
Were there photographs taken of the shackles and handcuffs, sir?
There were, yes, sir.
Showing you and the jury 2041. What are we looking at here?
These are the handcuffs. And you can see this is Jasmine Pace's right wrist and left ankle. And these are handcuffed together. And you can see these are not law enforcement handcuffs. These are what you buy at Spencer's or something like this. This is not heavy duty at all. And in fact, they have actually started to rust. In addition, you can see over here, we have a better photo of it later, the shackle that is actually connected or was connected to this shackle over here on the other ankle and the area of the right elbow or right forearm and elbow.
Now, sir, what's the significance of the white item that somebody is holding towards the bottom of this photograph?
This is our case number and ruler. Because we're interested in documenting everything, all of our photos, almost without exception, are going to have a scale of measure in them. And the 6-inch gray plastic ruler is a standard throughout the profession. And we're also going to put our case. Now, we have a case number system or a database system that automatically assigns case numbers. We get a call for a death, we assign a case number to it. It generates it based on the year, which is 2022, the month, which is December, and the date, the 1st. And then the following 3 numbers are randomly generated, so the 666 just happens to be generated that way. So all of our photos, except for very, very close-up photos, will have the scale and the case number in them.
Thank you, sir. Now, 204-2, what are these items?
These are the handcuffs that you just saw a picture of on her body. And again, you can see that these are not the typical law enforcement handcuffs. In fact, there's a little lever on each side that can be used to release them. So these, again, are something that would be novelty items as opposed to anything that was used for serious purposes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's being marked for identification. That's 205. You recognize this?
The labeling on this bag is not, is not medical examiner, it's law enforcement labeling. But I do recognize the description of that.
Would opening it help familiarize yourself with the contents?
Certainly, we can do that.
Covers, well, it's right there next to it.
If he needs.
You're welcome.
This internal clear plastic bag has the label from the medical examiner's office with the description handcuffs Jasmine Pace, along with our label and the seal, etc. Would you like me to actually remove the handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
They are still wrapped in the surgical towel that came from the medical examiner's office.
Do we see that towel in 2042?
Yes, sir, that's actually what those are lying on. You can see the edge of the towel up here. And again, these are not the typical law enforcement handcuffs. They're simply cheap steel, chrome plated.
Thank you. And those are the same cuffs that we saw on the screen.
Yes, sir.
The same cuff appears to be right hand, right foot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There's another item up there, 206, sir, if you wouldn't mind going through the same process with it.
2 minutes.
Or I'll move to admit into evidence 205.
So moved.
And within this paper bag, we have again a clear plastic bag with the medical examiner's office label marked as shackles Jasmine Pace. And these would be those that were, or the shackles that were removed from her body at the time of autopsy.
What's the difference between handcuffs and shackles, sir?
Handcuffs would have a short chain on them, and shackles would have a longer chain, basically the intent is to allow you to walk with shackles. So we obviously can't handcuff someone's ankles together, they can't walk. But by the same token, if you shackle someone's wrists together, that gives them a fair amount of space. So the chain length would be basically the big distinction. There's obviously many different models, types of shackles, but these, like the handcuffs, are not the typical heavy-duty law enforcement type. They're, again, the sort of novelty type of cheap chrome-plated steel. And you can see that it's basically almost a lamp chain as opposed to a heavy-duty chain. And these would fit together like that. So the chain length isn't very long. And these, both of these have still some blood and rust on them.
So, sir, I'm now showing you 204.3 are the shackles that you just held up, which are the same ones depicted in 204-3.
Yes, sir.
Where were the shackles affixed to Jasmine Pace's arm?
In the case of the shackles, it was not to the left arm, but it was to the right elbow or the forearm just below the elbow. So her left hand and arm were actually free. They were not bound.
I'm showing you this admitted into evidence is 204-19. Could you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is Jasmine Pace's right elbow area. You can see this would be the tattoo on her shoulder. This is her actual elbow here. And you can see two lines of rust, basically, along with the pattern of that chain, again, with a rust pattern showing where the shackle was. And in fact, you can see, I think, where the double part of the shackle is over here, right at the inside crook of the elbow.
Sir, what is the substance darker in color that's adjacent to the measuring device that you have held up to the elbow?
This right
Yes, sir.
here is blood that has dried. The lighter, more yellowish is rust. Now, some of this is rust and blood mixed because, again, her body is wet, and so the blood tends to creep everywhere by capillary action. So basically, the entire outside of her body has a thin layer of blood on it. And blood being very oxidizing, I guess is the best way of putting it, does prompt rust. So it's not surprising then that these handcuffs rusted in a wet environment being exposed to blood.
Thank you, sir. Going on to the external examination of Miss Jasmine Pace. 62 inches is what in feet?
5 feet 2 inches.
98 pounds, obviously, is just measurement of weight. How would you describe Miss Jasmine Pace's build?
She's a small, fairly thin young female.
You also describe down here genitalia or atraumatic with a menstrual pad in place. What's that mean, sir?
The external genitalia, that would be obviously the labia minorum. Atraumatic means there's no trauma visible. So there's no damage, there's no lacerations, abrasions, etc. There is, of course, blood because there's a menstrual pad in place. So rather than a tampon, she's actually wearing a pad.
Was that item collected?
It was, yes, sir.
Turned over to the police department?
Yes, sir.
Sir Manny, it's been marked for identification as 207. Please tell us what item 207 is.
You know, I never thought about it before. What if there's a tampon in place? I wonder how many times that has been missed on an autopsy. Like, do they get down there and look? I don't know.
We don't have to go over it. You recognize the item.
I do. This is the gray underwear that Jasmine Pace was wearing at the time of the autopsy, and in it is the menstrual pad that's adherent to the crotch of the
Ooh,
Your Honor, I move to minutes at evidence 207.
nasty.
6.
So then,
During your autopsy examination, were you able to determine whether Ms. Pace was on her menstrual cycle?
She was, yes, sir.
And that gets to go back with a jury.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned in your autopsy report on page 2 that the injury locations are consistent with the decedent's fetal body position as found. I'm going to show you now 204-4. Is this the condition and positioning of Ms. Pace after the final interior garbage bag, I think it's garbage bag number 3, was removed from her body?
Well, it's actually open. She's lying on it, so it hasn't quite been removed. At this point, because she's not even 100 pounds, I just picked her up, moved her off to the side so that we wouldn't disturb any of the garbage bags. So just physically lifted her, but this is her position. And you can see from the x-rays that this position is documented by the x-rays that we took of her still in that suitcase. But this is obviously a fetal body position, basically knees drawn up, arms drawn up, and in as small a size as possible.
Now showing you 204-5. What does this photograph depict, sir?
This is after she's actually been removed from the plastic bags and is laid on the autopsy table itself before removing her clothing, the handcuff, shackles, etc. Here you can see the position that she's in, where her right arm, you can see just the edge of the shackle around her elbow area. Her right arm and wrist is tucked between her knees, crossed at the ankles, and her left arm is basically free.
So when you wrote down that I want to make sure I don't misquote you, the injury locations are consistent with the decedent's fetal body positioning as found, I don't see any stab wounds up there. Can you explain that?
Well, this is actually showing, as you can see, this is the left side of Jasmine Pace's body. The stab wounds are virtually all on the other side of her body. And when we look at the other side of her body, in this position, basically we just rolled her over. All of those stab wounds and incised wounds are clustered in the area of her head, neck, shoulder, and upper torso. They're just all on the other side of the body. C basically has no injuries.
So when you say, consistent with the fetal body position, what do you mean?
Well, if we have, in a fetal position, by tucking our legs up and getting ourselves into as small a ball as possible, some areas of our body are protected, relatively speaking, others are exposed. And if you have your knees drawn up, obviously she's not quite as tightly compacted as she was inside that suitcase. If you have your knees drawn up, you're basically protecting your abdomen and the lower part of your chest. If you have your arms crossed, again, you're protecting your chest. But what you're doing is exposing your shoulders and your back. And so the stab wounds clustered on the other side of her body are all in that area that is exposed if she's in that position. And they're all pretty much about from the area of where your rib cage comes together at your solar plexus up. In fact, there's very little that's even below the level of, say, the armpit. So this is all from head, neck, shoulder, upper chest, well, upper back, really. And virtually nothing below that except for that free left arm. Because that free left arm, if we roll her over, that free left arm is up here. The right arm is way down here, as you can see, tucked in between the legs, and there's no injury down there on the legs. So that's protected. It's out of the way. The left arm, however, is not. It's free and it's folded up across the chest.
Sir, you mentioned earlier that part of your job as a forensic pathologist when conducting an autopsy report is to look not only at the physical examination of the decedent, but also other evidence.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity in this case to look at other items of evidence?
I have, yes, sir.
Is one of them a photograph of a blood stain?
It is.
I'm showing you what's admitted into evidence as 1174. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is there any medical significance to the stain that we see in item 127 to the physical evidence that we have as 173? Oh, no, I'm sorry, not 173. 158. Carpet.
When I first saw this photograph, it immediately struck me, and I think I actually blurted out, that looks like a Shroud of Turin. And what I saw here was basically a recreation of the bloodstain pattern, or a bloodstain pattern that I would expect to see if someone is bleeding in that fetal position that we saw. Because we have the feet and legs down here with the knees drawn up, arm down here, other arm here, head here. Now, obviously, it's not exact because it's being absorbed and spread a little bit, but the shape is very, very consistent with not only the positioning of Jasmine Pace's body, but also the size of her body. And so if we look at the size of her body, the positioning of her body, and look at the stain, they overlay fairly well, actually very well. Now, can I say that's absolutely her blood? No, I don't know what testing was done to match that to her. But the stain is extremely consistent with her body as found.
Based upon your anatomical observations of her size and shape.
Yes, sir. Because the dimensions of her from her, head down to her buttocks and from her back to her knees and feet, etc. That matches this very well. And as you can see, we have scales of measure on this piece of evidence, which was done by law enforcement, as well as the scales of measure that we have at autopsy. So it's very easy to match sizes because we have scales of measure in both different photographs.
You mentioned both different photographs. I'm now just one. You mentioned no measurements. Do you see no measurements on the left 204-4?
Yes, sir. In fact, we have two of our rulers in this photograph. So if you were to basically flip Jasmine Pace's body over, rotating it on her feet, just flip it over, she would fit into this stain very nicely.
So, sir, in your expert opinion, Exhibit 158, where's Jasmine Pace's head?
On this actual exhibit,
Yes, sir.
her head is,
You're still free to stand up if you want a better view.
if we look here at this area, that's this area right here, and that's where her head is going to be. Her head and shoulders are right in this area.
You mentioned legs and buttocks.
And similarly, this is going to be her back with her knees drawn up. There's a foot, knee, and arm.
Specifically, which arm?
That's most likely going to be her left arm.
Why would you say most likely to be her left?
Well, that's the arm that not only has the injuries, but it's also the arm that is lying, or is, excuse me. I said left arm, I meant right arm. That's the arm that's got the injuries. The left hand and wrist has injuries. The right shoulder has injuries. So this would be most consistent with the left wrist area. I believe I said that correctly without confusing myself.
Thank you. During your external examination of Ms. Pace's body at autopsy, were there signs of obvious injuries?
There were.
Let's start with the head and neck. Do you, in your autopsy report, work from head down?
Yes, sir.
First injury you documented, sir, on page 2 of your autopsy report is a 1.5-inch, slightly curvilinear stab incised wound at the vertex of the scalp. What would a curvilinear stab and incised wound look like?
Well, we have our stab incised wound, and obviously since we have stabs and we have incised wounds, there's got to be sort of a middle ground where it's kind of stabbing and cutting as well. And so that is a stab incised wound. Curvilinear means it's not absolutely straight, but it's curved. And it's not irregular, it's linear. So we have a curved but linear wound that is a combination, and the measurements all refer to the length of that wound. And the vertex scalp is the top of the head. It's at the vertex, the most vertical part of the body. So at the top of the head, we have this wound on the scalp.
I'm showing you now 204-6. Is that injury depicted here?
It is. If we look, here is her forehead. Here's her nose. So just to orient you, so this is forward, and here's that wound. You can see that it's got stabbing characteristic here, and then it slices. So that's where you get the curvilinear stab incise. So the blade's going in, it doesn't penetrate the bone, it just goes down to the skull, and then it cuts backward.
Thank you, sir. The next injury you describe is a 1 3/4 inch stab incised wound on the right forehead above the eye. Sir, I'm going to show you 204-7. Would you mind pointing that out to the jury?
That would be this wound that we see here. And here, obviously, now we've got what we call clean pictures because we've removed this, washed away as much of the blood as we can. And now we can see the characteristics of the wound itself. This is that wound that we're talking about. And you can see there's a blush of bleeding around these wounds. So again, these are wounds that have some blood pressure with them, but you also see the underlying fat here. Our fat is yellow. It looks like chicken fat, quite frankly. And so when we see yellow fat, that's indicative of not much bleeding going into that area. So the combination of that blush of blood and the yellow fat would mean this is more likely a perimortem wound.
And again, what's perimortem?
Perimortem is at or around the time of death. There's not full blood pressure at that time. So she's bled enough to drop her blood pressure down. She's in the dying process, but she's not yet dead.
Thank you, sir. The next injury you describe is a 1/1/8" stab incised wound to the left forehead. I'm now showing you 204-8. Could you please describe this injury to the jury?
Here is that injury. It basically cuts across the eyebrow and goes under the brow ridge itself into the eyeball itself.
Oh.
So her eyeball is actually ruptured.
Ah.
So the wound tracking downward and backward.
Next injury is a 1/2 inch irregular stab wound. What is an irregular stab wound?
That's going to be one that isn't linear, doesn't have the usual characteristics of a straight stab wound. We've all cut up our food and prepared food. If you take your knife and you stab it into the roast beef, that's going to be a typical stab wound. If on the other hand, you sort of wiggle the knife around as you're doing it, that's going to leave an irregular stab.
Now showing you 204-9. Please describe the injuries of the jury.
The philtrum, by the way, is that ditch in the middle of your upper lip coming down from the nose. And here you can see it goes here, then curves, then goes down, and then curves. So this is a knife that is, it's a stab wound, but it's hitting bone and being deflected. So that's why you get this curvilinear thing. In addition, that skin is not uniformly smooth because you have the philtrum. So you have a peak and a valley and then another peak coming up, as well as the bottom edge of the nostril. So the contours of the face are very irregular and you're hitting bone, but not penetrating deeply into it. That's what makes it an irregular stab.
The next injury is a 3/8 stab wound to the chin, just left of midline. I'm showing you 204-10.
And this is that stab wound, and you can see it's very regular, very consistent, very smooth, very linear, but it's not very big, so it doesn't go very deep. But this also has that blush of hemorrhage around it.
And when you say hemorrhage, you just
Bleeding, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, no.
Yeah, hemorrhage means bleeding.
Thank you, sir. Next, sir, you go on to describe a large number of stabs to the side of the head and neck. And for this, you may need your autopsy report to explain them. So here's Exhibit 202. Now showing you, sir, 204-11. Could you orient the jury to which side of Jasmine Pace are we looking at?
Obviously, this is the right side of her head, right here, eye, top of the shoulder down here. Here you see her left hand, which we'll get to momentarily. But you can see all of these individual stab wounds and stab incised wounds that are occupying the right side of her head and face. These don't go any deeper, basically, than what you see. They don't penetrate into the skull until we get down to neck wounds. Even this double stab wound in the ear here only goes to skull. So her brain is remaining intact. So there's no actual brain injury at this point. These are basically stabbing into muscle, soft tissue, etc.
And because it's not penetrating the skull, would any of these injuries be immediately fatal?
They wouldn't be immediately fatal, but obviously with this number of stab wounds, there's going to be a lot of bleeding coming from them because the head is a very vascular part of our body. And any one of us, particularly bald people who have bashed your head somewhere, know scalp wounds bleed. They bleed a lot. And facial wounds also bleed. So these are going to do quite a bit of bleeding.
I think that's why she made the big deal about having the garbage can close to him and tissues or whatever. Like, I think she thought he was going to try to like cry and act all sad and everything when he saw the pictures. I definitely would want to watch the defendant to see his reaction. But you never know if it's a real reaction or a staged reaction too. And I think that was her point by saying we need instructions that there should be no outbursts, no emotional reactions at all whatsoever. For that reason. So that he wouldn't fake a reaction for the jury to see. But I agree with you, Judy. I would do the same thing. I would be looking at him to see what his reaction was to all of this. The eye thing got me. I don't know if you heard me or not, but the eye thing got me. That was... You don't do that in self-defense. That's crazy.
Bleeding. When we get down to these wounds in particular, these are significantly deeper. This one just behind the ear and at the lower edge of the jaw. They don't cut into large arteries or veins, but they do go deeper, and so they do cut through a lot more muscle.
Doctor, are these injuries that we see on the screen, 204-11, slashings?
Well, they're mostly stab wounds. Some have stab incised characteristics. That is, the blade comes in, and as it's coming out, it doesn't come straight out, but it cuts its way out and back. So instead of going straight in and out, it's in and then out at an angle. So you have more of an incised characteristic to, say, for example, this one. In this particular wound, this is a good example of where you have that little curved edge here, which would be the initial penetration, and then the cut coming out as the blade deflects, hitting skull, etc. So when you see this little fishtail,
When you say a fishtail, what are you talking about?
This little double peak thing that you see along here, we don't see it in every stab wound. What we're looking for is basically the contour of the knife, the cross section, if you will. We look for a blunt edge. That's going to be the spine of the blade or the back of the blade. In a single edge knife, a double edge knife, of course, will not have a blunt edge, but a thin single edge blade frequently doesn't show you a good blunt edge. The other thing we're going to look for are the fishtails, as you can see here and here. And that's because things are in motion. As the knife comes in, it creates one of those little fishtails, and then a little bit of motion as it's coming out creates the other fishtail. So you have one coming in and then a little rotation and one coming out. So that tells you the edged part of the blade or the edge of the blade. Even if you don't have a good blunt edge to see, that tells you where your sharp edge is.
Sir, Ms. Jasmine Pace was in the fetal position at the time of the infliction of the injuries. Are you able to tell anything about the, I guess, direction from which the penetration stab occurred?
Well, these are all going away from us and with variable degrees of forward and backward or downward, for the most part downward. Some of these on the skull, they're shallow enough that it's hard to get a good directionality, but they are all coming from her right to her left, and for the most part a bit downward.
Next, sir, you described a injury to the right side of the neck with a 1/4 inch stab wound, 1/8 inch anterior blunt edge. It penetrates completely through the neck before exiting and transecting the thyroid horn as well as the jugular. Sir, I'm showing you now what's been admitted into evidence is 204-12. Can you please tell us what we're looking at here?
Well, for orientation, here we have the top of the left shoulder. Obviously, this is the neck. Here's that stab wound on the chin that we saw before. This is actually one wound pathway. It comes in here and exits here. In the course of this, it actually cuts across the larynx or the voice box, and your larynx has two cartilage horns that stick up. Those are called the laryngeal horns. And they're about the size of a pencil lead. And the one on this side, the left side, is completely severed. In addition, the jugular vein, which sits right next to the carotid artery, is also transected. By transected, we mean cut in half. So it's completely divided. The blade actually goes through the top of the larynx and cuts through the epiglottis. The epiglottis is what closes off your airway so that you don't choke to death on food. So it's basically a thin flap of cartilage about the size of your thumbnail. And as you swallow, it flips down to close the larynx and the trachea so you don't get water into your lungs. Right through there. The interesting thing is that it doesn't actually cut through carotid arteries, even though the carotid runs right next to the jugular. So it misses the carotid and it severs the jugular. The important thing to that is the jugular vein is a large volume of blood, but it's at low pressure. So you don't bleed as fast from a cut of the jugular vein. In movies and TV and books and stuff, they always talk about, oh, he cut his jugular vein and blood spurted out. No, blood doesn't spurt from a jugular vein or a vein cut, it flows out. Arteries are the ones that are under pressure, and that's where the blood spurts. In this case, excuse me, the arteries were not damaged in the neck.
Now, doctor, can you tell, since it was a entrance on to our left, okay, on the screen, and exiting on the right side of the screen in 204-12, are we able to glean anything about the size of the knife?
Okay, he just said there was no neck artery damage, only vein, which means she bled out slowly. So that makes this even more horrific. Because when you have an artery that is under pressure, you bleed out quickly. So this poor woman, I mean, we already knew that she suffered, but the fact that the artery wasn't hit, she bled out slowly. Gosh, it just keeps getting worse, y'all.
The knife is going to have a relatively broad blade, but relatively thin. By a broad blade, I mean that from the spine to the cutting edge is going to be wider. So this is not your average steak knife or anything like that. It's what most people would call a butcher knife. Actually, it's a chef's knife. And it's the kind that when you're watching the cooking shows on TV, when they're rapidly chopping their onions, that's what they're using, is a chef's knife. And so those are going to have a fairly wide and fairly long blade. And the reason for that wide blade is to get the handle up off of the cutting board. That's the only real reason that it's that shape. The skinny blades are going to be more slicers. And if you're a knife nerd, then you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Good.
Most people are not.
I'll show you 204-13. What is this?
This is actually the exit side of that wound, and you can actually see through it to the autopsy table on the other side. Here is part of the larynx at the base of the tongue itself, or excuse me, the root of the membrane that holds the tongue. And you can see there's a couple of ragged areas here. So the blade is not a quick in out, it's an in with some motion, not necessarily twisting, but some relative motion. Not a lot, because as you can see, this is a pretty symmetrical wound coming out, but it's coming in from the right-hand side and coming out toward us.
Doctor, the injuries that we just saw on the screen, it bisected the larynx with the hole on both sides. That affects that person's.
You're above the vocal cords themselves. Those are buried down in the larynx. So you can actually make sounds, but because the sounds that you would make are not just made by your vocal cords, they're made also by the back of the throat and the tongue, but you now have that air escaping out of the sides. And so what used to be one pathway is now three. So in combination with that, we have bleeding and a fair amount of bleeding. And so that blood pouring into that area is also going to affect the ability to vocalize, at least vocalize in anything intelligible other than just sounds, wheezing, gasping, bubbling, that sort of thing.
You also mentioned damage to the thumbnail-sized flap. I forget the term.
The epiglottis.
The epiglottis, that was damaged as well because of that wound.
Yes.
What would the end result of that be with blood beginning to come out of the jugular vein?
Well, you're not able now to close off your airway. So now the blood is flowing down in your airway from that jugular vein. Of course, it's also coming out of the neck on both sides, but it's flowing down into your airway as well, down your trachea into your lungs.
So she drowned in her own
So
blood.
that's going to fill your lungs with blood. It's not to the point of, quote, drowning in your own blood, but you are inhaling blood and filling your lungs with blood.
The next injury you describe is a injury to the left posterior neck with a 2.1-inch stab wound without an identifiable blood edge. I'm now showing 204-14. Tell us what we're looking at here, Doctor.
This is the back of Jasmine Pace's head and neck. We're obviously just within the hairline here, so we're up at about this level. And you can see this is, again, a stab in size kind of a wound where you can see the layers of skin, fat, muscle, and you're almost down the skull. But there's a lot of muscle back here in the back of your neck. And so this does not actually go down to damage the skull. So this is basically as far to the left as the injuries get. And certainly given her position, and this being right across the back of the head and neck, it can easily be done from the right-hand side as well.
Are we able to tell anything from the coloration of the wound and the area skin around the wound that we see on the screen?
Yes, this is one of those that would be certainly a peri-mortem wound. You don't see any blush in the skin around it. The skin itself, the cut edge, shows almost no bleeding, a little bit up here. The underlying fat is still quite yellow. And the superficial layers here of the fibrous tissue have almost no bleeding in there. So this is definitely going to be a peri-mortem wound. It's possible that it's even post-mortem. But again, this is just a gradation. There's no rigid distinctions between them, because obviously when you're bleeding to death, you don't bleed to death all at once. It takes a little while.
Thank you, Doctor. Next, sir, you begin to describe injuries to Jasmine Pace's torso. And you describe it as a cluster of stab wounds on the right upper back, from the base of the neck to the level of the axilla. You then describe the individual injuries themselves. Showing you now 204-15. Could you please show the jury where those injuries are?
Well, we've already discussed the head injuries. We haven't yet discussed the arm injuries. So we're in this area right here. So from the base of the neck down to what's called the posterior axillary area. The axilla is your armpit. And you have two folds of skin, the anterior or the front and the posterior or the back. And you can see that when you lift your arm up and look at yourself in the mirror, you've got basically two columns that define the front and back of your armpit. So this would be the posterior axillary area. And so we're looking at this cluster of stab wounds.
So, sir, the cluster of incised wounds on the upper back with a 1 1/4 inch horizontal stab with a discernible blunt edge at the web of the neck would be where?
We're in this area right here.
So that's the injury that you described there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, you describe a horizontal 3-inch incised wound and a similar horizontal 1 3/16-inch stab incised wound, which are above the scapula.
Yes, that would be this fairly large wound here. You can see it's still fairly regular, but it has some irregularity to its contours.
You did mention a pair of horizontal 7/8 and 9/16 inch wounds just below the spine of the scapula.
Those are these wounds here. When we talk about the spine of the scapula is your shoulder blade. And we're not talking about the spine of your back, but the shoulder blade is a sort of triangular shaped bone. And in its upper portion, it has a ridge of bone that goes sideways. That's what supports the back of your shoulder. Your shoulder is not actually connected to anything other than your scapula and your collarbone. So that ridge of bone that runs horizontally is called the spine of the scapula. So we're not talking about the spine of the body, but of that one bone. And that runs in this area along, well, right about here. And on some people, you can see it if they're thin enough. You can see that spine of the scapula. You can sometimes even make out the shape of the scapula itself. But that's what we're talking about.
And finally, sir, you described an oblique 1 5/8 inch stab wound in the posterior axillary bolt.
That would be back here.
So that wound right there.
Yes.
Sir, are you able to tell anything from the direction of the knife into Miss Jasmine Pace's body if Miss Pace was in the fetal position as found?
Well, the position that you're seeing here would be the wounds are all following the same basic directionality. They're all going from right to left, variable degrees of front to back, and variable degrees of up and down, but not deviating very far. So there's not any that are going sharply downward or sharply upward. They're going basically right to left, some a little forward, most of them not really backward at all until we get to some of these other wounds here. But these, including the neck, would be going to the left and a little bit forward, which would be in that position downward relative to the ground if she's in that fetal position.
So, doctor, what we see on the screen with 204-15, given the fact that this is the underside of the carpet, would Jasmine Pace's body be oriented so that her head and right shoulder would actually be up?
Well, up from what we're looking at is the back of the carpet, so everything is flipped. So her right side, the side that we're seeing here, would be the side that is actually touching the fuzzy side of the carpet, the side that you walk on.
So we would need to flip it over.
Yes, what we're doing is we're looking at the reversed image, if you will, because we're looking at the back of that carpet. So if we make the carpet transparent, if you will, and then lay it here, that's what we're seeing.
So if we were to fold the carpet,
What were you saying?
we were to fold the carpet back over, you describe the wounds as touching the fuzzy part of this physical exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So if we were to flip it back again, just to orient ourselves, you described your head as being here,
Correct.
meaning that Jasmine Pace's head would be at this location, but the injuries would be down.
Correct.
Fair to say that she was not at this location when she was stabbed.
Not during the stabbing, but placed there while she was bleeding heavily. So if she's there during the stabbing, I mean, blood's going to flow out of her. But if she's lying on her left side, as opposed to her right side, the blood is going to flow into her body cavities because there's no holes for it to flow out of the body cavities on the left side of the body. So she has to be actually stabbed and then rolled into that position. And then the blood flows out. Now, she could have very easily been a foot over this way and simply rolled over after she was stabbed. But obviously you can't stab from underneath the carpet. But we have to have a pathway for her blood to come out. And so that means that she has to have the right side of her body, all of these injuries, to allow the blood to leak out of her body or flow out of her body. So that puts her with this side of her body against that while she's actually bleeding to death.
Thank you, sir. Next, you describe a gaping complex wound with an oblique 2 3/8 inch stab wound crossed by 2 vertical stab wounds of 1 1/2 inches in the mid-scapular region. You describe the blade penetrating the scapula, entering the oral cavity through the 3rd intercostal space and the 4th rib, which is splintered. You then state that the end of the knife fractured off and remains in the lung. I'm now showing you 204-1. Would you please point out that knife blade to the jury?
This is the end of the knife. It's a little bit rotated. It's not flat on, but this is where it is in her lung.
Thank you, sir. Now, going back to 204-15, could you please point out the gaping complex wound that you described earlier?
That's this wound right here. You can see you've got one pathway here, one there, and then there's another here. So you've got the big wound and then the 2 crossing wounds. And the dark area here is actually going into the chest cavity, the pleural cavity. So when we perforate the scapula, as it goes space, the intercostals are the muscles in between the ribs. So the 3rd rib has the 3rd intercostal space below it, right above the 4th rib. So when we say the 3rd rib down and the 3rd intercostal space, and then the 4th rib, what we're talking about is the area of muscle in between the 3rd and 4th ribs, and then the 4th rib is actually splintered by the blade. So it's not just a cut through, but it's splintered in multiple fragments.
Sir, are there any vital organs inside the pleural cavity?
Certainly the heart and lungs. In this case, the knife blade actually goes into the right lung and it's snapped off with the end of the blade actually propped up against the 4th rib with the tip of the blade still embedded in the lung.
How deep into Jasmine Pace's chest did that knife blade penetrate?
Well, if we look at the end of the knife blade that's broken off, I believe it's 2 inches, if I'm not mistaken. So we have the 2-inch long section that is embedded in the lung, plus the chest wall, or the ribs, plus the chest wall, plus the scapula, plus the muscle and skin of the back. So we're looking at 3 inches or so of the knife actually going in before the 2-inch section of blade actually breaks off and is completely within the chest cavity. There's none of that sticking out visible in this hole. It's actually all the way down in there.
Now, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to another injury that we see closest to the ruler. I have a photograph of it. It's 204/27. Are we able to infer anything from this?
This is one of those stab wounds that doesn't really have a good blunt edge to it. Again, this is going pretty deeply into the body, and I believe this one is the one that goes into the shoulder, just above the axilla, and fractures the second rib posterolaterally, and that means the back side, or the side and back of the rib. So what we're looking at here, here's the armpit right here, and so this blade is going forward and a little bit upward, and it hits the back of the second rib and breaks it.
And when you say upward, is that using the standard anatomical description, like up towards head, or are we talking up from?
No, we're talking up towards head, again, standard anatomic position.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't. Doctor, were you ultimately able to recover the knife blade from Jasmine Pace's chest?
I was, yes, sir.
So I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 177. Would you mind opening that up?
This is the cup that contains the broken end of the knife blade as recovered at the time of autopsy from the medical examiner's office. And it has the general contour of what you'd expect to see from a Chevy. I can't tell you exactly how long that blade is because they vary if they are. But you can see the very tip end of it is broken off, and that was not recovered at autopsy. But this part of the blade is all the way embedded in the chest. If we assume that my fingers are ribs, then in this case, the knife isn't like this through the ribs. If the lung is here, the knife is actually, or the tip of the end of the knife is actually all the way in and propped up against the inside of the ribs itself, embedded all the way into the lung.
That injury failed.
It's certainly likely to be eventually, because there is a large hole from the chest wall into the pleural cavity, that is the chest cavity. there's no longer a vacuum in there. And our lungs rely on having a vacuum inside our chest cavity to expand. As our diaphragm goes down when we breathe, it creates more vacuum and air gets sucked in that way. If you make a hole in there, we no longer have a vacuum. So then that right lung basically becomes non-functional. There's still blood flowing to it, so of course it's bleeding, but it's not doing you any good in exchanging air because you can't get any air into that collapsed lung. So the only lung that's working for you is your left lung.
Thank you. That was that other injury that you already described, Doctor, I'm sorry. Next, you describe a contusion, 3.5 by 1 inch to the right chest. Showing you what's been admitted into evidence is 2 of 417. Can you please point out the large contusion, 3.5 by 1 inch?
That's this contusion here. It actually has a little blood blister in the middle of it. This is the back of Jasmine Pace's torso. Her front is here. You can see her armpit here. And this is the right upper arm. Here is this large pink to red contusion.
Do contusions form, post-mortem?
Well, blood has to flow into a bruise. A contusion is a bruise. And so blood has to flow into the area because what you're doing to make a bruise is crushing tissue. And when you crush tissue, you actually rupture capillaries and the capillaries leak into that area. That's how we get a bruise. And so you actually have to have blood pressure to flow into the area of damage before you get a contusion.
So how long does it take for a contusion such as that to form?
It can be a matter of minutes, depends on what the blood pressure is and how much damage is done. Obviously, you damage more capillaries, you're going to get more bleeding, and so the contusion is going to become visible. The other thing that matters in the formation of a contusion is how deep is it, which again goes back to how much tissue did you crush. A small bump may not pop up a bruise until later on that day, possibly even the next day. But you fall off a ladder and you give yourself a really good whack, you're going to have that contusion by the time you pick yourself up. So again, a lot depends on how quickly or how much damage is done will depend on how quickly the contusion or bruise shows up.
Sir, in this case, how deep was this contusion?
This one goes through skin, through the subcutaneous fat, and just to the outer layer of chest wall muscle. So this is a fairly deep contusion. It's not one that involves a lot of the chest wall muscle, but it's not trivial either.
When you say it's not trivial either, are you able to describe the amount of force that would cause that kind of injury?
Well, the amount of force is frequently asked, and as forensic pathologists, we don't like to do that because there's a lot of variables involved. In this case, we have a thin young woman who doesn't have a lot of subcutaneous fat, so the amount of force it would take to cause that contusion may be different than a low-carb male or an older person, et cetera, et cetera. So this is, again, not something that is likely to come up in her from just bumping into the counter. This is going to be like a fall against a counter or a blow or something that is going to get her attention, if you will, not one of those where you hit your elbow and you didn't notice it, and then later on you realize, oh crap, I gave myself a bruise.
mentioned get her attention. What kind of, I guess, physical effects could an impact like that have on a person?
Well, it depends again on the amount of force and whether you're ready for it, if you will. But certainly it's going to stagger you for a bit. It's not necessarily going to knock you out or anything. But there are other bruises on her, particularly on her neck area, that would be more likely to cause, if not unconsciousness, at least semi-consciousness.
Could it knock the wind out of you?
It could. Typically, that's caused by a spasm of your diaphragm, but a blow there can cause you to have that wind knocked out of you effect, which is your diaphragm suddenly quits moving because the nerve in it has been overloaded and basically gets short-term electrocuted. And so it spasms down. That's why you can't breathe, because your diaphragm doesn't work.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned bruising the neck.
Yes, sir. On the front of Jasmine Pace's neck, there's a number of abrasions and faint bruises, but the abrasions aren't associated with any stab wounds. And typically, this would be an indicator of we need to go and do a formal layer-wise neck dissection looking for things like manual strangulation. But if you already have a stab wound that goes clear through the neck, there's going to be bleeding into those neck muscles that we would be looking for. And so that basically negates the use of those neck muscles. We call them strap muscles because they're thin and flat. And the only other things we would be able to use would be the larynx, typically those thyroid horns that we talked about that stick up and are about the size of a pencil lead, or the hyoid bone. And in young people, that's problematic because young people are flexible. We all know this. And in a young person, your hyoid bone isn't yet fused. It's still in 3 pieces. So it's very flexible. You could squeeze it from the side and it won't break. The larynx is the same way, very flexible. You can squeeze it. You get old and you start to calcify these things, then they become rigid and brittle, and that's where we'll see fracture. So in her case, in Jasmine's case, there's no fracture of the hyoid bone, but it is quite flexible, and there's no fracture of the thyroid cartilage, except for the knife blade cutting off that thyroid horn. But again, she has a very flexible larynx. So can I tell you that she was manually strangled? No, I cannot. The only thing I've got is the abrasions on the outside of her neck, a little bit of surrounding contusion.
204-12, do you mind pointing out those observations that you just made here?
This is what we're talking about here. You can see these.
I don't think he would have had anything more than just basic anatomy, but I don't think he would have had to have any medical knowledge, really. I am kind of curious about the tongue. Like, didn't he say she had some like injuries to her tongue? And like, I know he said that excuse me. I know that he said she had injuries to her vocal cords and to her tongue. Was it like the base of her tongue? Did he do that stabbing from the outside, or did he do that on the inside? Like, was he trying to make her where she couldn't scream or something? I don't know. And this one, I don't know if they're going to ask that, because they were, before the jury came in, they were talking about that they didn't want the ME to give an opinion about whether or not she was shackled before or after she was stabbed. I know this would be a different question and a different opinion, but it's along the same lines of the other one. So, but I would like to hear them ask the question. It'll probably get objected to. Yeah, like physically gagged, like cut her tongue and her vocal cords so she couldn't scream out. I don't know. That's just the first thing I thought when he described it. So, and he said, or he didn't say, they said in opening that he saw the knife. I can't remember if he said saw the knife and then stabbed once and then blacked out, or just saw the knife and blacked out. I'll look back through my notes and see what I wrote. But so saw the knife, passed out, and then woke up and there was blood everywhere. Yet these are specific sounding stab wounds. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they would just be random all over the place if he was like blacked out and not under any type of conscious control. But they're all on the right side of her body, clustered in the same general area: her head, her neck, and her right upper torso. That, I just can't see how that happens if you're blacked out in some kind of fugue state. You know what I mean? I'm anxious to get to the defense's case. I think that the prosecution has proved their case. Now I want to know what the defense is going to say.
Is along here. Those are bruises, because bruises, again, is just bleeding into that area. And you can see around here too, where we have that blush of hemorrhage. And we actually have some abrasion on the front of the neck. And remember, there's no clothing on. So we have unexplained bruises and abrasions on the front of her neck. They may indicate a degree of manual strangulation or choking, but I can't tell you definitively that is what happened. It's simply that that's a marker that is consistent with that and frequently seen during that.
Thank you, Doc. Next, moving on to the extremities, you described an injury to the right shoulder with a 3.5 by 1.25 complex incised wound compromising 4 incisions. I'm now showing you 204-15. Could you please point out the injury that you're describing there?
This is that injury, and you can see that it doesn't go very deep. These are slices. And you can count them in there. There's 1, 2, and you can see how it slices up here. So we're actually slicing up sections of skin and underlying subcutaneous fat and a little bit of muscle of the actual shoulder itself.
Now, Doctor, I'm going to zoom in. Are you able to tell us anything about the color of the injuries and redness of the surrounding area?
Well, if you look at these areas in here, there's more redness to it. You can see this is nice and red here. This is the one that goes all the way through the neck. But look at how yellow this is relative to the amount of yellow fat displayed in this wound. So this is going to be more of the antemortem side of that wound. So we have, that gradation going across from antemortem to perimortem. In her case, I don't see any definitive post-mortem wounds. I see perimortem wounds that are probably right near death. But again,
Hey,
death
Draco.
doesn't occur instantaneously. You're bleeding to death, and so it's a relatively slow process.
Great job. Next, you describe mid portion of the shoulder with a complex 1 3/4 by 1 1/2 stab wound with 4 separate stabs. Going back to that same photograph, 2 of 415, can you describe the location of that?
This is actually that wound. It sort of has the shape of a Z, but you can see there's 1, 2, 3, and then a fourth one right there. This wound is actually one of the more damaging wounds because unlike this wound here, which is more dramatic, if you will, this time the knife actually penetrates into the armpit. And in your armpit, you not only have a bundle of nerves called the brachial plexus, you also have artery and vein going into your arm and providing blood to your hand. So in this case, not only the nerves of the brachial plexus, but also the artery and vein of the brachial artery and vein are damaged and severed. So now we have not just venous blood under low pressure, large volume, but arterial blood, high pressure. So this wound is going to bleed pretty significantly. A lot of that blood is going to be internal, but it's going to work its way out. And the internal bleeding is going to come about because the multiple layers of muscle will sort of close over and block off a lot of that bleeding. But because we have that Z shape where you're cutting not only with the muscle fibers, but across the muscle fibers, that's going to be more open and allow more bleeding to occur. So this one is going to bleed pretty.
TLDR is stabbed his girlfriend 60 times, put her in a suitcase, threw her by the Tennessee River.
Significant.
Thank you, sir. Next, you describe just below the complex wound, a big 1 3/8 stab wound with a 1/8 inch one edge. Both this stab wound and the complex wound penetrate the axilla as described to the jury. So showing you, going back to the same picture, 2 of 415, where is that?
There we have this wound, which goes upward in the arm and actually gets into the axilla as well. So these two are creating a fairly large amount of damage into the muscle of the upper arm going into the axilla or the armpit area and doing a lot of damage to the vasculature and nerves in that area.
Next, you describe an injury to the right elbow with a 1/4 inch superficial incised wound with surrounding abrasion. I don't believe we have a photograph of that, do we, Doctor?
I don't believe so, but it's actually on the elbow itself, superficial wound, a little bit of abrasion around it.
Would it be a fatal?
It would not be, no, sir.
Next, sir, you describe a right wrist with a 2 3/4 inch incised braided contusion on the ulnar aspect and a 1/2 inch contusion on the radial aspect. I'm showing you 2 of 415, line pointing outwards.
This is the contusion on the ulnar aspect. Actually, here, this is the one we were just talking about. The bones of the forearm are the ulna and the radius. The radius goes to the thumb. And so the thumb side is the radius and the ulna, the little finger side is the ulna.
Sorry, I lost
So-
my lights in the bedroom.
If we look at the outside of our arm, forearm, that's the ulnar side.
Sorry.
And so this bruise here, this contusion, is going to be the one on the ulnar side. There's also another one on the radial side or the thumb side.
You mentioned the thumb side with a half-inch contusion on the radial aspect. Sir, would you mind pointing it out
That's right here,
next to the tattoo?
next to the tattoo with the handcuff.
Judge, it's 20420. Next, sir, you describe a incised wound to the right palm with a 1 1/4 horizontal incised wound, the distal undetermining just proximal to the ring and the fingers. I butchered that. And sir, would you mind pointing out that injury?
This is that injury. You notice all the wrinkling of the hand that whenever we're in water, we all see it. We call it washerwoman skin. More formally, it's immersion changes. But the undermining is what we call the word term used when the blade scoops under the skin and cuts. And we've all done it to ourselves. But in this case, you have sort of a curvilinear shape here, and instead of a stab going in and through, it's more of a slice. But it doesn't come this way, it comes this way. It comes from the palm toward the fingertips. So that's what that distal is. Distal means toward the outside, proximal means toward the core of the body. So distal undermining means that the wound itself is cut this way.
Is that the only injury to the right arm and hand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next, we move on.
Draco, he says it was he's not claiming self-defense, although opening statements says it was self-defense, that she came after him with a wine bottle. But he says that he saw the knife and then blacked out and came to and there was blood everywhere. So yeah, I think he's full of crap is what I think. And on the wall of his apartment, there's pictures on the wall, like a collage of picture. Like, it's creepy looking. It looks like a serial killer's lair. It's creepy. He's just creepy.
On to the left arm. No injuries to the upper arm and forearm. Use to the right wrist, showing you, I'm sorry, left wrist. I'm showing you 204-25. Please point out that injury.
That's this wound here. You can see it's relatively small. Again, using that standard anatomic position, anterior meets front.
Sarah Boone and George, they were having a good day. They were drinking wine, smoking weed. And then she noticed that he still had the Tinder app on his phone where they met. And it was still dinging that he was getting connections with other girls.
the hands are toward the front. So the anterior surface, it's also called the ventral surface. The back is the dorsum, the belly of something is called the ventral. When we go fishing, the fish have a vent that's on their ventral side. That's this wound, and it does not go in very deep and does not sever the tendons that go to the arm or the hand, rather.
The next injury you describe is a injury to the wrist, 1/4-inch vertical stab wound, showing you 204-22.
That's on the ulnar surface there. Again, you can see that this is the outside, the little finger side of the hand.
How do you pronounce that word?
Posterior ulnar. What that means is the ulnar, the little finger side, and the posterior or the back. So the back little finger side of the wrist, which would be this area right here.
Has a 2 1/4 by 3/4 inch stab wound comprised of 3 separate stabs in an arrowhead shape. They penetrate through the ulnar. Is that a bone, sir?
That is a bone, yes.
And inside the ulnar artery. Sir, I'm now showing you 204-15. Would you mind pointing out where that wound complex is?
That's this wound here. And again, we have an injury to an artery. And the ulnar artery is not a real big artery, but you can sometimes feel your pulse in that. Most people, when they feel the pulse in the wrist, they go for the radial artery. But there's also one at the ulnar artery. And so this is cut as well. So not only do you have fracture of the bone and incised wounds of the area of the wrist, you've also got an incision through an artery. So we have the jugular vein in the neck. We have the axillary artery in the armpit, and now we have the ulnar artery in the wrist. So we have 2 sources of arterial bleeding and 1 source of significant venous bleeding. The jugular vein is, as you would expect, a quite large vein, since it brings blood back from the head.
Now showing you 204-23. You describe an arrowhead shape. Can you point that out?
That's actually, we could probably see it a little better in the other picture, but basically we're talking about this area here.
Next, you describe a 5/16-inch superficial stab wound at the junction of thumb and wrist, showing you 204-24.
And that's this. You can see a little bit of skin that's actually pulled up because the tip of the blade doesn't go in very far and just lifts up a little bit of skin. This doesn't go in deeply. It doesn't hit any major vasculature or bone.
You describe a 1 3/8-inch stab wound with a 1/16-inch blunt edge just below the distal wrist, and it goes completely through the hand, exiting the palm with a 1 1/4-inch. Would you mind pointing it out to the jury on 204-23?
That's this wound here. And you can see the depth of that wound, and that actually goes all the way through and comes out on the palm side and right through here.
Showing now 204-25, the injury you described is at the, I guess, center of the photograph.
That's correct, yes, right here.
Thank you. You then describe a 1 1/2 incised wound exiting through the back of the palm. Is that what we see in 204-23?
That's this wound here. Basically, it's a slice across the little finger side of the hand that goes all the way through this area of muscle along here.
I'm now showing you the back of the hand, 204-25. Doctor, are you able to tell from looking at this, which direction the hand was facing at the time of the incised wound?
No, sir, it's basically horizontal or across the long axis of the hand. So it could be like this, it could be like this, depending on how the wrist is turned, would depend on or would vary the angle of the knife. So it's just an incised wound, it's not a stab.
What about the preceding injury that went through and through? Don't use the term, I'm sorry, that entered on the dorsal side and exited on the ventral side?
That actually obviously is coming from the back of the hand toward the palm. And so if we take the left hand and put it in the position, then the wound is coming in this way. If we put it in this position, then it's different from all of our other wounds that are on the right-hand side. So if we lay that left hand out, then we've got to turn it over for the blade to go in the back and come out the palm. So we have multiple variable ways that we can have the direction of the.
I agree. If it's self-defense, defend yourself and then call 911. I don't buy self-defense when you go through that much of cover-up, because self-defense is a legitimate defense. I don't know. This whole trial has been bizarre.
Knife going relative to her body, depending on where the arm is and where the hand is and how it's rotated. So because that left arm and hand are free, that is, they can move in any direction that you can normally move your hand and arm, you can't lock her into a rigid position for that wound. Now, if we put her hand where we found it, when she when the bags were unwrapped from around her body, it's in this position. So a blade coming from the right is going to be able to go through this hand if you bend the wrist like this. Or if it's facing this way, it can come this from right and going upward. And again, that would fit with the other wounds that we see that are all going from the right to the left and a little bit upward, sometimes a little bit downward. And not much in the way of forward or backward, but some variation on those.
Thank you, Doctor. You then describe a quarter inch superficial stab wound of the back and in reference to the fifth metacarpal. You might point that out. Or I'm sorry, Dr.
That's this wound here. The metacarpals are our hand bones. The carpals are our wrist bones, metacarpals are our hand bones, and our fingers are called phalanges. So the hand bones are actually, when you look at an x-ray, what looks like a hand or what looks like your fingers is actually your metacarpals for the most part. And so that's over the bone leading to your little finger. That's the fifth metacarpal.
You then describe, sir, a horizontal 3/4 inch stab wound between the fourth and fifth metacarpals going completely through the hand, inside the bone and tendon, and exiting through a 5/16 inch wound on the palm. Sir, I'm showing you 2 and 4/23. Point that one out.
That's this wound. You can actually see the end of a severed tendon right here. And obviously this would be the fifth and the fourth metacarpals. And that's the exit here in the wrinkled surface of the palm.
describe a perforating stab wound of the index finger entering the back of the finger through a 9/16" wound inside the tendon and bone of the first phalanx, exiting the palmar aspect of the finger through a 5/16" wound. Returning to 204-23, point that out.
That's this wound here. It's on the first joint or the first phalanx of the phalange of the index finger. And this one goes through the finger and comes out on the palm surface. You see, here's the thumb and the index finger here, and this is where it comes out.
For the record, 204-26. Doctor, you said earlier.
John, let me catch up. Not present. Thank you. Not present.
I still think when this trial's over, if he gets convicted, if he is going to get convicted, because even his defense attorney said this is not a trial about guilt or innocence. They're saying it's involuntary manslaughter. They're not even saying it's self-defense. But I think,
Gentlemen, it is 5 minutes after 12. We did not get a mid-morning break. I want to get through as much as possible. So we're going to take our lunch break at this point. It's 5 minutes after 12. We'll try to resume this jury trial at 1:20.
okay, did he say 120? I think he said 120. They said that defense got up and said, this is not about guilt or innocence. It's about, what word did he use? They said it was voluntary manslaughter. They didn't even say it was self-defense. They said he did it. So I'll do a recap, Draco, since you haven't been here. On the 22nd of November, so this was in 2022, this was right before Thanksgiving. She told her mom she was going to a friend's house and she'd be gone a couple days. And when they didn't hear from her and Thanksgiving was coming up, they started to worry about her. Well, they couldn't find her, couldn't figure out where she was. So they used the My Chevy app to find her vehicle. And then when they went to the vehicle, it was abandoned at this condominium place. And it was locked. None of her stuff was in the car. Nobody was with the car. So they knocked on doors at the condominium trying to see if anybody had seen her or heard from her or anything. Nobody even knew who she was. So they called the police. Yeah, they're trying to go for a lesser charge, basically. Yeah, I do the same thing. And with this guy, that apartment, which I'll get there. So they called the cops. while the cops was there. They knew she was dating Jason. They had not met him yet. So they knew of him. So they found his number in her phone. Actually, I don't think she had his name marked in the phone. I think they just like called a number that had been called frequently, and they put it on speakerphone so the cop could hear her, and they asked when was the last time he had talked to her. Now, because her phone was on the same account as her mom's, she had her phone record, so she knew what number. Her phone has still never been recovered. They have the SIM card. They found the SIM card in his backpack inside a glass case. So he ditched her phone somewhere and kept the SIM card, and the phone has never been recovered. But because her phone line was on her mom's account, that's how her mom got this information. So she knew the last time that her daughter had spoken to Jason. So she called him, and it was on speakerphone so the cop could listen in, and he lied about the last time he spoke to her. So she told the cop that he was lying. And the cop, who was just a patrol cop, he did the only thing he could do. He took the report and he said he would pass it on to missing persons. Because at this point, she's still a missing person. And then, after the cop left, they were not happy because they expected people to come and start looking for her right then, I suppose. So then they went to Jason Chen's apartment building, and they had Jasmine's picture, and they started knocking on doors and asking people if they knew their daughter, had they seen their daughter, she's missing. And one of the neighbors said that they had heard a loud noise coming from Jason's apartment, and they told her which apartment was his. So they took a credit card and they broke into the apartment. Oh, this is true. Yeah, that is true. Didn't think about that. So she told the police that what happened was because she didn't want to get in trouble for breaking in, which I don't blame her. Said that they knocked really hard and the door popped open. And the parents have never been charged with breaking and entering or tampering with evidence or anything. But they called the cops. Now the districts in Chattanooga, there's 3, and the one where they found her car is like butts right up to Jason's apartment. So the area where her car was missing, one cop from that area responded to that, and a different 2 cops, I think, from the other section of the city came to that. So it wasn't the same cop because it wasn't his area. So 2 more cops came to that, to his apartment when she called. And yeah. So the cops came, they took another report. We'll report it missing. Basically, they did the same thing the first cop did. And they're like, that's not helpful. So, they went downstairs, got in their car, acted like they were going to leave. They waited for the cops to leave, and then they went back into the apartment. And all of her stuff like her driver's license, her bag, her credit cards, her iPad. Like she had stuff there. And then they also took some of his stuff. There were phones. There was, I think they took his Xbox. Anything, because you can use an Xbox. Like, I mean, it's a computer. You can like text people on it and stuff and talk to people on it. So anything like that they could take that might have forensic evidence on it, they took. And then at one point, the cops went back and they luminoled and they did everything. And before they found her, they went ahead and started treating it like a homicide because of all the blood. Now, the defense wants them to think, and of course they have the receipts from the Walmart murder aisle where he went and bought cleaning supplies, and then he also went to Walgreens and bought cleaning supplies. And they want you to think that there was not that much blood in the apartment. He wants you to think that the family came in after cleaning had been done and the carpet was wet with cleaning supplies, and they walked through the wet carpet and they dragged the cleaning residue all over the apartment, and that the luminol or the blue star reacted with the cleaning supplies that the family had spread all over the apartment. And it looked like there was blood everywhere, but it was actually cleaning supplies that the family spread around. So that's what the defense wants you to believe. But something I learned yesterday, because I've always wondered, because I always thought, well, luminol and blue star, they react to bleach and cleaning products. So how do they know that's not a false positive for blood? And they actually explained that yesterday on the stand. And I've wondered that for years, because they always say, oh, it reacts with cleaning agents. And so I've always wondered that. And they actually explained it yesterday. So I learned something new. When it's a cleaning product and it reacts, it doesn't turn the fluorescent blue. It's more of a whitish color. So it's not that bright blue, and it doesn't fluoresce as long. It just like barely does it and then it's gone. But if it's blood, it turns bright blue and it lasts longer. So I was like, oh, cool. That's cool. So they can tell a difference. So they can tell if it's just like bleach, or if it's bleach mixed with blood, or if it's blood. They can tell by the different reactions. So I was like, that's cool. Oh. Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I always wondered, how do they tell the difference? Because it reacts. It also reacts with some root vegetables, she said. What type of root vegetables reacts with luminol? I think that's funny. I'm sorry. Yeah, I love forensics. I do. I love forensics. Oh, and they asked the forensic chick a question she didn't know the answer to, and I did, and I think I forgot to tell you guys what the answer was. Why does peroxide, why would you use peroxide to clean up blood? Peroxide has an enzyme in it that breaks down blood. That's why you use peroxide to clean up blood. But I don't think they said whether or not peroxide would react with the blue star. I don't think she knew that, and I don't know that one either. The dingo ate my baby. I remember that case. Yeah, they tore that woman a new one, man. That poor woman. Oh my gosh. Your parents knew them? Oh, that poor woman. Whatever happened to her? Did they arrest her for, I mean, I know she went to trial, but was she convicted of that? Because they swore that woman killed her baby, and it wasn't. A dingo got her baby. I remember that case. But did they let her go when they I know they found out the truth, because I remember when that happened, and I remember the trial, but I was so, back then I was starting my life and being a nurse and all that kind of stuff. The thing I remember most about that trial was Julia Louis Dreyfus. Julia Louis Dreyfus, and I don't know if it was on Saturday Night Live or if it was on Seinfeld, because I've not seen many Seinfeld episodes. It might have been on Saturday Night Live. But she had a line in something. It was, maybe a dingo ate your baby. Oh, of course they did, because people love to destroy religions as much as possible. Oh, thank God. Thank God. You never heard that case, Judy? Yeah. They were camping, right? In the outback or something, and a dingo got their baby, and they swore that the mom killed it, and she was like, no. That is sad. Okay, so where did I leave off? So they went to his parents' house. They searched the house. They got a search warrant to search his body. They took pictures of him. He has a cut on the palm of his hand, which usually when they do that, their hand slips and they cut themselves. It did become a joke, yeah. Like I said, that's the main thing I remember is Julia Louis Dreyfus. Why can't I say her name today? Julia Louis Dreyfus with the bad Australian accent saying, maybe a dingo ate your baby. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she was. Which is probably why I remember the case. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they got the camera footage from the stores where he bought the cleaning supplies and everything. And he has a phone. The case had a sticker on the back, like where it makes a pocket so you can put credit cards or driver's license or whatever in there. So on the, where you self check out and it has a camera that is top down, you can see that phone with the pocket where he's putting his credit card and stuff back in it. So they found that phone with that case at his parents' house, and no one has mentioned this, but in that, it's a red box where his phone was. There was a whole bunch of women's jewelry in that box. I don't know why I'm burping so much. Well, you guys know I burp when I talk. I inhale too much air or something. I don't know. Anyway, so now this is just my theory. I think Judy agrees with me, but it's my theory. Don't sue me or come after me or anybody that hears this. This is just My true crime overactive imagination. Creepy pictures on the wall. A lot of women's jewelry in his bedroom. I'm just connecting the dots. Someone needs to investigate all the pictures on the wall, make sure those people are still alive and well, and investigate all of his Tinder contacts. I'm just saying. What? Oh no, that's fine. Challenger was in, well, wait. Challenger was in the 80s. So that isn't millennial. Because I was in high school when Challenger happened. I don't know. I don't feel trauma from, I don't know, maybe sometimes I think there's something wrong with me. Like, I feel like my therapist has told me this, that, and it's part of my problem, it's part of why I have PTSD, is that I'm too empathetic. But when it comes to global events like that going on right now, it's not that I don't care. I feel bad for those people, but I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. It's not that I don't care, but it's like not, it's not like in the forefront of my mind. It's not like I'm glued to the news trying to figure out what all these people are going to do and how they're, I don't know. It could just be a result of living in Florida and dealing with hurricanes 2 or 3 times a year. Like maybe natural disaster type things are just so normal for me that they don't give me trauma. I don't know. Everybody has trauma, no matter what generation, no matter what happens. You can't just, you don't have just trauma from, well, I don't feel any sympathy for Gen Z. They are whacked. I'm sorry. All this stuff, like Gen Z hates Gen X. I don't know what their problem is. I'm so tired of watching videos of Gen Z people saying how we're pieces of crap. They're the ones that don't want to go out and get a job and think that we're stupid. I don't understand Gen Z. Oh, maybe this is it. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why, because I've got too much of my own garbage going on. That's very possible because I've just got so much. Okay, so after they searched his parents' house, then they got a warrant to search him, and they took him and got pictures, fingerprints, all that kind of stuff, and he was just detained at first. Then they got the arrest warrant, and was it the next day that they went and looked? Because his cell phone had pinged at Suck Creek Road. What a name. Suck Creek Road, which is parallel with the Tennessee River. And there was like a little gravel pullout, which I don't know why that's there unless, or maybe it was because just a place in case you needed to pull over for something, because it didn't look like there was any place else really to pull off the side of the road. So I don't know if it was like a scenic pullout or just in case you needed to for necessity or whatever. But anyways, there's a series of pullouts on that road. So they started on one end of the road, and the first pullout they came to, they parked and they looked down towards the riverbank and they saw the suitcase. So they went down there, and there was one cop he had gloves on. So he pulled the suitcase up, opened it, and saw something in trash bags. Since he was gloved up, he just felt it, and he said he could feel the shape of the body. And she was stabbed 60 times. So they said they had been drinking wine and smoking weed, but also smoking wax. Wax is a more concentrated form of THC, and concentrated synthetic forms have been known, rarely, it's rare, but it happens, have been known to cause psychotic breaks. But I don't think this was that. I don't know what happened. The way the defense tells it is that she got mad when she realized that he was still on Tinder hooking up with other girls, and that she came after him with a wine bottle, and he did what he did in self-defense. However, he blacked out in the middle of it. You know, I had never heard of wax either, because they don't have wax at my dispensary. They have shatter, they have resin. See, I'm trying to think of what else they have. But wax is another one of those. It's just a more concentrated form. Basically, because you can build up a tolerance, there are more concentrated forms, and there's it's called a rig, a dablicator rig. I don't know how it works. I don't have one. I don't need that yet because I'm not a recreational user. I just use for pain, so like once a day in the evening, so that I'm not in pain and I can sleep through the night. So I haven't got to that point that I need that kind of stuff yet, and I don't want to use it too soon because I don't want to build up a tolerance to the point that I don't get pain relief, because it's not fun to me. I don't like it. It makes me stupid. I don't like being stupid. I can't do anything. I'm not good at multitasking now, because when I have ADHD, so when I multitask, I'm not productive. I've got 5 things started and nothing finished, and I'm scatterbrained. So when I'm in pain and I'm just like sitting there staring, doing nothing. So, but my back's not hurting. So Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We were talking about it on Biggin's channel the other night. I think it was Biggin's channel. And there was some woman was like, I'm against it. I'm against it. I'm just against it. Even medical, I'm just against it. And I was like, oh, I hope you never need it. I said, for some people, it's the only alternative if they have addiction issues. And I have never had addiction issues, but I know that I'm the type of person that would. I know that for a fact because when I go in the hospital and they give me IV pain medicine, it's too fun. It's too much fun. So, um, yeah, I like pain medicine too much. That's why I don't take it. I could take it. I could get it. Easy could get it. I don't want it. So we don't know. This jury is allowed to ask questions. I guess in Tennessee, what's the other case in Tennessee? Was it Carly Gregg? I know in Colorado, the Letitia Stout trial, they ask questions. Yes, absolutely. You know what floors me is that you can buy potassium in a store. If your potassium level is off by a couple of milligrams, your heart can go into an arrhythmia and it can kill you. And you've got potassium in your food already. So why are you going to take an over-the-counter potassium pill? They should not be selling that in a store. And digoxin, which is one of the main heart medications, comes from, I want to say foxglove, which is a poisonous plant. It slows your heart down. And before a nurse gives the medicine, you have to take their pulse. Because if their pulse is too low, you can't give it. It'll slow their pulse down, and if it's too low, then they'll die. It's poison. But it's one of the most commonly prescribed heart medications. Yeah. And because I'm a Christian, a lot of Christians are going to look down on me for doing it. So I don't I haven't been to church in quite a while because of the pain. But I wouldn't tell anybody from my church that I was doing it because I know I would get judged. But I was watching a video on YouTube the other day, and it was that question, like, to a bunch of preachers, and they were like, if you're just doing it, medically to, just like for pain or just for your nerves to calm you down or whatever, they're like, well, it's no different if you go in the hospital and have surgery and they give you opiates for pain control. It's the same thing. I was like, thank you. Exactly. Yeah, even oxygen. When I was a nurse, if we wanted to put oxygen on somebody, we had to get an order from a doctor. Yeah, oxygen is considered a drug. Yep. Yeah, I'll say something about we need to go to the dispensary or I need to go get weed or need to go get pot or something. And Travis is like, shh. And I'm like, what? It's my pain medicine. He's like all embarrassed by it. But he drives me to the dispensary. He went in there with me once because he wanted to see what it looked like in there. I'm like, well, you can come in the lobby. They won't let you back there where the drugs are. So the mom, the first time she heard that story about the self-defense thing, oh yeah, this is true. the first time she heard that story was during opening statements, and she was the first witness. So she was a mess. She was hysterical. They had to take a break after opening statements for her to compose herself so she could testify. And how she still testified. I thought about doing that. Like a pharmacy tech, like get my pharmacy tech license. But I never see any of them sit down when I go in there to the pharmacy. I never see them sitting. And if I were to get a job like part-time, I would have to sit, because until my back is fixed, I cannot stand. Not like 5 minutes, maybe might be my maximum, because whatever is going on with my back, standing makes it worse. But I cannot wait. If this second nerve block thingy doesn't work, I'm gonna cry, because it worked so good. I walked in to that doctor's office so slow. I was hunched over and just barely walking. And Travis was making fun of me, of course. He does it lovingly though. It's funny. I think he does it just to make me like laugh and smile, because I'm hurting so badly. And so got in there, and the shots really hurt, because it aggravated the nerve that, I was going, ow, ow, ow. He said, "Is that the pain that you've been having?" And I said, "Yeah, that's where the pain is." So he got the right spot. And then when we walked back out, I was walking just as fast as Travis was. And I usually don't, even on a good day, I don't walk as fast as he does. So I was like, oh, this is cool. So next Wednesday, they'll do the other one. And if it works, then I don't know. We don't have that appointment set up yet. Hopefully in February sometime. Then he will go in with a radio transmitter thingy somehow, and it sends radio waves that actually burns the nerves. So he's going to burn the nerve that is causing the pain. And hopefully I will be pain free for however long that nerve takes to regenerate. And then we can keep doing that as long as it keeps working, I guess, and put off surgery for as long as possible. Because I do not want to have back surgery again. I had back surgery in 2006, and it was successful, but I don't know if it's a normal thing after back surgery or if it's because I have fibromyalgia, but the back spasms that I had, the muscle spasms. Oh, no. Actually, my radiology was not bad. My radiation treatments were not bad. Because my tumor was under my arm. My tumor was under my arm, so I guess I must have been laying like this. I don't remember how they made me. I was probably like this. So it came in at an angle like this. So the worst that I got from it is I got a sore throat, because the way the angle came in, it actually got like the bottom part of my esophagus. It wasn't that bad. Yeah, mine was daily. The radiation treatments were daily for 4 weeks, every day. Yeah. But this is a little machine that's about like It's a little box. It's about that big. And it has a little wand thingy. So I guess, and it goes in with a needle. So I guess the needle somehow attaches to that little wand thingy, and then the radio waves go through it and burn the nerve. I didn't ask him how long it was going to take. I should have asked him. But the injections are really like 15 minutes. It's so and I really wanted the neurostimulator. I Oh, come on, StreamYard. Either if these don't work or if they stop working one day, that's the next step is the stimulator. And the stimulator, you have to do a trial on it as well to make sure that it's going to work. And because of, like yesterday, I was talking about I have arachnoiditis, which I never even knew existed because I was never in a neurological specialty with my nursing. And it has something to do with the formation of the nerves. I guess I can't remember if the nerves clump up and they're not supposed to, or are they spread out and they're not supposed to. Anyways, it's a formation of the nerves. They form in a way they're not supposed to. Like they move and they're not supposed to move that way. So I didn't even know. No, it's in the spine. Yeah, you would think it's an infection, but it's inflammation. It's caused by inflammation. Yeah, itis makes you think infection. Yeah, it's not. It's just inflammation. It's because it's a membrane called the arachnoid, and I don't know why they named it arachnoid. Because arachnoid makes me think spider. So it's not an infection. It's just an inflammation. And that's like fibromyalgia. That's all because of inflammation. So I wonder if that's why I have that. I don't know. I don't know. My body just does weird stuff. It has forever. Since the day I was born. But so that makes me a good candidate for the neurostimulator. If I had just had like Oh, is that why it's called that? Because it looks like a spider web? Oh, hey, Toxic Orchid. Oh, see, I had never, you know what? I bet I learned that in anatomy and physiology and then forgot about it. So, because I have that, I'm a good candidate for the neurostimulator. But and I was all ready to get it, but I was going to do it before I tried like all these injections and stuff, but my doctor scared me. Because they actually have to take out a piece of bone in order for it to fit. And I would have to get another MRI because it goes all the way up to the top of your spine. So I would have to get an MRI of my thoracic spine. And I'm claustrophobic, and they have to put me under anesthesia for MRIs. And I don't like MRIs. I like anesthesia. Anesthesia is fun. It's like it's the best nap you will ever have, and you do not remember anything. I like anesthesia too much. I like pain medicine too much. That's why I don't take it. Yes, and I have too many bits and pieces that don't work right. Come on, StreamYard. Put that comment up there, or what I just said is going to sound crazy. Yes, I have too many bits and pieces that don't work like they're supposed to. Which is why I need to get monetized, because I need some money to take care of my bits and pieces that don't work right. Not only that, I owe too many people, I shouldn't say people, I should say medical facilities some money. My oncologist wants me to get another colonoscopy. And we have two medical systems in Gainesville, Shands and North Florida Regional Medical Center. And the medical doctor system that's associated with North Florida is SciMed. So I owe SciMed money, and I owe Shands money, and my oncologist wants me to get another colonoscopy. And I'm like, I still owe SciMed for the last endoscopy, and I told her that. And she goes, we'll have it at Shands. And I said, no, I owe Shands $200 for my last MRI. So I can't go anywhere right now and get anything done. Let's just hope there's no emergency although, of course, they would still take care of me in an emergency. And now we need a new air conditioner. Travis has savings in the bank, although we did just spend. What did we? Oh, our washing machine went out, so we just spent some of our savings on a new washing machine. When it rains, it pours, right? Hopefully nothing else will break. I hope nothing else in me breaks. So, you say they're going to be back at when? 1:15? Somebody said, oh, I missed this. Why did she have to be careful about lotions with oil? You mean while she was still getting the radiation treatments? Well, I saw a comment. And I didn't comment on it, but I wanted to, and I didn't start. Now I can't find it. It was about blacking out, not equaling not guilty, or something along those lines. I can't find it. And I agree. Oh, here, I missed that one too. No, it's not. I know what you're talking about. It's not like that kind of a thing. It's more of just like a place to pull off. The road was pretty flat. It was just a place to pull off the side of the road by the river. But yeah. Oh, there it is. If StreamYard will cooperate. Oh, I still don't get how blacking out means didn't do anything wrong. Yeah. Um Defense is going to have some kind of expert witness that explains the blacking out phenomena that happens when you're having some kind of traumatic event. Because he definitely said that in opening statements that Jason blacked out. And does blackout mean blackout as in just don't remember what happened, or passed out? If he passed out, blacked out, how did he do anything? Like, what does blacked out mean? Oh, that other trial, I don't know if any of you guys have been following it. I haven't really been following it. Um um I know a little bit about it. It happened in Florida. I'm not exactly sure which town, but it's Polk County. That's where my husband's from. There is, as the gavel drops, Discord link. That is where we get our documents from, and they also announce when I'm doing videos or live streams. Okay, now I have to find this comment. There it is. So the lady in Polk County that left her granddaughter in the car, she did not get charged with manslaughter. She got charged with leaving a person in the car for longer than 15 minutes with great bodily harm. He has age. But there was actually some experts that were excluded from the trial while the jury was out deliberating. They proffered them for appeal's sake, and there was actually an expert that says there is a forgotten baby syndrome. Do you believe that? There is a literal forgotten baby syndrome. How do you forget that your child is in the car with you or your grandchild? What don't you believe, Toxic? The blackout? I don't believe it either. I don't believe he blacked out. That all those pictures on the wall, plus all the women's jewelry he had in his room, leads me to believe that she could be one of many. But what I think, but I'm a true crime junkie, so just where my head goes, I could be totally wrong. Well, the expert said that it happens all the time. All over the world, babies are left in cars. But I don't know if I would go so far as to call that forgotten baby syndrome. I don't think it should be excused. Thank you, Toxic. Am I doing a crappy job promoting your Discord server? I'm sorry. You are a tremendous help to me. Tremendous help to me. I love As the Gavel Drops. And Judy is the one that always goes on As the Gavel Drops and gets my documents for me. And Toxic Orchid has graciously allowed them to announce my presence, and my sub count has grown rapidly since they have started doing that. So I appreciate you very, very much. No, it's like being in an oven. Nope. Absolutely not. I I remember I was on somebody's channel one time and they had like a guest on there, and they had to leave, but their guest was still like babysitting us basically. And I don't know why we got started talking about it. And I was like, well, there have been people that have killed other people while they were sleepwalking. And he was like, no way. That's not true. That's never happened. Name your source. And I gave him like 5 cases. And he was like, okay, I believe you. I believe you. But this, like, blackout and then do 60 times. No. Uh-uh. Not only that, get it on the screen. Come on, StreamYard. Not only that, but her other grandson, Ezra, died in her care before the granddaughter did. Drowned. And that was just ruled an accident. But I think the kid's mom said that they were going to look into that now because of the granddaughter. Yeah, that irritates me when people pretend to have disabilities and stuff, and they have some of the things that I have, and then it's obvious that they don't, and they say they have it. Because I have invisible disabilities, like, and I have fought tooth and nail my whole entire life to get treatment for some of the things that I have. It took 10 years to get diagnosed with fibromyalgia, with people telling me, there's nothing wrong with you. You're a normal girl. I'm like, I'm not. I don't have energy like other people. I hurt all the time. There's something wrong. I know there's something wrong. And people were like, oh, there's nothing wrong with you. Yes, there is. I know there is. And I was in my 20s and I knew that my energy level was not what it should be. And I kept going to try to find help. So then when someone, to get out of trouble, says they have something that I have that I fought tooth and nail to get treatment for, it makes me mad. Don't just throw that out there like that because you want to get special treatment. Oh, yeah. That woman wouldn't have watched my kids a second time. I'm sorry. I know it's her mom, but no. Yeah, why can't they make some kind of alarm that lets you know that there's still a person in the car? I wish I could invent that. I'd be a millionaire, man. Dang. What kind of education would I have to invent that? Some type of engineering degree, which I can't afford to get because that would cost a lot of money. What now? You gotta go potty? Uh-huh. Yeah? Was that a yes? Be right back. All right, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I thought that was a yes. That wasn't a yes. You want me to tuck you in again? Come on. Why did you get down? Fine. Come on. Fine. What do you want? Here. Good Lord, that dog. I shut the door, and then he started barking at the door, And I was just going to ignore it. And then Belle started barking too. I went in there and I said, don't help him. Shadow is sleeping next to my pillow, and she has not moved. Belle's asleep in the bed, but she keeps moving. And then he keeps getting down and coming in here and whining. And then I keep tucking him in. And he stays for a little while and he comes back and whines. Because he wants me to go lay down with him. He's cute and he's sweet, but he's a mess. What time are they coming back? It's 1:30. Oh, there we go.
I let the jurors know that I'd like to work at least one of 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. I let them know we work when they want to.
Oh, we're going to be doing this on the weekend?
No call, 20 days they're going to work the next, as far as Sunday, Monday. They sent a note out that says, do the parties have an updated estimation of the trial's completion date, or is the approximate completion date still next Wednesday? Total duration 10 days. The jurors have all agreed they would like this coming Sunday off.
Oh, good, because I got planned Sunday.
I'd say this, I think the state indicates they will probably rest sometime tomorrow, likely. So we're getting done as far as scheduling for the weekend. We're going to have deputies here for the Saturday part of this as well. Beyond that, I'll leave it up to y'all to let me know how long you expect your group to last.
We'll let us assess that.
Okay. All right, yeah, we'll bring it up again first thing tomorrow morning with the jurors. Get that answer.
Maybe a spreadsheet.
Yes.
We watched a video last night on Biggin's channel where a girl crashed her car. She was drunk.
I got caught. Well, if you could retake the stand, please.
And when she went to do the FST, she said, I just got an IUD and it's hurting me.
Your man under oath from earlier this morning will ask, typically, witnesses are advised not to talk about their testimony while we're on a break. Just make sure you talk about your testimony with anyone during this last lunch break.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And I was like, that's legit, because I had one and it hurt like hell.
Oh, yes, sir. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
Mine had me doubled over in pain crying at work one day and I had to leave. And then I went right to my gynecologist, like, take this out. I was like, for once, an excuse that could actually be real. But I don't think that was the problem. Right, Judy? She was, whoa. Yeah. which we didn't get to find out what it was. I wanted to know what it was.
Welcome back to lunch, George. I did get your note about your question regarding the estimated completion date of the trial. We'll know more about that after we finish today, see how far we get. And I think we'll have a much better idea of that sometime tomorrow morning. We'll let you know at that point, okay? Dr. Cogswell, you may need to.
Thank you. Before the break, displayed this on the screen. Your autopsy report on page 4 of 5 describe the heart vasculature containing no blood. What is the medical significance of that observation?
Well, that is an empty vascular tree. That is all of her blood, with the exception of that noted the 10 milliliters of blood, which is basically a thumb-sized syringe full, is no longer there. So basically, her vascular tree, her heart, her arteries, her veins have been drained. So all of her blood is, with very little exception, that which is, again, what's in the capillaries in the big toe is still in the capillaries in the big toe, but the bulk of her blood is no longer in her body. It is drained out of her body.
In essence, how much are we talking? What kind of volume?
Well, again, we're looking at about a quart and a half gallon, just for her to die, but she's got about 4 quarts of blood, so about a gallon of blood is her total blood volume. So you're really looking at 3, probably a little more quarts of her blood is outside of her body, has come out of the wounds that she has suffered.
Is that caused by her positioning post-mortem?
Yes, sir. She's allowed now to drain because we have wounds that are open to the outside, and the blood that's in body cavities, specifically the chest cavity, can drain out through that wound. The blood that's in the vasculature can drain out through the ruptures of the jugular vein, the axillary arteries, the ulnar artery in the hand or in the wrist. So all that is draining out of her body. And so that's why we're getting a large volume of blood basically on an area of carpet or within the apartment.
Thank you, sir. Part of your autopsy examination, you examined the contents of the digestive tract.
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
yes.
What were your observations during that examination?
Well, if we go to the normal internal exam portion of the autopsy report, that is not the injury exam, we've got only about 15 milliliters, which is a few tablespoons of tan fluid that doesn't have any food in there, recognizable food, no pills, no medications, and no odor of alcohol.
Are you familiar with the odor of alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Do you come across that odor from time to time during your autopsies that you perform?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long does alcohol persist in the stomach?
Typically, if you're drinking on an empty stomach, the alcohol will be partially absorbed in your stomach and partially absorbed in your small intestine. And we can still smell the alcohol in your stomach even a few hours later in many cases. In cases where the stomach has been completely empty of alcohol, it's all moved down into the small intestine, a faint odor may persist, but usually not.
In this case, are you able to draw a conclusion regarding alcohol consumption?
Certainly there was no alcohol consumption in the immediate time prior to her death. Because again, we don't have any breach of any internal organs other than that right lung, and this is all vascular injury.
Thank you, sir. In addition to conducting a visual, I guess, olfactory examination of the stomach contents, do you do anything to confirm those observations?
We do toxicology, but we don't do it typically on gastric contents unless we're suspecting poison or something like that. But we will do it on blood. And again, with an empty vascular tree, the amount of blood that's left in her body to test is relatively small. And basically the toxicology test came back as a negative drug screen, negative alcohol.
Is the report of the examination that is done on the quantity of blood that you submitted from Ms. Jasmine Pace attached to your autopsy report?
It is.
Going now to that document, is this the report that was submitted to you from NMS Labs
Yes, sir, it is.
regarding the examination of whom?
Of Jasmine Pace.
Now, it says at the bottom that there were no positive findings, none detected is what it says. But it references that you need to see a additional detailed finding section for additional information. What does that tell you based upon your years of experience conducting thousands of autopsies?
Well, the toxicology laboratories, when they test, there's no such thing as a true negative, that there's absolutely not anything there. What they have is something below detectable limits or below reportable limits. And this gets into basically, is this number reliable? And they have, over the course of decades and really almost a century of testing, we know what the lower limit of detectability is, reliable detectability for certain substances. And if we have basically it looks like an EKG tracing, if you will. It runs through the machine and you get blips, and depending on where these blips come for time, that tells you what that substance is, and that gets confirmed by a different test. But if there's a little tiny peak, but it's not up to where it needs to be reliable, it won't be reported. We'll just say, yeah, it may be there, but it may not be there. We can't say reliably, so we're going to say not detected. So the rest of the toxicology report tells you what we tested for, or what NMS tested for, and what their reporting limit is, so that you know that whatever it is that may or may not be there, it's at least that much if we've said we found it. If we don't find it, or we say not detected, then it's below that reliable level. Because there's always a little bit of noise in these testings, especially when someone is starting to decompose, as Jasmine Pace was, because she'd been dead for a while. So even though she's still relatively fresh, she is starting some internal decomposition. So there's some noise in that little blip tracing, if you will, that comes out of the instruments.
Specifically, sir, the second page of the NMS reports indicates that testing was not performed for THC and what appears to be metabolites due to interfering substance. Can you interpret that for us?
That's typical of what we'll see when we start to have decomposed or not the greatest specimen. It may be mixed with some fat or something like that, depending on how clean, if you will, the draw is. And in this case, it was clean blood, but it's kind of decomposing slightly. And so finding interfering substances is not unusual in that case, because as we start to decompose, we create a huge number of very complex compounds that will also out those peaks or blunt those peaks or make it impossible to say, yeah, okay, it is THC in this case or not THC, but we can't really be sure. So we're just not going to test that because there's too much noise in the background of this. So, and that's not uncommon. We'll see that in, I'd say probably about half of the decomposed cases that we have, one or another test won't be able to be run because of interfering substances. And this is an insurance policy basically to say, if we say it's positive, then it really, really is positive and you can count on it. So that's really all that means.
That makes sense.
The test wasn't run. She may or may not have had THC or marijuana metabolites in her system at the time of death.
Moving down towards the bottom, can you please describe to the jury what this portion shows?
Well, this is, as I was referring to a little bit earlier, this is the list of what NMS tests for and what their reporting limits are. So for example, if we say amphetamine, if it's below 20 nanograms per milliliter, and that's that NG/ml, if it's at a concentration lower than that, it will be reported as negative. Same thing holds for all the rest of these tests. And this shows the test protocol, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, or what we call ELISA. And the alcohols are tested by a different protocol using headspace gas chromatography. Ultimately, it all sort of comes out with the long trace with the little blips on it. We use time to tell what's coming off, and then the height of the peak tells us the concentration. That is, it's actually fairly simple, but at the same time, the instrumentation is quite complex. And if anything shows up as a peak, then it has to be confirmed and quantitated by a different method rather than doing the same test over again, just to make sure that it really is what we're saying it is. So you notice there are different units, nanograms per milliliter, milligrams per deciliter, and occasionally micrograms per milliliter. These are all the different units that have been established as reliable lower limits of detectability and a university or a universal standard among the toxicology laboratories.
So if there was any substances in Jasmine Pace's blood that you see listed there on this second, I guess, panel, did I call it that, panel of testing?
Well, it's the report of what specific tests were done.
And those specific tests that were done, if they were greater than those quantities, we would have seen that on the preceding page,
Correct.
but none more.
That is correct.
Thanks, sir. Doctor, you examined Jasmine Pace's lungs.
Yes, sir.
What were your findings concerning her lungs?
The right lung, of course, had a stab wound into it. Her left lung, well, actually both lungs, but more prominently, left lung had what we call aspirated blood. And that's blood that's being inhaled into the lungs itself. And it leaves a pattern that we call leopard spot pattern, because it really looks like leopard spots. Because what's happening is the blood is getting into the little air sacs in the lungs, and there's blood in each one of those air sacs, and it creates a spotted pattern. So aspirated blood means that there's active inhalation at the time that the blood is coming down into the lungs. If it's post-mortem, and blood's coming down into the lungs. There's no active inhalation, so it doesn't get out into the airways, and it certainly doesn't create a spotted pattern. It just would flow down gravitationally, and we would have essentially a line where the blood would settle to in a dead lung, dead person's lung. In a live person's lung that's still attempting to breathe, then the blood is carried with the air into the individual air sacs, and that creates the spots because blood is darker than air.
Are you able to draw a conclusion between the observation of the aspirated blood and the Jasmine Pace's injuries?
Yes, sir. She's bleeding into her airway. And again, we have that perforating stab wound in the neck. She's bleeding into that airway, and she's still trying to breathe.
So she was alive.
She was alive at that time, yes, sir.
How long, based upon your observation of the number of injuries, the locations, would it take for someone to succumb to those injuries?
This is not a rapid death. This is a death over the course of at least some minutes. Hard to say exactly how long, because heart rate has a lot to do with it. And obviously, the more stressed you are, the faster your heart rate is, so your heart is pumping more blood and at higher pressure. And if you already have breaches in your arteries, you're going to bleed faster. The other thing is, as you start to bleed to death, then there's less pressure behind not only your arteries, but also your veins. So the bleeding actually slows down. And so this is, at best, we can estimate some minutes, but it could be significantly longer. This is certainly not a half-hour event, but it's also not a half a minute. So we're in comfortably around the few minutes. I would say it's at probably less than 5 minutes, assuming that all these stab wounds are inflicted in a short space of time.
Do you believe, based upon your observation of the color of the injuries, do you believe that to be the case, that they were inflicted all in a short period of time?
Certainly, they're clustered, as you saw, in a relatively small area, and there is not only the multiplicity of them, but they show differences in coloration. So we sort of have a pathway or an example of antemortem to perimortem to getting close to postmortem, just based on the coloration of these injuries. So some of them we know occurred antemortem, particularly the ones in the through the throat where she's aspirating blood into her lungs. We know she's alive then, and so we can kind of use that as a benchmark for an antemortem wound. And then as we get to some of the more yellow-based wounds, more and more, those are getting closer to her time of death as she's bleeding to death.
So some of them were early, some of them were officially several minutes
Yes,
into the stabbing and incisive infliction.
yes, sir.
Were you able to determine the cause of death in this case with reasonable degree of certainty?
Yes, sir. It's multiple stab and incised wounds.
Reflected on the first page of your autopsy report?
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, nothing further. Oh.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Good afternoon, sir.
You didn't witness the events leading up immediately after the sequence step, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And that's why you perform an autopsy, so you can figure out what happened.
That's one of the reasons, yes, sir.
And when you perform an autopsy, you put the body in the contact position, correct?
Yes, sir.
Body face up.
Correct.
And that's the position in which you measure the knife, entry, exit, and angles.
On which particular wound, or are you just talking about in general? Depending on where the wounds are, it could be with the deceased in what we call supine, that is face up, or prone, face down, or on their side. In this case, obviously, with the majority of the wounds on her right side, the measurement of depth is most easily done with the wounds up. Now, in the case of the stab wound that penetrated into the lung and the blade broke off, that was with her body actually supine, that is on her back, with the chest plate removed so that I could get the internal organs examined.
In this case, when you were performing this autopsy, looking at these backwards, would you say it's impossible to tell the position of the defendant and the decedent relative to each other?
I can tell the directionality of the wounds, but as to the relative position of the two individuals, there's only a limited amount, because if you're going to stab somebody, let's say on the right side of the body, and you're both standing there facing each other, and you're left-handed, then you can stab on the right side of their body. On the other hand, if you're coming up on them from behind, both standing up, now you need to be right-handed to stab this. Or if you reverse your grip where the knife blade is coming out here, you can still do it left-handed. So the idea of I can look at a wound and tell which hand the person used and how they were standing, there's only limited cases in which you can actually do much with that. Because you have to know the relative position of how you're holding up. And because there's a lot of different ways two people can be oriented, as well as multiple different ways to hold a knife, all of those have to be taken into consideration.
At the end of your testimony there, you talked about how long Jasmine Pace might have been alive. It sounded like more than 30 seconds and probably less than 5 minutes. Is that fair to say?
That's fair, yes, sir.
But that's the time of death. The time of unconsciousness could be different.
Well, in fact, she may have been unconscious before she was stabbed. There's no way to tell that from an autopsy. But if we're talking about just bleeding, roughly half of that time period she would be.
You observe what called instantaneous unconsciousness.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
There's 2 or 3 wounds. You know the order of the wounds as they occurred?
No, sir, I don't.
And that's not part of forensic pathology. There's no way to determine which was first and which was last.
Occasionally we can do that. I won't say that's not part of forensic pathology, but it's simply not something that can be done in most cases. In some cases, yes.
The stab to the neck, that could cause unconsciousness.
It doesn't actually damage anything that is required for consciousness. So there's nothing that says it has to cause unconsciousness, like a crushing skull fracture would cause unconsciousness.
What about the stab underneath the arm that goes into the lung?
The same thing applies, because again, sharp force injuries cause death by bleeding to death. That's their mechanism. And until you have actually bled enough of your blood volume out so that your brain no longer gets enough oxygen, you can remain conscious.
Well,
The exception, excuse me, sir, the exception is if the knife directly damages, or whatever the sharp force is, if it directly damages the central nervous system. So the brain or spinal cord, in this particular case, there was no damage to the brain or spinal cord. So it's simply bleeding to death. And however long that bleeding to death takes, you will remain conscious until your brain runs out of oxygen, and then you will lose consciousness and proceed to death.
But what are the jugular vein and the larynx, the wounds to the neck there, that would cause rapid collapse, wouldn't it?
Again, jugular vein is large volume but low pressure. It bleeds, but it does not bleed rapidly. Arterial bleeding is more dangerous than venous bleeding. So this is not like it shows on TV or movies where someone's throat is cut and they collapse within a matter of a few seconds. That's not how that works. So no, that would not necessarily lead to unconsciousness. There's no physiologic reason for her to lose consciousness rapidly from any one of these stab wounds.
In your autopsy notes, you said there was multiple stab wounds concentrated in critical areas of the neck and chest.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then we had talked about it just a moment ago, but the injuries to the right lung, that would cause rapid respiratory failure.
That would have caused collapse of the right lung. The left lung is still there and still functioning, although it is getting blood aspirated into it. But again, this takes time. This is not a rapid sequence of events.
And when you were, you had motioned to the jury that, you indicated that you had put your arm to the head, and that's where those wounds on the right hand are coming from?
That would be the left hand?
I'm sorry, you're right, the left hand.
Okay, yes, sir. In the position Jasmine Pace is found, she again is in that fetal position, and the majority of the wounds, in fact, almost the totality of the wounds, are on her right side of her face, right side of her neck, right shoulder, right upper back. Her left hand is free, and her left hand in that position, as you saw in photographs, is up in this area. And the wounds on her left arm are primarily right there on her hand. The wrist, the hand, and actual stab wounds through the hand and through the wrist. So the position, if we bring all of these wounds into a cluster, then her left hand would be easily or logically placed here. Does it have to be? No, it doesn't. But then we have a group of wounds that is out here somewhere, where her hand is not where the stabbing is occurring. So then we have to have a different, basically a different incidents or incident, multiple incidents or a single incident of stabbing that hand. Now, if the hand is here, then there's a whole lot of stabbing going on right in that area that's approximately this big. And if her hand is in there, then it's going to get stabbed too. If we move her hand away, well, then we have all this stabbing, and then we have to also do this stabbing. And this could have occurred first, before this cluster of wounds, but it's most logical that her hand is in this position because all the wounds are clustered in that area. No, sir. That's not really a forensic pathology term. Really, no. It's frequently used in court, but it's one that forensic pathologists tend to stay away from.
We didn't find any significant injuries to Jasmine Pace's lower legs.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that would suggest to you, in your opinion, that there was no effort to flee or evade?
The lack of, well, we always say absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So the lack of a finding doesn't tell me anything.
Would you agree that the cluster nature of the wounds indicated a rapid series of strikes rather than a prolonged attack?
Yes, that is most likely.
And if the attacker here was in the heat of the moment, would the injuries appear as they do here, clustered and frenzied?
That's certainly consistent with not only the number, but also the clustered nature and the pattern of the wounding, not necessarily wounds, but the wounding. So yes, sir, that would be consistent.
The suitcase was found by the banks of the Davidson.
Yes, sir.
That's going to be a moist area, right?
It is, yes, sir.
It's going to be wet, there's going to be moisture, and that's going to be able to get into the suitcase.
To some degree, yes, although it was somewhat supported, I believe, on brush, brambles, so it's not actually laying.
It was on the side of the
Right.
flames. Water and moisture can change the appearance of wounds as the body decomposes. Is that right?
To some degree, yes, sir.
You noticed that the fingers, the hands, the feet had the immersion changes.
Correct.
I never heard the term before, but washer-wounded skin.
Yes, sir. That goes back to probably a century or so ago. I'm old, so I do remember stuff like that. That women who would hire out to wash people's clothes frequently had wrinkled up hands like that because that's all they did. Their hands were immersed in water and soapy water constantly, and so they would almost constantly have skin that looked like that.
And it's when your skin gets all pretty, right?
Yeah.
That's what we call it in my house, pretty.
Yes, it's pruny skin.
Why does the skin do that?
What we're doing actually when that happens is we're losing the oils in the skin. And that's why you put the lotion or moisturizer, et cetera, to keep the tone of the skin. When you're immersed in water, then you lose some of those oils and the skin becomes waterlogged, really. And so we lose some of the oil and the skin itself gets a bit swollen. Waterlogged is really, I think, the best way to think of it. And it gets softened, and as we know, it can sort of, if you get really intense immersion changes, you can actually start peeling a little bit of your skin, the outer layer, and that will occasionally occur.
Now, I want to talk about how the immersion, the pruning, or whatever word I call it,
Pruning is good, sir.
might affect an incision or a stab wound. Prolonged exposure to water can cause the edges of the wounds to appear more open and exaggerated than less of the time, right?
Actually, it's the reverse. Because the prolonged exposure causes the skin to lose oils, but at the same time become more edematous. It tends to spread not open, but closed.
It doesn't cause curling.
It causes curling if you have a wound that is on a surface that has a thick layer, palms and soles basically, you may start on the hand wounds. The hand wounds themselves have that very pruning contour to them, but the other wounds on her torso, head, and neck, they look pretty much like a normal stab wound would look, at least to the forensic pathologist side. There's no real distortion to the edges of the wound.
Well, I didn't see any immersion on the neck or arm. I only saw the immersion on the lower extremities, right?
Well, and this is, we don't get that effect except on areas where we have a thick layer of keratin, and that's our palms and our soles, because we walk on our feet and we do things with our hands, and we have a lot of thick skin here. That's the whole purpose for having that skin that thick, but that skin is multiple layers that don't have blood supply to them. That's why we can peel our skin off. Don't really want to, but you can. And you're not going to bleed from that because there's no blood supply there until we get down to the actual base of the skin. So what that really is just multiple layers like pieces of paper that are protecting the underlying soft tissue from the damage from picking stuff up and doing everything we do with our hands and walking along. People who walk barefoot all the time, especially walk barefoot outside, have very thick soles of their feet for that very reason. And construction workers have much thicker skin on the palms of their hand than, say, an accountant or someone who just sits in an office all day. Or a lawyer. Or, well, some pathologists who just use microscopes.
Going back to water moisture on the wounds, can that distort the natural shape of the wounds?
Not to any significant degree.
What about the size of the wounds?
Again, not to any significant degree.
So we talked a lot about that blood edge that you can see on some of the wounds. Would the water or moisture make those appear more irregular?
Once the blood that we're seeing there is blood that has escaped the capillaries. It is now in the soft tissue. And so it's percolating between the cells. If you think of a brick wall, basically, all our cells are like the bricks, and the mortar is where the blood is trickling in there. So you can flush blood out of a vessel with water pretty easily, actually. But flushing blood out of the soft tissue in between the cells is not so easy. It tends to stay there. Now, if her body stayed in water long enough to actually start really decomposing, like for example, if she was found in the river after that period of time, then we can see leaching of the blood from the wounds themselves. She's not at that stage of decomposition yet. She's still pretty early. So if we have, for example, someone who's been pulled out of the Tennessee River or a swamp or something, and they no longer look like themselves because of decomposition, those wounds will have a different appearance, and that we won't see that blush of hemorrhage in there because the water will have leached that out. But in her case, she's damp, she's moist, but she's not immersed in water. So we don't have that effect.
Would the moisture affect, or would it be hard for you to determine the original depth and dimensions of the wounds, or would the moisture not have any effect?
Dimensions of the wounds, it has minimal effect. For depth, the problem with doing depth in stab wounds is that unless you have some rigid structure like bone, people are compressible. And if the knife blade is pushed in, we don't know how far it's pushed in because you can take a 3-inch blade and push it 4 inches deep because people are compressible. On the other hand, if you have a rib cage to stop it, then that's a more reliable depth. The other problem is if our internal organs are relatively fixed in position, but not completely, particularly things like lungs. Lungs have to move around inside the body, that's their job. Intestines and other things will move around inside the body too. So if I'm leaned forward and I'm stabbed in the front, my lungs are actually farther forward than they would be if I'm laying on my back. So now the apparent depth that's measured when I'm on my back is greater than the actual depth of the wound. So trying to deal with depths in stab wounds, and you'll notice that for the majority of these, there's no depth given. It's a description of what internal organs and structures were injured. And the reason for that is because of that mobility, and because if I say, oh, this wound was 4 inches deep, and we have a knife that's only 3 inches long, then it's easy to say, well, that knife couldn't possibly have done it, when in fact it could have. I have actually seen in my career stab wounds that were almost twice the depth of the knife that was left in them. So I know that knife actually caused that wound. So that's why measuring depths of stab wounds is sometimes helpful, but it has to be used with caution. But as far as the dimensions, the length, again, if we have a nice, cleanly defined stab wound where the blade goes in and straight out as much as possible, that can give us a good idea of the cross section of the knife, how wide the blade is, how thick the blade is, whether it's got a blunt edge. But for the majority of stab wounds, they don't go in and straight out. They go in and there is some relative motion on the way out. So virtually all stab wounds, even the ones that we call stab wounds and don't say stab incised, have some incised component to them. And so again, those dimensions, those are not absolutes. And the other confounding factor to that is, as we know, skin is stretchy. And we can change the look, the character of a stab wound depending on its orientation relative to the elastic fibers in our body. These are called Langer's lines after a surgeon by the name of Langer. We've all seen people with big, ugly scars from surgery. And mostly this is from trauma surgery. And those are the scars that cut across Langer's lines so the elastic fibers pull them apart. And those are the real ragged, ugly looking wounds. A good surgeon's going to cut along the line so that the elastic fibers just go right back together. And so that will change the look of a stab wound. So all of these things can modify the look of a stab wound. And out of all of that, way down on the list is moisture. So it's really not going to make a difference.
I should have asked this earlier on. You said there's 60 wounds, correct?
Yes,
And that combines both stab and incise wounds, correct?
that is correct.
How many stab and how many incise?
You know, I don't know that I've ever separated them out that way. Because of what we just talked about is that most stab wounds have an incised component to them, at least a little bit. And many incised wounds have a little bit of a stab component to them. Typically, we lump them under just sharp force injuries. But as far as actually separating them out, because it's not really that critical, you know, there are some that we know are stab wounds, like the ones that hit the large vessels. That's pretty easy. The one that broke off in the lung, we know that's a stab wound. But others that are just going into the muscle, there's going to be a stab component to them, maybe a little bit of incised component. Others are going to have more incised than stab. So part of that is a stab could turn into an incised wound if it's not accurately placed or if there's motion. So what may be an intentional stabbing motion may simply turn into an incised wound, and vice versa. An incised wound can turn into a stab if the other person isn't where they're supposed to be from that context.
Especially if it's coming in quick, as you say.
Certainly.
So during your examination and on direct, you noted yellowing around some of the stab wounds.
Yes, sir.
And yellowing around the skin can indicate reduced blood flow at the time of day.
Well, it's actually in the fat, but yes.
And when blood flow is significantly reduced, it may suggest that the individual had already been incapacitated or deceased.
Well, it tells you that there's not much blood flow in this area. And if there's not much blood flow, then there's not much blood pressure or there's not much blood. And at some point during the loss of blood, yes, you are going to die. And so those wounds won't have bleeding into them, or they'll have very little bleeding into them.
when the yelling in the skin, does not occur if the blood flow is normal though.
Correct. That's, and again, I don't want to be pedantic, but it's the fact that we're talking about.
I don't know if that's.
I know,
I'm not a doctor. So I'm just trying to keep up with you. Does the presence of yelling support some of the wounds were inflicted after significant blood loss?
absolutely, yes, sir.
You said that the cut to the jugular is a large blood flow, but it would be slow because of blood pressure.
Right.
If the blood grows, if the blood flow, I'm sorry, if the blood flow decreased rapidly, however, that would result in some stab wounds appearing less severe or with less surrounding areas. I said that correctly? That makes sense. Let me rephrase that.
Please.
If the blood flow decreased rapidly, if the blood flow decreased rapidly, this would result in some stab wounds appearing less severe, right?
Or having less bleeding into the soft tissue surrounding them. Yes, again, as blood flow progresses, we're going to see less bleeding into the, I said blood flow, excuse me, blood volume decreases, we'll see less bleeding into the surrounding soft tissue. As to the length of time that takes, it's going to occur in the same order, but the time frame is going to be flexible depending on how quickly the bleeding is taking place. But again, jugular vein bleeding is vein bleeding, not artery bleeding. So it's going to bleed more slowly. And it's actually more amenable to the pressure being applied to help stanch that bleeding. Arteries are a lot harder. And particularly if you're up in the axillary arteries, you can't put a tourniquet on that because the injury is actually above where the tourniquet would apply or could be applied. So that's going to be uncontrollable bleeding. The best you can do is press in that area and try to slow it down a little bit. But it's bleeding under pressure. So there's going to be a spurt with every heartbeat.
So again, we're going to talk about the yelling with that.
Yes.
I got it. The pattern of the yelling and the pattern around these wounds, that doesn't appear to be a methodical infliction of injuries, does it?
I'm not sure what you mean by methodical.
It's not someone's intentionally trying to stab in a pattern.
I don't see a pattern of wounding here from the standpoint of go down one side, come back up another, or in a circle. I don't see that here. I see almost a randomness to it, but still a cluster.
So we talked about perimortem, antemortem, and when wounds can be inflicted. So would you agree that perimortem injuries can sometimes be difficult to distinguish from postmortem injuries because the body tissues might still be responding to trauma shortly after that?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what it is that you were actually asking.
The difference between perimortem and antemortem.
Well, again, antemortem is we know this person is alive. Postmortem is we know this person is already dead. Perimortem is in between those two. And it's all on a continuum. There's no rigid separations between them. So saying this one wound is definitely antemortem, that's possible to do. This one wound is definitely postmortem, that's possible to do. This wound looks more antemortem than postmortem, now perimortem. And again, there's not rigid distinctions between them. So I'm kind of unclear what it is that you're.
Let me kind of lay it on it.
Okay.
You didn't notice report any postmortem changes.
That's correct.
Anyway.
That's correct.
evaluating a body for post-mortem injuries, there would be a lack of bleeding tissue for that to react. Am I saying that correctly, Doctor?
Yes, you're
Okay,
right.
all right. Would prolonged exposure to moisture or decomposition obscure the distinction between anti-injury and post-mortem?
Well, again, if we have immersion, total body immersion, then yes. And if it's there for a long enough period of time. Both of those, if taken to an extreme, significantly farther along than Jasmine Pace's body was, then those factors of the decomposition and the moisture, the wetness, could affect it. But in her particular case, she's not immersed in water, she's simply wet. And she's not very decomposed, she's only in very early decomposition. So both of those factors that you're alluding to would have an effect if she were either found totally immersed, submerged in water, or she was significantly decomposed. But in this case, neither one plays into it.
So when you observe these wounds, none of them are healing, none of them are clotting.
I'm sorry, the last word, clotted? Clotted, no, they were not.
So the absence of clotting or healing would mean that having injuries were inflicted long before. Right?
That is correct. These are all what we would describe as contemporaneous, that is inflicted around the same period of time.
With any trouble or was it challenging to determine the timing of the injuries?
Timing as in their timing relative to each other, or?
No, the time they were inflicted, not the time.
You mean time since death, or
Time sentences.
time since from wounding to when body was examined? I'm not clear on.
Let me try that again. So the timing of the injuries from when they were inflicted until when you healed. Okay? How did my state of decomposition or moisture, did that make this autopsy challenging?
Oh, in this particular, I understand what you're saying at this point. In this particular case, there's minimal interference by the stage of decomposition or the wetness of the body, because given the cold temperatures that surrounded this time in the year, her body is remarkably well preserved. And so the decomposition is, again, very early. And at a very early stage of decomposition, there's very little alteration in wounds or internal organs or structures. It's almost like what we would consider a fresh autopsy. There's a little bit, very, very little bit of difference in what we see, but something that we're used to as forensic pathologists. This is not anything that's really challenging at all, to use the phrase. So from the standpoint of the wounding, time since the wound was inflicted to the time when the autopsy was done, that goes along with the stage of decomposition. And in this case, the decomposition, again, is very, very early. So that has more to do with what the wounds look like, the decomposition does, than any of the moisture or any of the rest of the factors. Because again, you saw the photos, and although you're obviously not used to seeing dead folks, she looks fresh, or very close to fresh. There's a little bit of decompositional change here and there, but for the most part, it's not an issue. Actually, for the all parts, it's not an issue.
I'd like to talk to you about the handcuffs and shackles that you found during your autopsy, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't observe any significant injuries to the decedent's wrist, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And if you had, I would think consistent with struggling.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And during the autopsy, you found rust marks on her wrist and ankles.
Yes,
And that's probably because those handcuffs were exposed to moisture.
moisture, blood, and again, they're cheap handcuffs. These are not the typical law enforcement stainless steel, heavily chrome-plated handcuffs. These are cheap novelty, mild steel, very easily rustable items.
I think you said under wrap, you get these from places like Spencer's.
I use that as an example of a novelty store. I've never been to handcuff shopping at a Spencer's, so they may not carry them. I don't want to discuss, but something similar.
These are handcuffs that you can buy at a, I think you described it, any novelty type store.
An adult store.
Or I'm sure Amazon would be glad to sell them.
What are ligature marks?
Ligature marks are impressions in the skin where we're actually compressing the skin and squeezing the underlying fat to leave a permanent or relatively permanent mark, depending on how deep it is. We typically will see these in hangings. And what you see is the skin becomes sort of waxy and is a sort of a yellowish, waxy look to it, because what we're seeing now is the compression of the skin, and we're seeing through it to the underlying fat. And as you saw, the underlying fat is yellow. So we see this yellow, waxy shade to it, where the skin is actually indented. And again, we typically will see these in hangings because you have a fair amount of weight pressing on them. Anything that is less than that can be called a ligature mark, but unless it's fairly permanent, it's probably best to just describe it as what it is, an indentation or something similar, an abrasion if it is an abrasion, or a mark, patterned abrasion or impression. Impression is sort of the mild form of a ligature mark.
You didn't note any ligature marks or those types of abrasions in your report, did you?
I did not.
Do you know if those handcuffs, the shackles, if they're set, or you know if they're from the same manufacturer or same brand?
I have no idea. The only marking on them is made in China. So there's no brand name on there.
One of the pair of handcuffs had a key attached to it,
It did. They've got two keys.
and then both the handcuffs and the shackles had a mechanism on it that allows for release.
I believe only the handcuffs, my recollection is that the shackles did not. They were slightly different design.
But the jury can always go back and look at those things.
Yes, I may be incorrect, but I believe that's the case.
We had seen, I'm not gonna read that, exhibit 204, that showed the rusting on Jasmine's wrist.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do.
It's showing bruising.
No, sir.
The actual handcuffs themselves, what is this striation? If you know.
A striation is it's a form of a pattern injury, and it's caused by a man-made object that has a regularity to it. If, for example, well, we all have serrated knives at home. And if you take your serrated steak knife or whatever it is, and you scrape it sideways across butter, so you want to scrape up a little bit of butter. When you scrape that knife sideways across the butter, holding the blade upright like this, you'll get those little curls of butter, and you'll leave the ridges in the butter. Those are striations. The same thing occurs in bullets when they're fired through a gun. the rifling mark, the rifling in the gun's barrel leaves striations on the bullets. So striations are any sort of regular groove pattern that we see. We can see it in nature, particularly shark teeth have striations to them, but that's not terribly common.
Can you examine the handcuffs or shackles for striation marks?
I'm not sure what it is that you're.
So there is, if a knife hits the handcuffs, that would make a mark, wouldn't it? Or it could.
It certainly could. That wouldn't necessarily be a striation. That would simply be a strike mark on it, unless we have a serrated blade. So to answer that question, no, sir, I did not. I did not see any marks that would appear to be made by a knife striking a handcuff.
When you say the death and trajectory of the wounds indicate consistent force,
They were all delivered with roughly the same amount of force. Is that?
How's that possible?
No, there's actually some that are quite shallow and some that are quite deep.
I
So the force is fairly widely variable. If we assume that we're dealing with the same knife, then it's going to have the same sharpness on the point and the same edge. So depending on whether we're striking bone or not, if we use the same amount of force, we would expect it to go through muscle and soft tissue to the same depth. And since we have some that are pretty superficial or shallow and others that are quite deep, I would say there's a variable amount of force being exerted.
when you said, when we were looking at the carpets, you said that the body had to be rolled over, or could have been rolled over.
Yes, sir, I believe it probably was.
Did you go to Jason Chen's apartment?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know what room Jasmine Pace was killed in?
I do not.
Is it possible that she could have died right there and it rolled over on her back? From the fetal position to the supine position?
If that's the case, then if she was dead, then how would she roll? I'm not clear. Oh, she could be rolled.
Right.
Yes, okay, I was gonna say dead people don't move themselves. But I understand if you're assuming that she's not in a fetal position and then was rolled and placed in a fetal position.
So it is your belief that she had to be moved immediately after the stabbing, or that blood to go on to the heart?
That's
Or at some point after the stabbing, because again, there's only a few places that have easy access to the outside world, if you will. And those are primarily the stab wound through the neck and the stab wound that goes, where the blade breaks off in the lung. The others are damaging vasculature deep inside, with the exception of that ulnar artery. Now that, of course, is going to bleed because, as you saw, it's got a very easy access to the outside world. So she's basically going to have blood inside of her that can now pour out. So at some point, and she may have been still alive when she was rolled onto that side, but had not yet bled to death. I can't tell you when the sequence she was placed in that position.
And you can't tell whether she was conscious at that time?
No, sir, I cannot.
You didn't find any abrasions or bruises that indicate a lot of dragging or grappling?
No, sir.
Because if she was moved from one room to another, you might find abrasions or scratches that would show her being dragged, right?
Yes, they might be there, but again, we're back to the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, so lack of a finding doesn't tell us anything.
Doctor, are you aware that they never tested the blood from this carpet?
I'm not aware, sir.
You can't say definitively then that is Jasmine's blood. Thank you.
No, sir, I can't, no.
He's not a crime scene investigator. He's an ME. There he goes again. Asking the wrong person the wrong questions.
Doctor, jurisprudence, stand up if you want to. You said her head was about right here?
I believe it was in this area.
And then the body is right here?
Yes, her back along here, her buttocks down here, the legs coming up here, foot down here, and arm here, in that general shape.
All the stab wounds were on the right side.
Correct.
And all the blood would have come out the neck, under the arm, on the right side.
Correct.
Why is there so much blood down by the lower extremities? Why is there blood from her feet?
Well, again, we're losing, or she's losing, a couple of quarters.
They're going all the way down there and not staying up towards the top of the torso. It's a flat surface. They wouldn't roll down. The blood.
No, it's not going to roll down, but we're on the surface. So if she's basically covered in blood and still bleeding, then we can get a pattern like this.
Is your conclusion that she was in the fetal position based on the fact of how you found Jasmine in the suitcase?
No, it's actually based on the likelihood of where the stab wounds are clustered. Again, we have an area that's not much bigger than a piece of paper. If we just say chest and shoulder and neck, where all of her wounds are clustered, with the exception of the left arm, but the left arm itself, again, is free. So if someone is just standing there and they're upright and not in a position, a constrained position, then I would expect to see stab wounds all over the body. And there would be stab wounds to the front of the torso and the arms and the back of the torso. And this is how, when we see people being stabbed to death, it's a very active thing because nobody just sits around and lets someone stab them. They try to run, they try to get away, they try to grapple, they try to do. But in this particular case, we have 60 stab wounds that are clustered in an area approximately this big. And the most logical way that that happens is if she is in the position as found, as I noted in the autopsy report, because in that position, all of those stab wounds and incised wounds and stab and incised wounds can be easily inflicted without having to roll her around and a lot of movements. She could stay in that position and receive all of those stab wounds. And because of that, that's the most likely position she was in when her stab wounds were inflicted. Now, can I say categorically she absolutely had to be in that position? No, I cannot. But in order to then get all those stab wounds, you have to very carefully wait until she's in a position where this side of her is exposed and only stab then. And that really isn't terribly logical or consistent.
So it's a coincidence that the position that you found her in the suitcase is the same as that she found.
I don't know that that would be considered a coincidence. It's simply a lot easier. If she's already in a fetal position, then she's a lot easier to move into a suitcase than, so I don't really see that as a coincidence. That's simply consistent with.
What is rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the muscles after death.
How long does that take?
It depends is the correct answer. The books will give you all kinds of numbers and times when you'll start to see rigor mortis, and then rigor mortis is full 8 to 12 hours after death, and then it starts to fade after about 12 to 24 hours. And then by 48 hours, it's gone. That is extremely variable. And the reason we laugh at it as forensic pathologists is the books and the TV shows all act like that. That is in a rigid time frame. The sequence is the same, but the time can be widely variable. And things that affect rigor mortis are things like how much exercise were you doing? How much lactic acid is built up in your muscles? Because that's what stiffens. What is your muscle mass? Little children don't develop rigor mortis very well at all. Their rigor mortis, even full, is very weak because they have little muscle mass. Same thing with the little old ladies. People who are very bulky and robust and muscular, they may develop rigor mortis a lot faster. And it takes longer before it fades away, or what we call lysed or broken. So the amount just inside the body of change that can be produced on the timing of rigor mortis is pretty wide. Then we introduce environmental changes to it. And if you have a lot of air blowing across you, rigor mortis will set in quicker because your body cools faster. If you have a lot of clothes on, decomposition, including rigor mortis, will set in a lot quicker. There's a lot of the variabilities. Are you on carpet? Are you on hard floor? Are you on bed? Are you covered up? Is it cold? Is it warm? Is it humid? Is it dry? These are all the variables that will affect the timing of rigor mortis. The stages all pass through the same set of stages, but the timing of them can be widely variable. So what it seems like in books and manuals and on the television is pretty misleading. But it is basically the stiffening of muscles after death.
You don't know the length of time between her Jasmine's death and when she was placed in the sequence.
That's correct, I do not.
It is possible during that time, Jasmine had entered her, right?
Yes.
And that would have made it difficult to place her in a trash bag.
Or easier, depending. If someone is already in a very compact position, it's significantly easier to slide a compact, relatively almost football-shaped object into a trash bag than someone whose arms and legs are askew that you've got to try to pack in there and break the rigor mortis, that is to actually not break the bones, but loosen the muscles enough so that you can bend them. So if she's already in that position, she's in a nice compact position, and would probably be easier to put her in a trash bag.
What about the suitcase?
Well, again, if she's in that nice compact position, and the suitcase is large enough to fit her in, then it's actually a matter of simply lifting her and placing her in the suitcase in much the same way that at autopsy, I lifted her off of the trash bags and placed her over on the autopsy table so we could move the trash bags.
Are you able to determine whether or not the handcuffs?
Her poor mom. Can you imagine sitting there listening to people talk about your kid like that. Well, if she was this when she was put in the trash bag, or if she was that when she put in the trash bag and then put in the
Was
suitcase.
she still in rear when she was taken out of the suitcase?
No,
And I know I asked you timing, and it's all very nebulous. Are you able to tell what it did?
no,
Are you familiar with the term overkill?
yes.
What is it?
That's a term that is common in popular media. Uh, It's not typically used by forensic pathologists, but basically what it means is that more wounds are inflicted than are required to cause death. And the psychologist's version of this is that overkill reflects a passion of some sort, an emotional event where they're angry with the person that they're killing, and so they beat or stab or do a lot more damage to that person
Forensic
than would
pathologists
simply be
don't
required
use
to
that
cause
term.
death. And the theory is that because knives and fists and clubs and other blunt instruments and sharp instruments are more personal, that's why overkill is not frequently done with firearms. Because with firearms, you shoot them a couple times, they're dead, and that's it. It's relatively dispassionate. But in a passionate encounter, especially with knives, it's sort of a release of the anger in the same way that beating the pillow or whatever would be done to release all of that
You
pent
overkill
up
would not make up.
hatred or whatever that emotion is that's causing you to try to kill somebody.
You say anger, but there's a lot of different emotions and feelings and passion, right? Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. He's not a psychologist. He said forensic pathologists don't use that term. That they should have objected when he said forensic pathologists don't use that term. That's when they should have objected. And then he goes, the psychologists say, absolutely, at that point it should have been objected to, because he's not, they didn't tender him as an expert witness, but he's only an expert in the field of forensic pathology, not psychology. The minute the word or the phrase forensic pathologists don't use that term, he should have shut up. I couldn't believe he kept talking. I like him. He's a good ME, and he's good at explaining things. He's good at explaining the medical things. And it's not his fault. But that was a bad question because that's not under his purview. I don't even know where they're going with that question. That was weird. I can't see how he had the same stamina at the beginning as he had at the end. That's a lot of eek wounds. Judy has decided we're going to call these eeks. They're eeks. Eek. 60 eeks in an 8 by 10-ish area. I swear that apartment is the size of like an RV. Let's just cut it out the building and slap some wheels on it and call it an RV. Now I have heard everything. Okay. A couple of years ago, I was going to get my husband some culprit underwear. So I signed up for their newsletter and I never did it, and I never canceled the newsletter. So I just got something from Culprit. Ongoing Los Angeles wildfire relief. A heartfelt thank you to everyone who has helped us provide underwear to those in need in our LA community. We've already made several donations and our underwear is out there making a difference. For the rest of the week, we're offering 20% off site-wide with code Fire Relief. We'll automatically apply with link below, and we'll donate a pair for every pair purchased to help those affected by the LA wildfires. I mean, that's nice and all. But it's kind of crappy to use a disaster like that to make money. Just send the people underwear. Jeez.
Dr. Cogswell, the type of excessive injuries you observe are associated with excitement, correct?
What?
Typically, yes.
What do you ask? I missed the question.
You tend to see overkill in situations when the attacker is excited, correct?
Again, typically, yes.
Do you believe that overkill, that this is overkill in this case?
Well, again, this is not something that forensic pathologists, particularly I, use as a usual term. There are certainly more injuries that are required to inflict death. And in fact, the injuries are not particularly, for the bulk of them, the injuries are not particularly life-threatening, but we do have a reasonable number of these injuries are significantly life-threatening. Certainly, they're all going to cause pain and they're all going to cause bleeding. The whole overkill thing is best addressed, I think, by the forensic psychologist as opposed to the forensic pathologist. And while we see these sorts of cases and they're labeled overkill, that's delving into people's minds is more of a psychiatry thing than a pathology thing.
Let me go back and ask you a couple of questions about those handcuffs and shackles. could they have been used to draw the body into a smaller position? Smaller than the fetal position that was already there?
Oh, smaller than the position as found? I don't believe so. The handcuffs, of course, just have a very, very short chain, 3 or 4 links. The shackle has a much longer chain. That chain was used only on the right arm, and the right wrist was already shackled, or already handcuffed, rather, while the left arm was free. So it seems to me it would make more sense to attempt to attach the left arm to the ankle rather than the arm that you've already got attached to the ankle.
Is it possible, that's really my question. You weren't there, I wasn't there. Is it possible that, that handcuffs, restraints could have drawn, or could have made the body more compressed?
Well, certainly it's possible. As we always say, all things are possible that do not violate the laws of physics. As to whether they're likely or not, it just doesn't particularly make sense to do it that way. That doesn't mean that's not what happened.
One of the last things that you talked about on the record was the toxicology, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you indicate that THC was not present, but in the toxicology report, as we saw, it says that there was an interfering substance, so there wasn't one. Why didn't you notice that or mention that in the report?
Well, because I don't have any value for THC. I don't have a positive or a negative. So it's, again, I don't have any data, so the toxicology screen is negative.
But lack of evidence is not evidence of anything, right?
That's absolutely correct. I can't tell you categorically that Jasmine Pace did not have THC in her system, nor can I tell you that she did. We don't have any data for that. And so if you don't have any data one way or the other, it's a negative test.
Is it conclusive? Not negative, right?
Well, the toxicology report, as
Just in regards to the THC.
well, just regards THC, it's not even inconclusive. It's simply the test was not done because it could not be done.
So the test was not done. Not that it was negative. We don't know if Jasmine Pace had THC in her system scientifically, right?
Right, that's what I said. We don't know whether she did or whether she didn't because we couldn't test for it.
Because there was an interfering substance. Do
Right.
we know what the interfering substance is?
No.
What could it?
It could have been any one of a dozen or maybe even 100 different decompositional products. We simply don't know. That's not something that the toxicology lab is going to chase down because it doesn't really matter what the substance is that's interfering. It's enough that there is an interfering substance. It doesn't help you if you know that the chemical name of this interfering substance or substances, and it's more likely to be more than one. That doesn't help knowing that because you still don't have the answer to your question about THC.
You used the term I'm not familiar with. Decomposition products. What is that?
Well, when we decompose, things break down. And alcohol, for example, is a very good example of this. After we die, the bacteria in our gut will create alcohol and also consume alcohol, depending on which bacteria. We have probably half dozen or so different strains of bacteria in our intestines right now. Some of those will use alcohol as their fuel. Some of them will create alcohol as a waste product. When you start to decompose, those bacteria are released from your intestines and they travel through your bloodstream or through your vasculature. You don't have a bloodstream anymore. And that's what creates that marbling look that we see in decomposition. Prior to that, just the enzymatic breakdown of cells will release a lot of products that are within the cell. Enzymatic breakdown is the first step before decomposition. And this is what is called autolysis or autolysis. Auto meaning self, lysis meaning break. So the body is literally digesting itself. And because of that, that's when we start to get into the decomposition from the intestinal bacteria. So in a dead person who is decomposed, we may get alcohol positive on a toxicology test. But that alcohol may be just from bacteria, or it may be alcohol that they drank. Typically, if it's above 0.10, we can be confident it's alcohol they drank, because even the decompositional alcohols that have been seen over the decades in cases, they don't rise above 0.08, but so we have the fudge factor of 0.1. But there are other compounds. We have hundreds of compounds within our bodies, and as to which one is causing the interference, it could be multiple.
Well, you kind of jumped ahead for me, but let's go ahead and went where you went without the alcohol. You had said on the record that you did smell alcohol, correct?
That is correct.
But you did send, I think you, how many bottles of blood did you take from Jasmine Pace?
Only the one.
Why only one?
That was all it was. Remember, her vascular tree was empty.
So how many milliliters, or is that what you would measure it in?
That would be a 10 milliliter tube. This is when you get your blood drawn, the big tubes that are about the size of your index finger, those are a 10 milliliter tube. They come in 10, 7, 5, and on down. The little ones that are used in hospitals. We only use the 10 milliliter tubes. And those tubes have a sodium fluoride preservative in them. The reason for that is that stops any enzymatic reaction within the blood. Certain things and compounds, particularly like cocaine, for example, will continue to break down spontaneously in the blood until you get it into a gray top tube, which breaks that spontaneous degradation. So it preserves the parent cocaine before it goes to its metabolites. Alcohol, same thing. If we've got some decomposition, then the blood that we're sucking up into the tube also has some of that bacteria in there, and they will continue to change the concentration of alcohol in the specimen. So that's why we use the gray top tubes. In this particular case, as I noted, since the vascular tree is basically empty and I couldn't get any blood out of any place in there, I used the blood that was still in her right chest cavity, which would have been the blood that came out of her right lung. But that was enough to fill a tube, a tube.
Council, break the moment, please.
You know, I'm starting to wonder. If these eek wounds were inflicted rapidly in a frenzy, in an overkill type manner, or if they were done slowly type manner. which I don't think there's a way to tell. But it seems like if he was just stabbing blindly, he would have hit some arteries, especially in her neck.
This is the toxicology report,
Yes, there is.
and it looks like the tube that you used, you had a mass volume of 5.75 milliliters,
Correct.
and that's all the blood that you took from Jasmine Pace. That you could have
That
tested.
I could, yes.
And so 3 different tests were performed, weren't there? Or I guess only 2 of 3 tests were performed.
Correct.
And we've already talked about THC. I don't want to go any more into that. But let's talk about Alyssa. They tested for all these other drugs. And why did an interfering substance mess up the mass spec, but didn't interfere with Alyssa?
Well, the answer to that is in your question, because these are 2 different testing protocols. So we have, this is HPLC and the mass spec, and these tests are run using ELISA, and all of these tests, the alcohols, test chromatography. And so these are 3 different test protocols. And so then each protocol is defined as the
Can you hear me? Darn it.
And then we start to decompose. In this particular, Jasmine Pace's body is at the borderline, basically, of autolysis
now?
to decomposition. And again, as I noted before, she's got some very, very early signs of decomposition, but she is not decomposed. So she's at early decomposition stage, which would be basically autolysis. That's where we're just breaking down the the cell walls and releasing everything inside our cells. With decomposition, we don't have to create alcohol. And in fact, much of the distinction between whether you create alcohol or consume alcohol, whether your gut bacteria does that, seems to have a lot to do with your diet. And the toxicologist will jokingly say it depends on whether it was chili night last night. So that is a widely variable thing. You don't always see it, but when you do see it, again, anything less than a 0.10 is probably going to be decompositional if they're sufficiently decomposed. And that's going to be at a state significantly more advanced than what Jasmine Pace was.
But the extent of decomposition can be influenced by numerous factors, right? So the amount of time, obviously,
Yes.
The temperature.
Yes.
And so if this is week of Thanksgiving in November of 2022 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, it's fall, it's cool out. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes.
And then other environmental conditions, and here the only other environmental conditions is we're adjacent to the Tennessee River. Is that fair?
That's at least where her body was found. Where it was in between then, I don't know.
Would being in a suitcase affect, or in a trash bag in a suitcase, having an effect on decomposition as well?
Certainly it will from the standpoint of external factors. Much of our decomposition has to do with flies, and flies lay eggs and maggots start to eat us, etc. And that's when we get into a bloated, putrefactive state. Again, we're nowhere near that yet. So the cooler we keep a dead body, and the more isolated from the outside environment that dead body is, the slower decomposition occurs. And this is exactly why at the medical examiner's office, all of the dead folks are in plastic body bags and in a cooler on stainless steel trays, because those are all the factors that will reduce the internal temperature of the body as quickly as possible. And
I'm sorry. I love this guy. I love how he refers to him, all the dead folks. I think that is I think that's respectful. I like that. Like he's talking about them as if they're people. He's not saying all the dead bodies. Like he's like the dead folks. Like I just love this guy. I don't know. I just love him. He explains things well. He's honest when he doesn't know something. He doesn't try to make up crap. I was and my argument before was not against him. It was against the question. It was the question itself. It wasn't his answer. It was a question. But I love this guy. This guy's great.
Keep the environment away from it. So all of these things that you mentioned do affect decomposition. But in this case, we're not really dealing with very far into the whole decompositional process.
Alcohol also has a half-life in your body, right?
If you're alive, yes.
If you're not alive, does alcohol not dissipate?
Eventually, as the alcohol gets broken down by the decompositional bacteria running rampant, and again, we're at the bloat stage or even beyond, alcohol will tend to drop off because it's created and then it's used up. So the things you're talking about are far beyond the state of Jasmine Pace's body.
Well, we're talking about not just decomposition, but we're also talking about the length of time as well. So if Jasmine Pace died on November the 23rd, and you didn't do your autopsy until, was it December 1st? December 1st. That's about a little over a week, or 8 days, correct?
Correct.
And during that period of time, or the longer that period of time goes, the less likely you are to find alcohol, or alcohol will be detected.
No, sir, that's not correct. Because you're looking at decompositional alcohol in someone who is not really very decomposed. So it is not unusual at all. In fact, it's expected that even in someone who is bloated with decomposition, they're all turn multiple colors, have marbling, etc., and are no longer recognizable. I'm going to get alcohol on a toxicology test. So alcohol doesn't just go away.
But the fact that you didn't find anything doesn't conclusively prove that she didn't consume alcohol the night that she died. Right?
There's no alcohol in her blood. So she would have had to have died before it was absorbed into her blood.
And had she had a few glasses of wine, how long would it have taken her body to absorb that alcohol?
Well, typically with alcohol, you process and eliminate about 1 drink per hour, depending on your body size. In her case, because she's very small, she probably would not be able to eliminate more than 3/4, maybe even as low as a half a drink per hour. And a drink is defined as 1 glass of wine, 1 can of beer, 1 shot of liquor. They all contain the same amount of actual ethanol. So in the scenario that you're postulating, she would either have to have just had the alcohol before she starts to absorb any of it from her stomach and then be stabbed to death. Or she would have to drink the alcohol and stop drinking, and then at least an hour later, 1 glass of wine, and at least an hour later, probably closer to an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours, be stabbed to death. So if we have drink a glass of wine and half an hour later be stabbed to death, then that alcohol is going to be in her blood.
So if she had a glass of wine and it was, or maybe even 2 glasses of wine, goes 3 hours later, it's possible that there would be no alcohol in the system.
It's possible that she would have eliminated that because, again, the general rule is 1 drink an hour. And that will allow you to absorb the alcohol and eliminate the alcohol, but it depends on size. And so you have to factor that in. In her case, I think your scenario of 2 drinks in 3 hours, that probably would reduce her alcohol down to at least almost nothing.
Well, that's, so we were talking about reporting limits. I assume this ethanol means, in layman's terms, drinking out the alcohol that you drink.
That's correct.
10 milligrams per deciliters. That's the limit of the test, right?
Right, that's the lower limit.
So you can't say that Jasmine had no alcohol in her system. It could be that Jasmine didn't have enough alcohol in her system above the reporting limit, correct?
Which then is a negative test because the lower limits are there for a reason. It's because below that limit or below that concentration, you're in that noise zone. And you don't know whether it's there or you don't or not.
She could have had 2 milligrams of deciliters of alcohol in her system. It's possible.
Again, all things that don't violate the laws of physics, et cetera, it's possible.
And that doesn't violate
But-
the laws of physics, right?
It does not. And
It doesn't violate.
Objection, Your Honor. If you ask the question, the witness gets the answer.
My apologies.
That's speculation.
is at that concentration, that is a negligible concentration. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason that blood alcohol levels for DUI, for example, are set where they are. Other European countries, some of them set their DUI level at a 0.02. And remember, this is,
Really?
when we're talking about these milligram per deciliter, that is not the same as a blood alcohol concentration. So when we talk about a 0.01, that is 100 milligrams per deciliter. And so the number that will be reported would be in milligrams per deciliter and also additionally as a BAC, the blood alcohol concentration. So a 0.08, which would be the legal limit in Tennessee, would be reported as 80. So there's a big difference in units because the actual or there's a big difference in numbers, excuse me, because the units are significantly different.
You had talked about strangulation, correct?
Yes,
And you had shown a picture. You said that you could not determine one way or another about manual strangulation, correct?
that's correct.
You wrote this report in this case,
I did.
and the report was accurate to the best of your ability
Yes, sir.
and as thorough as you can be.
Yes, sir.
I don't think anyone would ever question you on your judgment, correct?
I would hope not, but it could happen.
And it was complete.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't made any updates or supplements to this?
I have not.
Well, in your report, you used the word unremarkable. What does unremarkable mean?
Unremarkable means exactly that. There's nothing different about this particular thing that is unremarkable than in every other random normal autopsy. Basically, it's saying normal. But there's, of course, a variation of normal there's a normal range for things like organ weights or what they look like, but
So if you look at your external examination, second paragraph, how do you describe the neck?
the neck is unremarkable. There's a reason for that, and the reason is very specific because, as I mentioned earlier, in the autopsy report, we don't want to have anybody reading that report have to hunt through the whole document to find the important things, the things that are associated with the death. So if there's something that's associated with the death or is significant, that goes in the injury section. Everything below the injury section, from here down, is assumed to be that person prior to the injury event, whatever the injuring event was. So when I say this is unremarkable, that's unremarkable, that means this is the condition of that person absent the injuries.
Now, we just said your report is going to be accurate, complete, and thorough, right?
Yes, sir.
Where can I find anything about manual strangulation in your report?
You can, because again, I'm going to report what I see, what is there.
Not what he
That's
doesn't.
not a report for speculation or supposition or anything that might be but isn't provable or demonstrable. So could there be manual strangulation? Yes. Do I have any data to tell you that there was? No. I have, as noted in the injury section, abrasions and contusions of the neck. That's all I can do with those. I can't tell you that those are associated with a manual strangulation or any other kind of non-sharp force injury other than these are blunt force injuries of abrasions and contusions or bruises. But I can't tell you what those mean because I don't have enough other data. So if I don't have enough other data, I can't call it a manual strangulation, but I can say I see these things. And the interpretation of those is something that doesn't belong in an autopsy report unless it's documentable and is something that can be diagnosed from the findings. Because all that is a medical report that has the observations, the findings, and the diagnoses. It doesn't have any sort of what if.
Yeah, not at all. Contusions and bruises, are those kind of synonymous?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Did you find any contusions or bruises on the front side of Jasmine Pace?
No, not on the front of her torso. The side of the torso, yes.
Like, so what, that contusion, could that have been caused by falling on an object?
It could, yes.
Could it have been caused by slamming back into a doorknob?
It's a fairly large contusion for that, but it's certainly possible depending on how easily she bruised, basically, is because as we all know, young women tend to bruise relatively easily. That's fairly common.
So hypothetically, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So hypothetically, if she were kicked and she fell down,
Kicked.
kicked and fell down on an object or hit a doorknob or the side of the counter, could it have caused that contusion? Yes.
It's a large contusion, but it has no pattern to it. In other words, there's no shape to it that allows me to say what the inflicting object is. A lot of times we can see corners, or we sometimes can even see the tread mark of a shoe sole or a ring impression, something like that in there. In this case, well, you saw the picture, it's just a large contusion. And so really there's not much that can be said about it. There's no fracture of the ribs underneath it. There's no laceration of the liver underneath it. It's just a bruise.
Thank you, Dr. Costello.
Okay, we've been in session about 2 hours now since lunch. We'll take our mid-afternoon break, come back in 15 minutes. When that clock says 3:45, and Tim will resume your redirect back.
On StreamYard. StreamYard is being stupid. I thought that he would go much harder on the medical examiner. I thought he would go much, much harder and try to get him to say things like, trying to get him to specifically say she was not alive when she was shackled. But no, he's just asking plain old autopsy type questions. I can't stop thinking about her mom. I wonder if her mom is in the gallery. I can't imagine hearing my daughter being talked about like that. See, remember I was telling you how, natural disasters and stuff, they don't get to me? But, I'm hurting inside for her mom. This is tearing me up. I almost want to cry. I don't know. Is that the nurse in me? I never have done any, trauma, at the scene type stuff. Maybe that's why it doesn't tug at my heartstrings. But, the way Ada K was talking, because she has been on the front lines of stuff. And so the way she was talking about the fire, she was very much concerned and invested, and because she's been at sites like that. I remember one time, because the hospital I worked at was a level 1 trauma center, and I remember I got a call one time, and they were like, if you were called in, how fast could you get here? And I lived in Gainesville at the time. That's when I lived in that crappy apartment. And I said, I don't know, 15 minutes, I guess. Why? And she said, because there's been a train wreck, so we might be getting trauma patients. I was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? And she's like, no, I don't come in now. I just have to know how soon everybody can get here in case you're needed. I was like, oh, okay. And then they never called me in. So that's the closest I've been to being called into like a trauma situation like that. But this is tearing me up. I feel so bad for her mom sitting there and listening to all this. See, I was a geriatric nurse longer than I was a pediatric nurse. So I was in a nursing home for, I think, all total 12, 13 years. And well, she gets a break now. Yeah. So I was the person that had to call family members and say, I'm going to cry just thinking about it. I was the person that had to call and say, if you want to see your mom again, you need to get here now. And that is something that's very hard to do. It's even harder when they say, oh, I'll come see her in the morning. When I was very, very young, my my early 20s, I had a patient that kept asking for a priest. And I'm not Catholic. So I don't know. At the time, didn't realize how important that was. And I kept saying, no, you're fine. You don't need a priest. You're not going to die. Guess what? She died that night. And I swore after that night, the next time any patient ever asks for a priest, they're getting a priest. And it never happened again, thank God. But I mean, to this day, I still feel bad about that. Still feel bad about that. I mean, I don't believe you have to confess your sins to a priest before you die to go to heaven. I believe if that woman believed that Jesus Christ was her Lord and Savior, that she's in heaven. But still, that's what she thought, you know? So I should have got her that priest, and I didn't. So, and I still feel bad about it. But to tell someone's adult child, if you want to see your mom again, and they're like, oh, we'll come see her in the morning, that used to make me so mad. I'd be like, okay, she may not be here in the morning, but I'll tell her. That was one of the hardest parts of the nursing home, though, is you see that you have the same patients every day and you get attached to them. So I had like this survival mechanism where when they started getting really sick and it got close to time, I would withdraw from them. The ones that I used to like on downtime go in and spend time with them and talk to them and do special things for, when they started getting really bad and I knew it was close to the end, I wouldn't do that anymore. I would withdraw. And when I started working at the hospital, there was a doctor, very, very, very sweet man. He was one of the pediatricians because I did peds at the hospital. And we had a long talk about that because I had gotten really attached to one of the kids that had cystic fibrosis. And he's like, what are you going to lose if, because I was starting to feel like maybe I shouldn't be so close with these kids because they lose by not being friends with them. I said, well, I'm going to lose their friendship. I'm going to lose, learning about this next generation of kids, and I'm going to miss learning about, the things they like and the things that they talk about, and the things they do and the games they play. And I'll lose a lot, but then I won't be so sad when they die. And he said, well, yeah, but is it worth losing all the other stuff that you will lose? And I thought about that, and I was like, and he was right. And I stayed friends with them, and I think I ended up leaving the hospital because I hurt my back and had to have back surgery. That's another story though. That's how I met Travis, actually. But I did stay in touch with one of the girls via MySpace. Do you guys remember MySpace? It was back before Facebook. So I did find out when she died and everything. And yeah, it was sad and it hurt, but I was glad that I had all those years of friendship, even like after I left the hospital working. And her name on MySpace was Oat in a Boat. And I was like, why is your screen name Oat in a Boat? And she said, because that's how Canadian people say out and about. So the other day, somebody's screen name was Out and About, and I thought of her. And when I first saw it, I was like, oh my God, there's Chelsea. And then, that was like first reaction. And then I was like, oh no, wait. Oh, Chelsea's dead. And like it made me sad for a minute. And then I was okay. It was just like a second of like mourning, and then I was fine again. So those are the kind of things that I have empathy for, like individual type situations like that. I have empathy for those kind of things too, but it's a different type of I don't even know how to explain it. It's like I care about it, but it's not as personalized to me. I guess because I'm used to going through hurricanes every year, that it's just like, it's just like people that have tornadoes. They have their tornado shelter and their tornado warning sirens, and it's like you have a routine down because I was on Ada K's channel. She was talking about how insurance companies out in California were canceling policies. And of course, I'm in Florida. I don't know anything about California. I was like, well, did they know there was going to be wildfires or something? Why did they start canceling policies? And she said, oh, Debbie. She said, it's not if, it's when. There's always wildfires out in California. I was like, oh, okay. She said, because they don't do controlled burns. That's why they have fires. I was like, oh, Florida does controlled burns all the time. One year we had a controlled burn get out of hand. That was back in the 90s. I want to say it was up around Jacksonville somewhere, because we went to Venezuela on a missions trip, and we went with another church. So the church was my church is in Newberry, which is between here and Gainesville. And we were going with a church from Jacksonville. So we had to drive all the way up to Jacksonville. And then we had to take, I don't remember how many Greyhound buses we took. We drove all the way down to Miami to get on the plane to go to Venezuela. So we went through, like, we smelled the smoke from the fire. We didn't actually see the fire, but going up there and coming back, we smelled the fire from the wildfires that came from a controlled burn. Oh, yeah, I've stood. Yeah, I have stood outside during a hurricane. Like, oh, cool, the eye's here. Let's go stand in the eye. I've done that. I have done that. Everything's dead. It's dead. It's complete dead. Complete silence. No wind at all. You got about 15 minutes of nothing. So, Judy, did you go make a snowman yesterday? What now? I think that was a record. How long did you not bother me for? Here, talk to your Aunt Judy. What? It's a microphone. Talk into it. You talk to me all the time. Talk. You're silly. What? What, short little dude? What? What? He takes his little paws and he bounces from side to side. He's so darn cute. We get tornadoes, but very rarely. And one night I was at work, when I worked at the nursing home just down the street a little ways from where I live now. And I lived here then, but this was decades ago, back when I lived with my dad in this house. And we were outside. We were sitting at the gazebo in the backyard of the nursing home, and we heard what sounded like a train. You know, they say they sound like a train. And so we were sitting out at the gazebo, and there's like 3 chairs on this side and 3 chairs on the other side. So we were sitting in the chairs outside, and we hear what sounds like a train. There was no place for a train anywhere nearby. So train, and then the wind picked up the 3 chairs across from us and literally picked them up and slammed them into us. So we got up and we ran inside, and maybe 10, 15 minutes later, my dad called me and told me that a tornado had come through here, missed our house, missed my grandmother's house up on the corner, but tore up the pecan field. And I was like, oh my God, we heard that tornado. We just heard it go by the nursing home. So it made like tracks in 15 minutes. It went from like 15, 20 minutes by car to where I worked, went from there to here. So it was going like at least 60 miles an hour. But it missed all the houses. That was back when all my family lived out here. Like, this was all our property. We all out here. It was like our little family compound thing. I'm the only one out here now, but that was scary. But we don't get a lot of tornadoes out here. They will say, that warnings or whatever, but we don't ever have them. It's just that, usually around hurricane season, we have a lot of wind, you know, warnings and stuff, or not warning, watches. The watches are better than the warnings. Watches means it's probably not going to happen, but it right conditions for it.
I don't feel so broken down now.
It does catch up to me. I've definitely had to add yoga to my weekly routine.
When I get my back fixed, I need to start exercising. I kept the same company, but I switched plans. And my cousin, who sold it to me, because she's a insurance broker now. I hope I did not make a mistake. She says that which I probably won't do, but she said you can do like the online exercise stuff, like daily fitness or whatever it's called, where it's like a streaming daily gym thing. And I might do that once my back and I can. Well, not. It won't change back. Crap. Travis bought me one of those switches on my back. He got it for me like 2 years ago. I've never been able to do it. I can't get past the first level. Come on, StreamYard.
As soon as the courtroom, you can ring me at 3 when they're ready. Please be seated. Come on, you may regret.
Examination of Miss Jasmine Pace
Were you able to ascertain the position that she was in at the time of the injuries that you documented in your autopsy report were inflicted upon her body?
I believe that the injuries were most likely inflicted in the same position in which she was found.
When you say the position as found in the fetal position, sir, I'm now showing you on the screen what's been admitted into evidence as collective exhibit 2045. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, every approach.
I was gonna say, I thought they decided that they weren't gonna ask him that. Didn't they decide they weren't gonna ask that question? Come on, people, make up your minds. His name's easy to remember. It reminds me of Cogsworth from Beauty and the Beast. What is that noise? What, Spike? You're getting on my nerves, dude.
Exactly. I'm sorry, sir. What was your response to that question?
I believe it is most likely that they were all inflicted in that position.
And so we're clear when we're talking about the injury, sir. What we're talking about is in 204-15.
Yes, sir.
Is it also your testimony, sir, that on cross-examination that Mr. Pace was in that position that we saw in the preceding photograph, but not moving,
That's correct.
staying put?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that placing a person into that fetal position makes it easier to inflict injuries?
Well, certainly that cluster of injuries is very easy to do in that position or to inflict.
Counsel also asked you questions on cross-examination about having somebody in that fetal position would make it easier to place in garbage bags. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Would you agree that it would make them easier?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that it would also then make it easier to place Jasmine Pace into the suitcase?
Yes, sir, it would.
Would you agree, sir, that overkill can also be a desire to kill?
It may be, but again, I prefer to leave that to the psychiatric side of the house.
Defense counsel asked you a question that elicited a very interesting response. You said that dead people don't tend to move. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I do.
Okay. Meaning that a person who is deceased doesn't tend to move around much. Is that correct?
Well, certainly they can't move. Occasionally gravity will take over depending on how precarious their position is, but that's really gravity moving them, not obviously any volitional movement.
Doctor, I'm now going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 204-3. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is one of the shackles that was around Jasmine Pace's ankle and elbow.
For the record, Judge, I'm retrieving 206. Just 1 second, Doctor. I now pulled up 203-3. You see shackles in that?
I do, yes, sir.
Shackle with the chain. Where was that on this case, Bobby?
That's around the right forearm near the elbow. You can actually see this shackle and the chain, and you can see the upper arm bone and the two forearm bones right here. The other side of that is this part down here, which you can see the lower leg bone and the foot bone down here.
Where would that have been in relation to the carpet that we see here?
Well, if we assume that Jasmine Pace is on the carpet, right side down, head toward Mr. Boyle, then we have, Your Honor, may I step in?
Absolutely.
And if we place her head here, her back going this way, then shackled, this one being the one around the right upper arm, is going to be in this position right along here.
Say that again, sir. And doctor, I'm now handing you the other half of the shackle. It appears to have how many links connected to it?
This has, well, one long one and a short one. So this would be, again, we were looking at it reversed for most of the time. So this is actually going to be in this area, I believe, based on the x-ray that we're seeing there.
Thank you, sir. Counsel asked you if you had an opportunity to go to the crime scene. I believe your response was no, you did not.
That's correct.
Doctor, I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 127-2.
Terry, can you turn his microphone around, please? Yes, sir.
Sir, would you please familiarize yourself with 127-2?
Yes, sir, I recall seeing this photo.
So you've seen that photograph before?
Yes, sir.
You know where that photograph was taken?
I'm told that it was taken at Mr. Chen's apartment.
Do you see any objects in that photograph that you see in the courtroom here today?
It appears to be that rug or portion of carpet, rather, that is currently on the floor of the courtroom.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, can you see where the spray bottle is located? Over there on the bottom left-hand corner of this photograph.
Yes, sir, I do.
I'm now showing you 127-5. You see that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to return the shackles to your folder. I'm going to peel back, if you will, the carpet. You see the pad that's below the carpet?
Yes, sir.
Do you see the pad on the carpet in the photograph?
Yes.
Is the staining pattern on the carpet? And the pad consistent with what you said has been overlaid from being adjacent to the wall, laid over on itself.
Yes.
And you do see the stains all the way through to the subfloor.
Yes.
Is that a lot of blood that you see there?
That is a fair amount of blood. Yes, it is.
That's quantity of blood constitute a large portion of the missing volume of blood from Miss Pace's body.
Yes.
Keeping in mind that stain, try to memorize it in your head. Now showing you what's been admitted into evidence. That's 127.13. Do you see the bed that's now been placed up against the wall furthest away in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Did you agree that it's where that carpet had actually been folded over onto itself in the preceding photograph?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. I have a moment, Judge. You had an opportunity, doctor, to look at the Blue Star photographs in this case.
Yes, I have.
Objection.
Basis 31 approach.
This was not a topic that I covered in my cross-examination.
Witness body absolutely was, Judge.
I never talked about this.
Well, someone talked about blood, it's part of the Dr. Cogswell's testimony throughout about the large amount of blood that was apparently missing from Jason's body. Blue Star has to do with where the blood was on the system from the state go. If not, then you can feel free to renew your objection. I just want to
I've had it. Darken a little more if possible. It's not possible. It's okay. Thank you, sir. You see the Blue Star reaction?
Yes, sir.
Also like to draw your attention. You see the corner of the door frame right there in the center? Yes, sir, right there. And do you see the evidence marker right next to it?
I do.
Number 6. I'm going to go back to that first photograph that I showed you, doctor. Does that appear to be the same door frame?
Certainly, it's a door frame just like it.
Defense counsel asked you for cross-examination whether or not you knew if any items of carpet was placed with TBI crime lab testing. Recall that question?
Yes, sir, I do.
You see how the carpet, in this particular case, sir, extends all the way past the door frame?
Yes. In this area?
Yes, sir, where it transitions from one room to another.
Yes.
Specifically, and I'll zoom in right on it. Trigger is located on the spray bottle.
Yes.
Based upon your cross-examination, would it be your understanding that no item samples of carpet were taken in close proximity to that blood stain right there?
That would appear to be the case, yes, sir.
You agree that's a 6?
Yes.
Handing what's been admitted into evidence is Exhibit 141. Do you mind reading the description?
carpet sample with possible blood. The location is bathroom/bedroom transition southeast of shower.
Now I'm going to show you another photograph, Doctor. You see the evidence marker 6?
Yes,
You see the carpet?
I do.
Does that appear to be the same transition from one room to another with that door frame?
Yes, sir, it does. The evidence marker is also number 6.
Do you mind reading the orange tape at the bottom of 141, sir?
The evidence tape at the bottom, it has the numeral 6 with a circle around it and initials of who I assume is the recovering party or the packaging party.
Sure. Specifically, sir, this tape right here, what does that say in the small print?
Oh, TBI Crime Lab.
I'll show you another photograph, Doctor.
Got what? Did I miss something?
See the number 9 right there?
I do.
Do you see the reddish substance adjacent to the right of the number 9?
In this area right here.
Yes, sir. Another photograph of it?
Yes, sir.
Candy has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 142.
Which is, again, at TBI Crime Lab.
And the item number indicated?
The item number is number 9, and it's described as carpet sample with blood.
Now I'm going to show you another crime scene photo, Doctor. You see the number 6?
Again, yes, sir.
And you see the number 9?
I do.
Thank you, sir. The injuries inflicted on Ms. Pace's body occurred at various stages, including ante-mortem,
Yes, sir.
paramortem,
Yes, sir.
but not postmortem.
I didn't see anything that I considered to be definitively post-mortem, so that is correct.
Sure. Now, Doctor, but in the paramortem category, the spectrum that you described to this jury,
Yes, sir.
some of them are closer to ante-mortem. Some of them are closer to postmortem.
That's correct.
And it took how long for Miss Jasmine Pace to succumb to her injuries?
Question asked and answered. It was not on a direct hand cross.
I think based on cross-examination, timing of how closely spaced the blows were, that they could ask this question if you want to recross to get a point in certain candidates like the rules.
You would agree some of them are in the early portion,
Yes, sir.
some of them are in the later portion.
That's correct.
Which means that the injuries inflicted on her with a cutting instrument span anywhere 0 seconds, 30 seconds, to 5 minutes.
It's certainly possible. It's also possible that it was significantly shorter for the infliction of injuries, not necessarily for death.
Sure. But what is absolutely certain is that some of the injuries were inflicted after massive trauma had already been inflicted on Jasmine Pace.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, Doctor, the toxicology report that counsel was asking you about referenced several categories in the one of the three batteries that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I'll pull it up here in just a second. Drawing now your attention to the second page of the toxicology report. What are cannabinoids?
Cannabinoids.
Right here.
That's basically marijuana. It's marijuana and its metabolites and any related substances.
So what you're saying is, Doctor, the broad spectrum that covers THC is tested for?
It was, and again, that was by the ELISA method, not the method with the interfering substances.
The interfering substances of the test, the previous test, which was labeled,
That was the HPLC.
yes, so the HPLC is designed to differentiate between the various cannabinoid metabolites. Is that correct?
Correct. Both the parent drug in each one of the metabolites. You have the delta 9 and the 11 hydroxy delta 9 and the delta 9 carboxy. Those on the left are metabolites of the delta 9, which is the active compound in marijuana.
Some of them are psychoactive, some of them aren't.
Correct.
But what that means is that would be useful for you determining how far it had been processed through the deceased person's body.
Yes, sir.
The other test that was performed, the ELISA test, the next one down on the list, testing for cannabinoids, would just tell you generally there is a broad spectrum of substances that we're looking for that fall under the umbrella of cannabinoids,
Yes, sir.
okay, including the preceding 11 hydroxyl delta 9 THC, delta 9 carboxyl THC, and delta 9 THC.
Yes, sir. Again, these are all a family of drugs. For example, opiates.
Sure.
I believe we have a category for opiates. Opiates in general is going to include things like morphine, heroin, oxycodone, oxymorphone. All of these things that are opiates are going to fall under that large umbrella. But we have specific testing for oxycodone and oxymorphone because it's so commonly abused. They are opiates, but the opiate test is sort of a global test for everything that's there. And to use my clumsy pickup truck analogy, this is like saying white pickup trucks. Okay, so is it a Ford, is it a Chevy, is it a Toyota, is it, well, you just asked me to look for white pickup trucks. And since I didn't see any white pickup trucks, it doesn't matter whether they were Fords or Chevys or anything, because they're not there.
So to insinuate that we don't know whether there was cannabinoids in Jasmine Pace's blood. Not being correct.
If we're looking at the family of cannabinoids, that is correct. If we're looking specifically at THC, we don't know whether she did or did not have THC, but we know she didn't have the specific family of cannabinoids under that heading.
But if she had THC in her system, she would also show us having cannabinoids.
We should see it under ELISA, yes.
that test was performed, it was not interfered with because it's a different process to produce the results.
Correct.
You didn't smell alcohol, and the testing doesn't show alcohol,
That is also correct.
just like it doesn't show cannabinoids.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Is that why you put on your report negative?
Yes.
Have a moment.
Give you some moment to grab and trouble finding it at the same time.
Dr. Cotwell, showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 192. Can you identify what you see on the screen there?
This looks like a sales receipt from a company called Elevated Hemp Company with what I'm assuming is some products. I don't go to those stores, so I'm not really sure what I'm looking at.
Let's try and use that kind of guy. What is the, it says customer name. What was the customer name right there?
The customer name is Jasmine Pace.
And you don't know that Jasmine Pace used any of these. We said she bought these products, but we don't know if she used these products. Right?
That's correct. We don't.
But hypothetically, let's assume that she did use these products. Is there a reason why that the use of these products wouldn't show in your toxicology report or the toxicology report?
Well, if they either haven't been used frequently or recently, if she's metabolized off those, whatever those are, or if she hasn't yet taken it, there's been enough time between her last dose, if you will. The other option that's there is that we don't, I'm assuming because this seems to be hemp related, that these are supposed to contain some degree of THC. We have nothing that tells us that they actually do, or they may in fact have something other than THC. They may have, for example, kratom in the tragedy, that also is sometimes sold. I don't think it's, I think it's still illegal in Tennessee. I'm not sure.
Slurricane is
That is
THC.
on gun barrels, so.
And what is, and just to make sure, what is the date of that receipt?
That's the 22nd of November of 22.
A week before your autopsy?
Yes.
There, and you should talk about a family of cabin buildings, right?
Yes.
And so there's Delta THC-9A, right? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a long list of Delta THC-9, O, and all those different things.
There are many, yes.
Would that toxicology report necessarily find evidence of that in the system?
The ones that it would test for, had it not been for their interfering substances, are listed there. They're the common ones with the carboxy delta and the I'm blanking on the other metabolite.
Take your time.
The two that were under the 11-hydroxy and the delta-9 carboxy would be the common ones that are tested.
But there's
And
other
all of those more esoteric ones, if you will, wouldn't be in that panel.
So there's other, I like your word, esoteric, other types of esoteric THC that toxicology report wouldn't be looking at.
The one that was not tested shows you what the test would have tested for.
And then not only are there different types of THC delta 9, there's THC delta 8,
Yes.
and there's THC delta 10.
Yes.
Would this toxicology report test for those substances?
Not that specific report, because again, it shows you the 3 substances it tests for, but as Mr. Boyle pointed out, we have the ELISA test that tests for the general family of cannabinoids. And I do have access to the laundry list of everything that would come up under the cannabinoids. I don't have that on the top of my head, nor do I have a copy of that. So I can't say specifically which of the esoterics, if you will, that would be included in that testing.
And then there's also THC delta 9, and it is legal in Tennessee as long as it's less than 0.03%. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no, sir.
There's also just regular CBD that doesn't have any THC. Are you familiar with CBD?
I am familiar that it exists, yes.
And would that have, would even the ELISA test, would that have picked up on?
Again, I would have to review what the ELISA test will pick up on. There are probably a few dozen different compounds under most of these categories. Because again, what we're seeing on the ELISA test is general families of drugs. And within each of these families, there are going to be numerous metabolites, variants on the theme, and more unusual compounds. So to answer your question, I can't tell you whether what Jasmine Pace was on that receipt. I can't tell you what was in it and how much was in it, and whether it would have shown up on any of the NMS testing.
Thank you, Doctor, just one moment. Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
Does the jury have any questions for Dr. Cosgrove?
So that must be the the legal form. I can never remember if it's Delta 8 or Delta 9 or Delta whatever. But Slurricane is THC. I believe Grape Ape is as well. So they're all cannabinoids, but they don't all have THC. Some just have CBD. And usually the CBD ones don't have the weird names. And then you've also got indica and sativa. Those are strains those are THC. And then CBD is usually not. I guess they come off of both those strains. CBD doesn't give you the psychoactive part. It just gives you part of the pain relief. I started with that first. So you get a little bit of the pain relief, but not the full pain relief that you do with the THC. It helps you relax, helps with pain, helps with sleep. There's another one. There's another component too. I believe it's seed. I think that's what it is. That it will help a lot with sleep. I have used that before, but I don't use it now. So indica makes you really relaxed and really sleepy, and that's what I prefer. Indica kind of makes you hyper. It's more of like I guess if you're the type of person that wants to do it socially around people, that would be sativa would be the one you would want to do if you're going to do it for fun, I guess. I don't think it's fun, but whatever. So they're going to show up as cannabinoids if you're going to get like a full tox panel, whatever. And I was told they stay in your, like if you're drug tested, they stay for up to 30 days. So if she bought those, what'd they say, like a week before, if she used them, they should still be in her system. So maybe she bought them for him, like, or he used her as a cover up to buy them and she didn't use them. Because it seems like they should have shown up if she was using them. That would have been a good question to ask her mom while she was on the stand, if she has a history of using. But maybe she does, and the prosecution didn't want that to get out. So why then the defense ask her mom? And no alcohol. And they didn't find any wine bottles, did they, at the apartment? I know they didn't find a corkscrew, but that doesn't mean anything. Because there is wine with screw tops. My cousin sent me a Facebook reel. I didn't play it. I'm just looking at the still picture though. And apparently it's set to the music, the love theme from Titanic. It says, "I saw the turtle version of Titanic today." And it's a board in water and has one turtle on top and another turtle trying to climb on the board. I saw the turtle version of Titanic today. My cousin is crazy. Well, they weren't mentioned or shown in any of the evidence. They've been super, super thorough. I feel like if they really want to keep pressing on with this self-defense thing, that they were drinking and smoking, that they really should have tied that in together and shown some proof that that's what was happening. Because so far I have reasonable doubt that they were drinking and smoking. I don't have reasonable doubt that he did it. I have reasonable doubt as to his story of what happened. Because that story just doesn't make any sense. None at all. Any day now. Jeez. I guess so. This jury has been asking some good questions. They really have.
Dr. Cogswell, the jury has some questions for you. I'll ask them, but if you can face the jury with an answer, please. CSU used blood in other locations of the apartment. Based on your autopsy, can you say that the victim's injuries may have occurred in more than just a single bedroom?
Yes, they could have. Again, I think the most likely is that the injuries were inflicted in the area in which, or in the position in which she was found. That does not preclude some of those injuries being inflicted elsewhere in the apartment, or that when her body was being moved, that some blood leaked out and was found elsewhere in the apartment.
are you able to identify if any of the wounds were cleaned with peroxide or alcohol?
No, I'm not.
Were Jasmine Pace's pants tested for anyone else's DNA or fingerprints, if you know?
I do not know.
Would you be able to identify if carpet fibers were found in any of the wounds inflicted on the body or anywhere on the body?
I found no carpet fibers in the wounds themselves. Some hairs were recovered off of her clothing and her body. Those were all submitted to Chattanooga PD. As to what the test results showed, I don't know.
Did you examine Jasmine Pace's body for someone else's, in this case, Jason Chen's fingerprints and DNA? I'm gonna read this the way I think it was meant to be asked. Did you swab the victim's body or examine it in any way for anyone's fingerprints or DNA?
No, in her case, the fingerprints would not be something that we could retrieve because the body is wet. For the same reason, swabbing for DNA is not going to really be terribly helpful because, again, she's wet, she's covered in a film of blood. So the question becomes, where do you swab? And it could be anywhere. So to answer that question, no.
Was the blade able to be examined for fingerprints after being removed from the body?
The portion of the blade was submitted to Chattanooga PD, and as to what testing was done, I do not know.
If no other knife was used, is it safe to say that the final wound was when the blade broke off in the lung?
Not necessarily. You would think so, but again, because most stab wounds are not straight in and out using the point of the blade, but are delivered on an arc, the snapped off portion of the blade, or the remaining portion of the blade, still has a sharp point right at the bottom edge, and that can start the knife into the body. It's not as efficient as an intact knife, but certainly some of the injuries, particularly those that are simply incised wounds, for example, on the back of the head and on the shoulder, that complex incised wound, those could certainly be done with that knife without the tip of the blade still on it.
Does it appear that all the wounds were inflicted by the same knife?
It is certainly likely, but it is not impossible that a second knife was used. However, the dimensions of the wounds don't say categorically this is two knives. So there's going to have to be some overlap. For example, a significantly smaller knife, like a pocket knife, would not be.
Similar to a question that was already asked, but just different enough to be distinct. Was the wound that left the end of the knife in the body an ante or peri-mortem wound?
That was an ante-mortem wound. There's significant bleeding associated with that wound, not only in the skin, but also down in the muscle, as well as in the lung.
Approximately how many of the 60 wounds were definitely ante-mortem or definitely peri-mortem? And exclude those that are neither.
Since it's a continuum, there's no sharp cutoffs. They could be only generally put into categories of ante and peri-mortem. Of the 60 wounds, and there's going to be some overlap, approximately half are ante-mortem, tending into the peri-mortem wounds. There's a few at either end that I can be definitive about, but the majority of them sort of blend together, and the middle area is kind of fuzzy. So the safest thing to say is approximately half of them are certainly ante-mortem, but some of those toward the tail end are getting into or close to the peri-mortem category.
there were a number of questions asked about self-defense. That's beyond this witness's scope of expertise. Those won't be answered. Was the giant perforating neck wound pointing up or down?
That was the edge of the blade was downward, and the general pathway of the blade was obviously from right to left, somewhat downward and a little bit forward.
What percent of the wounds are superficial, shallow, or deep?
That's approximately 10% of the wounds are going to be superficial. Another 10% or so, maybe 20% would be shallow. It depends on how you define shallow. Certainly some of the incised wounds are going to fall into that category. In fact, virtually all of them would be shallow. The rest of them would be deep wounds. So even saying there's some overlap, certainly at least half to 60% are deep wounds, and the remainder would be shallow wounds with a few superficial ones in there as a very low percentage.
How many of the wounds are pointing down?
The majority of, virtually all of them go from right to left. Most of them have a slight downward trajectory. Some of them have a little bit of an upward trajectory. The majority, however, are going to be pointing downward and into the body. The ones on the front will be going toward the back. The ones on the back will be going toward the front. So they're going to be going toward the core of the body. But the majority are going to be pointing downward as opposed to upward. Although we did talk about a few that had an upward pathway, particularly one in the back of the arm that went up into the axillary area.
Where were the most antemortem, i.e. first and earliest, wounds inflicted?
It's approximately an equal distribution. There's obviously a lot of head wounds, and there's fewer wounds to the torso and the shoulder. But if we take percentages, there's approximately an equal percentage of head wounds and torso wounds that are going to be the antemortem wounds. But because the head has more wounds, head and neck, then that's going to have a greater number of wounds.
I think you just answered this one, just to further clarify. Where were the most perimortem, i.e. last wounds inflicted?
The most, just by number, the most perimortem wounds are going to be in the head area simply because there's more wounds there. For example, the one on the left eyebrow that actually went through the eyeball itself, and the one on the chin is getting close to perimortem wounds. But again, based on percentage distribution, it's fairly evenly spread throughout that whole cluster. And I may add in there that the left hand wounds tend to be a little bit more in the perimortem realm than in the antemortem realm. Sort of didn't discuss those yet.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that this victim was strangled?
That's a difficult question to answer, and the answer
Well,
to that.
let me stop you right there, Doctor. If it's something where you don't feel, nobody wants you to speculate. You certainly are an expert with vast background, great relevant experience, but truly think you're speculating. I prefer you not answer that question. If you think you can answer it to some reasonable degree of medical certainty, please answer.
I would say this, rather than saying, I don't know, I have external injuries, that is the abrasion contusion, that can be consistent with strangulation. I don't have internal injuries that are consistent with strangulation, but I also have an overlay of sharp force injuries. So you've heard me talk at length, till you're probably sick of it, about all of these injuries. And the simple thing is, it is possible, but I can't go farther than it is possible.
This may be a similar question. Is it likely that some of the wounds were inflicted while the victim was not in the fetal position, even though at least most of the wounds were inflicted while the victim was in the fetal position?
It's certainly possible. As to the likelihood, I would put that as fairly low. Again, because of the clustering nature of all of these wounds, and also because the positioning of the body as found in that fetal position allows all of those wounds to be inflicted without requiring any movement on her part. So could some of them have been elsewhere? Yes, absolutely, as long as they are in that area. And then an overlay of other wounds once in that fetal position.
I believe you asked this, or answered this already to the different worded question. I'll ask this particular version. Would the wound where the knife tip broke off in the lung be considered the last stab wound?
Again, it doesn't have to be. And she certainly could have received multiple other wounds simply with the broken end of the knife, because again, the knife is usually going to be coming in at an angle. So you do have a point, just a 90-degree point, as opposed to that 30-degree point.
Was the victim, if you know, was the victim's shirt ever found and collected?
I do not know.
Does amount of blood collected impact percentages that could result in testing? I.e., very small amount collected, would more blood confirm more accurate results?
No, the amount of blood collected is sufficient to run the test. If it's an insufficient quantity, then the toxicology lab will tell us not sufficient to run the test. We suggest doing targeted testing or this. They actually don't need anywhere near the amount of blood we give them. They can actually make do with 2 milliliters of blood. We usually send a 10 milliliter tube, but as you saw in this particular case, it was just under 6 milliliters. So there was plenty of blood. More blood would not actually change the results at all.
Can you redirect based on what the jury is?
Yes, Your Honor, those are excellent questions. Doctor, you're asking questions by the jury regarding injuries caused by the knife after it was broken off in Jasmine Pace's.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to draw your attention specifically, sir, to some of the injuries to Jasmine Pace's head and face. I'm going to start with what you described in your autopsy report as a 3/8 inch stab wound. Do they have to be? 3/8 inch stab wound in the chin. We see this here. Does that injury appear to have been inflicted with the knife blade, the tip still intact?
It could be. Again, the knife, after it's actually broken off, still has a point, but it's a 90-degree point. And since you have the curved surface of the chin, if you have a 90-degree corner meeting a curved surface, you can actually create that wound very easily. It would be basically the same as the corner of this paper coming onto a curved surface. You can easily see how that would actually stab into the curved surface. So yes, this could be one of the wounds inflicted after the point is broken off.
Are there any of the injuries to Jasmine Pace that you can definitively say is prior to the knife being broken, other than the wound which resulted in the knife blade breaking off?
Again, since I don't know the length of the blade, the wound through the throat that actually perforates is unlikely to be with a broken knife. I would say that blade was intact at that time, simply because of the length and also because it's going through multiple different structures and it is going deeply. So if you have a blunt face there, even though the bottom edge is sharp, it's going to be a lot harder to push all the way through the neck and the skin to come out on the other side. Similarly, the wounds in the axilla and the back of the arm, these are,
I'm sorry.
certainly if you've got it readily available. And the wound that's close to the complex wound that actually has the broken knife blade, if we look, this one is almost certainly with an intact knife. This one obviously has the broken blade in it. This one is going to require an intact knife because of the depth and the fact that it's actually getting through bone. Now, going through bone may actually have cracked the blade, or whatever caused the very tip of the knife blade to break off may have cracked the blade and made it weaker and more prone to breakage, just going through the ribs. These stab wounds are almost certainly with an intact blade, as is this one, because of the depth that they're going. This wound also is going to be because it goes all the way into the mouth, through the neck, and at the base of the tongue. Wounds up here, while they're stab wounds, they don't go very deep. They stop at the skull. So the depth on these wounds is going to be on the order of a half inch or so, perhaps a little bit deeper. As far as the hand goes, this is a complex wound, and it can be done with a broken knife tip, but this one that goes all the way through the hand is not going to be. So with the two of them, they're very close together. They're likely to be inflicted in close temporal proximity, that is, close in time. So this one is likely not going to be from the broken knife. And certainly the ones that penetrate through the palm and through the finger are going to require a tip being on that blade. This one is basically a sized stab wound, and mostly in size, so it can be done with the broken blade. Some of these other ones, you can see how small they are, and they're on a relatively flat surface. So if you only have that 90-degree corner, you're not going to be able to make a wound that long without going deeper than these wounds are. So those are going to be with the knife intact.
Dr. Cogswell, by its very nature, does the fetal position that one of the jurors asked you about require an orientation to a surface?
Yes, you cannot achieve a fetal position stand-legged squat, but a fetal position, when that term is used, it would mean someone is lying down. And it may be on a bed, it may be on a floor, but curling up into that position doesn't necessarily require it, but it's very difficult to achieve it without lying down.
You mentioned a squatting fetal position.
Well, a squatting position, if you're able to squat flat-footed, which I am not, but some people can actually squat flat-footed, and if they were to bring their arms together, functionally you've got basically a fetal position. If you tip them over on their side, it would not look materially different than Jasmine Pace's position.
So either balled up on your side or balled up on your feet.
Right. Or, let me expand on that. Or you could be balled up on your back. If you're lying on your back and you pull your legs up, if you can get them up that high and cross your legs, you can do that. We all did that as kids and rock back and forth on our backs. So that would also be a possible fetal position.
Kids with heart problems, if you've heard of blue babies, little toddlers that have heart problems and they'll play and they'll get out of breath, you can watch them. They'll kind of start to turn a little blue because they're not getting good air circulated around their body. They will instinctively crouch like that. And what it does is it makes everything closer together in their body so that their blood doesn't have to travel as far, and the oxygen gets traveled to all the places in their body more quickly because it doesn't have as far to travel. So they will do that. They will squat down like that, just like you said, and put their arms in, tuck them into their body and get in a ball like that. But I'm talking like 18 months old kids, like little 18 months, 24 months, like 2-3 year, like little kids, and they do it instinctively. It's really amazing to watch. I mean, it's sad, but it's amazing too.
Can we rule out any of those three fetal positions based upon the injuries that we see on the screen?
Since we don't have injuries in the front of the torso, we know that the front of the torso is protected, and that's legs and arms doing that. We only have, again, as you've heard so many times, that cluster of wounds on the right head, shoulder, upper back area. So if you can access those areas, you could be in any position as long as those areas are available to be stabbed. So if you lie on your side with your right side up, those areas are available to be stabbed. If you're able to balance on your feet while squatting and be stabbed 60-some times without falling over or spreading out your arms or in some way changing your position, that is also possible. Lying on your back, that's going to be very difficult because we have wounds in the back. So the overwhelming likelihood is that she's lying on her side.
So it's the stabs in the back that can eliminate the back position.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor. No further questions.
Doctor, you cannot say definitively Jasmine Pace was stabbed with a broken leg.
I cannot. It's certainly possible, but I can't say definitively that she was.
What was it? Anything possible? What was your line?
All things are possible that do not violate the laws of
God, he
physics.
should have never said that.
And you cannot say definitively what room of the apartment Jasmine Pace would have. What room she died.
That is also correct.
Kristen Schubert.
Again, I have figured it out. This jury watches Law and Order. That's what it is. They watch Law and Order. That's how they know to ask all these questions.
your name for the record.
Investigator Kristen Schubert, Shubert.
And testified previously about processing this Jasmine Pace's vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
Jimmy was been marked for identification purposes as exhibit 208, 133. Are you familiar with what's in this collective exhibit?
Yes, I am.
What do they show?
These are exterior pictures of Jasmine Pace's vehicle.
Thank you. Did it barely accurately show when you searched it?
Yes,
Moved it into evidence 208. Number 3. 208, 133. So now, ma'am, Dr. Cogswell just testified about collecting various items of evidence during the autopsy. One of those items is 207. Could you please familiarize yourself with number 207? What is that item?
this is the underwear and pad collected from the medical examiner's office after autopsy.
You were not present during the autopsy itself,
I was not.
so this had to come to you after Dr. Cogswell collected it.
That's correct.
He's the first link in the chain of custody.
Yes.
Next, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as exhibit 155. Could you please identify that to the jury?
This is a sanitary pad that was collected outside the dumpster at 110 Tremont Street.
And Your Honor, is show you.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence in this case from dumpster outside of 110 Tremont Street.
-6. The testimony previously was this item, 155, was the item that we see in between the two white shoes and the blue jeans and underwear. If you had an opportunity to review this item,
Yes, I did.
Were you able to compare the sanitary pad that we see in 83-6 with the sanitary pad collected during the autopsy examination by Dr. Cogswell?
I did a visual examination of those January 8th.
And what if any correlation is there between the two?
All I could say is that it was similar, or it was similar in size, shape, and around the outside of the sanitary napkin area, the absorbent area, where the bottom and the top connect, there are similar lines.
thank you. No further questions? Oh.
What do you say, Brad?
I can't tell you that.
What's the difference between a sanitary pad made from one brand and made from another?
I wouldn't know.
Talk about those lines. Are those lines on a specific type of brand?
All I know is that when I looked at them, they had similar lines, but I don't know what brands, what product they came from, like what line, I'm not sure.
And to remind us, you never, so the sanitary pad that was collected outside the dumpster was collected in evidence, obviously,
Yes,
but never tested, was it sent to the TBI?
it was not,
So it wasn't tested.
it was not.
So you can't conclusively say whether or not that sanitary pad found by the dumpster was Jasmine Pace's.
No.
Thank you.
Or you have any questions? Or you got- About the same. About the same. Yeah, we'll take a break.
that was it. Why didn't they ask her those questions when she was on the stand the other day? Did they forget to ask her that? So they called her back to ask her that? It's crazy. I am so mad at my oncologist's office right now. I don't even know what to say. I'll be right back. Y'all, I gotta put a pizza in the oven. So I didn't go to my oncologist's appointment the other day on the 10th because all they want to do is flush my port. And it's a 45-minute drive. And it literally takes less than 5 minutes for them to flush my port. I'm not on chemo anymore. So they're not using it for anything. And when they draw blood, they can't use it because it doesn't draw blood anymore. What is that noise? I keep hearing a weird noise. I've heard it all day. I don't know what it is. So I keep telling them I'm going to get it removed as soon as I can afford to have it done because it's surgery. I mean, see, they got to cut it out of me. It's surgery. It costs money. So I asked my doc last time because I didn't go to my oncologist for years. So when I went back to her after not being there for 2 years, I'm like, why do I have to have it flushed? Because you do. But why? In nursing school, we learned that there's a rationale for every single thing we have to do. So, why is my nose red? So I'm like, but why? Because when you have a port, it has to be flushed. But why? You're not using it for anything. Because when you have a port, it has to be flushed. I was like, oh my God. And this woman is a nurse practitioner. She's not a doctor. Usually doctors are the ones that try to pull that kind of crap. She's a nurse. She knows better. It was all I could do to not argue with the woman. I was like, fine, fine. So I didn't go. I have an appointment in March. I was going to wait and go in March. I figured that's enough time. I just got it flushed. They want it flushed every 8 weeks. I just got it flushed like 8 weeks ago, I guess. Not too long ago. So when they do labs, they can't drop from the port. They have to stick me. So, and I keep telling them, as soon as I can afford it, I'm going to get it taken out. I got to take my care of my back first. They don't listen to me. They will not listen to me. So I just get a letter in the mail. We've tried to get a hold of you and we can't. So we're canceling all your other appointments. That's really good patient care right there. I'm so mad. So when the trial's over, I will call them and say, I have been busy. Don't cancel all my other appointments. Good Lord. It's a good thing I'm not an active cancer. Crying out loud. If they were using it, yes. I mean, I know why you flush a port. I knew the answer. I wanted to hear it from her. It's so it doesn't get clogged and you can't use it. They're not using it. It doesn't matter. I've been okay to have it removed. Jeez. Don't recommend it. Okay, the noise that I'm hearing sounds like a dog panting. But I don't see a dog panting anywhere and it's driving me crazy. And the little monster is under the table and he's not doing it and he's leaving me alone right now. So, and I don't know where Belle is. So I don't know where it's coming from. It's driving me cray-cray. Oh, I bet she's outside with Travis because Travis just came home. I have no idea what it is. It's driving me crazy. Yep. You know, my last, was it the last chemo or the first? It was my last chemo. The nurses, they made the nurses actually start asking if we had made a payment before they gave us chemo. Like it was marked in our charts. before they administered chemo, they had to ask that and put it in the chart. And they would that's not our job. We're patient care. Yeah, when the CEO of United Healthcare got shot and people were actually saying that the guy was a hero and everything, that turned my stomach, man. That's ridiculous. Nobody deserves to die because of that kind of stuff, and it's not going to make any changes. And I think at first I thought, well, maybe it was like a family member of somebody that died because they were denied treatment, but I think it ended up that wasn't the case. But United Healthcare is my provider, and I needed my immune system disappeared during my second round of chemo, and I needed a shot to help bump it back up. And I had just been discharged from the hospital, but I needed one or two more shots. I don't remember how many more I needed. And I went in the office to get my shot, and they were not going to pay for it. So they had to threaten to put me back in the hospital for them to pay for me to get a shot in the office. And when they threatened putting me back in the hospital, they paid for that shot. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, like my back doctor now, um I went in, not the last time, but the time before I went in there, and there's big signs like co-payments are due at time of treatment. And I told the guy at the front desk, I'm like, I have the money for the co-payment for the appointment. I don't have all of the money for the injections and the treatments and stuff that I've had done. And he goes, don't worry about that. I was like, okay. He goes, all you have to pay is your copay for the appointment. He said, just pay $5 here or there, whatever you can, whenever you can on the other stuff. Just, they can't say anything. Just pay what you can whenever you can. I was like, okay, cool. StreamYard is playing games again. It said I lost sound to my browser. So I'm going to reload the browser. Yeah, I looked into the they don't call it Obamacare anymore, the Affordable Health Care Act or whatever. Can't afford it. It's not affordable. I looked into it for Travis because he works for a great, I can't get it back on the screen now. He works for a little mom and pop place that doesn't have health insurance. Hang on. I paused it. We won't miss anything. Oh, now it's there. Never mind. What? No, you didn't. I'd be objecting. Can't hear the court or can't hear me? Did it just cut off the audio to the cord again? StreamYard. Dang it. I'd rather it crash because then I know what it's doing. When it just cuts off the sound, I don't know. Dang it. I know he's supposed to introduce doubt, but I still think that's not fair play to try to say that the lab got it wrong. Okay, can you guys hear everything now? Belle. I might have to mute my microphone. Oh, she has a folder. Who's this? Okay, hang on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And my apologies for the, thanks. according to it.
Kim Lowe, Your Honor.
No.
Good evening, ma'am. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Special Agent Forensic Scientist Kim Lowe.
Ma'am, you mentioned that your name involves a title of Special Agent Forensic Scientist. Could you please explain that to the jury? What is a forensic scientist special?
Forensic DNA analysis. So as a forensic scientist, I look at the evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and then obtain a profile and compare it to a non-standard.
How long have you been doing that, ma'am?
20 years now.
20. What's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Biology from Gettysburg College in Pennsylvania, a Master of Arts in Anthropology from the University of Albany in New York, and then I've had a year and a half of in-house training working cases working to each stage of our analysis.
Do you have any experience working in the field beyond the 20 years of experience with the TBI?
I have worked as a forensic technician within TBI as well.
So is that part of the 20 years or in addition to?
That's part of the 20.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
In what field?
In forensic biology or serology DNA.
Do you have any specialized training in the field of forensic science?
Not specifically in forensic science.
What is DNA, ma'am?
DNA is a unique chemical, in our bodies that is unique to each individual, except for identical.
Have you ever authored any papers for public or private circulation?
I have done one.
What is that?
It's in anthropology.
Anthropology. How many papers have you authored? Just the one?
Just the one in anthropology.
Is the entirety of your work devoted to the field of serology at this point in time?
Serology or DNA analysis.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Be about 46 times.
In what courts have you testified, ma'am?
I have testified in this one, Knox County, Washington County, Sullivan County, Harder County, Greene County, everything in like eastern Tennessee.
And in what field have you testified as an expert?
Serology, DNA analysis, or forensic biology.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Special Agent Lowe as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
And on serology and DNA analysis as well.
In serology, yes, Judge.
Yeah. Would you recommend forensic biology, serology, and DNA analysis?
Ma'am, I'd like to ask you if I could about the case involving Miss Jasmine Pace. Have you been submitted items of evidence for forensic analysis?
Yes, I have.
I'm actually going to go in reverse order here.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 209. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do. It's a copy of the report I released December 6, 2024.
And generally, what does the report cover? What topics?
This report covers the no analysis of all the evidence that I did not test. It's part of our policy to let the customer know what we did not test.
Now, ma'am, what kind of caseload does the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation have in the forensic biology department that you work in?
We get about 40 to 50 cases a month.
40 to 50. And of those 40 to 50 cases, how many items of evidence typically get submitted along with those 40 to 50 cases?
It depends. We get a variety of different types of evidence. So we get some homicides, we get burglaries, we get sexual assault kits, and each of them differ in range for what we receive for each case.
Does that generate a lot of work?
Yes, it does.
Are y'all able to keep up?
Not at the moment.
How long does it take for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to, I guess, test hypothetically speaking, a DNA sample along with some known standards?
As in,
If I were to submit a sample today, how long would it take for it to work its way through the system?
to work its way through the system and then get the case reviewed and analyzed, probably about 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Back in 2022, was that the case?
No, it was not.
Okay. What's the difference between now and back in November of 2022?
I think I misunderstood your question. So technically, if you were to submit a case now and you wanted it in the front of the line, it would be about 6 weeks. We still have about a 6-month backlog for violent cases. So for homicides and assaults and so forth, there's still about a 6-month backlog. The sexual assault cases have a lower backlog at the moment.
So if this case were a homicide, it would still take at least 6 months to get items back?
That is correct.
And that's, is it better now than it was in 2022?
I don't remember what it was in 2022.
Are there any policies put in place by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that limits the number of items that can be submitted on a particular case number?
Not necessarily submitted, but items worked.
Items worked, okay. And what is that number, ma'am?
Again, it's different per actual type of case. On a homicide, it's up to 10 probative items. On a sexual assault kit, it's probably the kit. Additional items after that are on a case-by-case basis. A burglary is like 2 items. It really depends on what type of case it is.
The report that's sitting in front of you that's labeled 209, is this something that's generated in the regular course of business of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
And is it a report that you yourself generated on or about the 12th day of December 2020?
The 6th day is
The 6th day, I'm sorry, 6th day of December 2024.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit the evidence to a
You judge.
And,
So moved.
yeah, publish, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Thank you.
May I have DVD, Judge? Man, behind you, I projected up onto the screen a document. Is this the report that's admitted into evidence as 209?
Yes, it is.
Okay. There's a lab case number on it as well as 2 names. What are the names associated with this case?
The listed subject is Jason Chen and the victim is Jasmine Pace.
And in this case, on the left-hand side, there's a series of exhibits 001E through 001S with descriptions next to it. What's the significance of exhibit 001A through 001S?
1A through S.
Is that E? I'm sorry, 001E.
These are items that were submitted on the first submission on November 30th, 2022. They came in with other items of evidence. And this is just letting the customer know that I did not work these items of evidence.
Okay, so on November the 30th, 2022, the TBI received the items that we can see on the screen, and the TBI did not work them because they worked other items.
I worked other items, yes.
So there's been some questions throughout the trial about various items of evidence. I'm now showing you what's been admitted as 154. If that picture shows sweatpants from a washer, that item was not tested but submitted.
It was submitted but not tested.
And swabs from bedroom molding 149-2. Again, what was the status of those items?
Those items were not worked.
149-1, swabs from light switch north wall.
The
Same.
item, yes, the item was not worked.
149-12, swabs from bathroom door molding. 149-5, swab from baseboard north wall. 149-9, swab from bathroom door below lock. 149-11, swab from bathroom door edge. 150-7, swab from bathroom light switch. 001N, swab from doorway, shown in 149-6. Evidence marker 5, collected exhibit 146-2, swab from grout line. Swabs from the living room, shown in 144-3. Swabs from the kitchen floor east of laundry room, 144-8, as well as 150-4, a swab from the stairwell. So all of those items were submitted by the Chattanooga Police Department, but because other items were analyzed, these could not.
I did not analyze these because I did analyze other items from the same area
With the 10 item limit.
within the 10-item limit.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as 210. It is a multi-page document consisting of 2 pages, which I'm familiarized with.
This is the first report I released on December 2nd, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. And what does it record?
It's recording the remaining of the items that were received with the other set that was on the last report.
Was an analysis performed on the items shown and reflected on this particular exhibit?
On exhibits 1A through changes. On those above exhibits, it gives the results of those.
Okay. It does it fairly and accurately depict the results of your examination of various items of submitted evidence.
Yes, it does.
Is it something that's prepared in the regular course of business for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 210.
So admitted.
Published.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, your report consists of 2 pages, and I'm going to break it down here. Up at the top, there is a list of items that you describe as exhibits, 001A, B, C, D, F, P, and T. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you a collection of evidence, and if you please tell me if this is one of the items that you were submitted in this particular case. First one, which is admitted into evidence as exhibits 162, pupil swabs from Jason Chen.
So yes, it has with the lab number, the exhibit number, and my initials. And for me, it's 001T, which is known vehicle swaps from Jason Chen.
Okay. Exhibit 194 to the trial.
194 for me is, again, the lab number and my exhibit number, so 001C. No vehicle swaps from Travis Pace.
193.
Is my 001B. No vehicle swaps from Katrina Pace.
Exhibit 196.
Is exhibit 001B. Toothbrush from Bag and Pool House,
And exhibit 195, last but not least.
which is 001A, which is the toothbrush from the pool house.
What's a known standard?
So known standard is something that is swapped from your mouth, and it's something that is known to you, and actually it will give me a DNA profile to compare back to later.
So what kinds of things can be known standards?
So buccal swabs and mostly blood are actual known standards.
In the event that you don't have access to either buccal swab or actual blood, can other items be used as known standards?
We can go ahead and use something that is routinely known to be used by that individual, so toothbrushes, hairbrushes, combs, brushes, and that type of thing.
And specifically, ma'am, exhibit 195, the toothbrush from the shower, did you analyze that item to develop a genetic profile?
Yes, I did.
How do you do that?
So on this one. So in this area, I actually use a swab, and I actually swab the bristles of the brush, and then I cut that swab and run through the DNA process.
How do you go through the DNA process?
So the DNA process involves extraction, which I'm going to bust off all the cells that are on that sample. I then quant it to know how much DNA I have. We're looking for 24 different locations on the DNA, and then allows me to amplify to get the appropriate number of DNA to give me a DNA profile.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And you indicate that, did you assign a name to the DNA profile that you developed in this case from that toothbrush?
From 001A, it was the major contributor is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 1.
Now, I'm sorry, there's two toothbrushes here. Which profile did you develop for the toothbrush from the shackled?
It's unknown female individual number 1.
And what about the toothbrush from the tool house bag?
That is an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2.
Okay, all right. So you assigned, why do you call them unknown female?
Because it's not a known standard, I'm listing it as an unknown individual at the time being, until we later get a standard to compare it to see which one it matches.
Okay. Turning now, ma'am, to these particular parts right here. Carpet from west of bedroom, and you then analyzed it down here under the heading of 001F. I will blow it up for the jury. Okay. So when you received items for comparison purposes, what does that mean?
So I receive an evidence item, I go ahead and look at, it's just an item that is finding out whether or not there's any DNA on it, whether there's serology, so blood, semen, or saliva, and then seeing who that, getting a DNA profile from that to see and compare it back to somebody else.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 142. Take a look at that.
It's my 001F, which is carpet from the west of bed in bedroom.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, was that DNA profile developed from blood on that particular item that you were submitted?
So the testing I did, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2, which is the toothbrush from the bag in the house.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 143. I'm sorry, 147.3. If you wouldn't mind opening that sample up. I've got gloves over there. Does that appear to be the same stain pattern that we see in Exhibit 147-3?
It's similar, but I also have my lab number with the exhibit number on the back, so it's identified.
So item number 9 is the item that you tested, which
Did you receive another item of carpet that you analyzed as part of this initial batch?
Yes, I did.
Handing has been admitted into evidence as exhibit 141. Would you mind opening that up? Would you like me to open?
Were you able to develop a genetic profile from this sample? Ma'am, I'm now showing you your analysis for 001P, carpet from bedroom bathroom transition. Was there blood on this item?
Again, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood.
And what genetic profile was developed from the blood on that piece of carpet?
The DNA
Individual whose DNA was found on exhibit 9 or item 9.
yes, it is.
Ma'am, if the testimony was that that sample of carpet came from the area shown in 146-3, your testing would indicate that the blood on that was unknown female too.
That's right.
At a later time, ma'am, where you submitted additional items for testing and comparison, specifically July the 11th of 2023.
Yes, they were submitted on July 11th.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 211, pages 1 to 3. Familiarize yourself with that.
This is a report, a copy of the report I released on January 25th, 2024.
Thank you. Again, this is fairly inaccurately depict your findings and conclusions based upon your analysis of the items submitted.
It does.
This document is kept in the regular course of business of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab.
Yes, it is.
All right, move to admit into evidence exhibit 211. Thank you. Ma'am, on this second batch of evidence, were you submitted additional known standards of any individuals?
Yes, I received a known blood standard from Jasmine Pace.
I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as exhibit 174. Have you seen this item before?
Yes, it's got my lab number on it with the exhibit number and my initials as 2A, which is the known blood standard from Jasmine Pace.
Were you able to conduct an analysis of Ms. Pace's known standard? Was possible?
Yes, I was able to get a complete profile.
Thank you. We've also submitted additional items for comparison to known standards.
Yes, I was.
I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence. Is exhibit 187, a swab from the whole area of bag 1 being a garbage bag. Did you receive that?
Yes, it's my exhibit 002D, which is swabs from pulled areas of bag number 1.
Were you able to receive for analysis this item, exhibit 191, which is described as swab from a pair of handcuffs?
It's my exhibit 2C, so swabs from handcuffs.
How about exhibit 190, swabs
pair of shackled.
So yes, exhibit 2B, swab and shackled.
How about exhibit 180, a swab from steering wheel?
Has my lab number exhibit number 002H. Swabs from steering wheel of Chevy Equinox.
Thank you. And what about exhibit 189, swab from pulled area of garbage bag 3?
Has my exhibit number 002F. So swabs from pulled areas of bag number 3.
What about 188, swab from pulled area of garbage bag 2?
So my exhibit 002E, which is swabs from pulled areas of bag number 2.
What about exhibit 159, swabs from bedroom under carpet on subfloor?
002J, swabs from bedroom under carpet. And I've listed it as item 196.
And what about exhibit 160, swab from bedroom under carpet on subfloor?
002I, swabs from bedroom under carpet for item number 197.
Finally, ma'am, what about exhibit 186, swab from pull handle of suitcase?
So my 002G, swabs from suitcase.
You received all of those items for testing, analysis, and comparison.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd now like to run through them with you, if I could. Ma'am, you describe a complete DNA profile was obtained for comparison. Once you developed the profile from 002A, which was the one spot car of Jasmine Pace, what did you do with it?
I then used it to compare back to the 2 unknown profiles that I had from the previous report.
How do you
And then anything else that I obtained from this occurrence.
So how do you conduct a comparison between genetic, profiles that you have developed?
So I have a developed profile of an unknown female from the first one that shows 24 different locations. And I've obtained a profile from this one that also shows 24 different locations. And so when I look at them together, they should match at every single spot. And so that's how I compare.
And down in your findings of examination, ma'am, you indicate that in 002, you tested 002B, and it was a indicative of blood. What was item 002B?
There's swaps for shackles.
So there's blood on the shackles. What does it mean when you put down DNA profile obtained is a mixture of at least 2 individuals?
So the DNA profile obtained from that swab shows that there's at least 2 people present in the profile. So you, in a general profile, you end up getting one sample at one location. You get one from mom and one from dad. So you're going to see 2 spots, 2 spots or 1 spot, depending on what you get from mom and dad. In this case, there's a mixture, so it's showing at least 3 or 4 locations at one location. So I know that there's more than 2 people present in that one location.
So what's a major contributor and what's a minor contributor?
So a major contributor is someone who's going to be contributing more of the DNA, so they're stronger, and the minor contributor is a weaker component and contributing less.
So could you compare DNA analysis to kind of listening for the strongest signal, if you will? So you have 2 DNA profiles, correct, on a particular item. The one with more DNA is going to have a stronger presence as far as your instrumentation can detect.
Yes, it's going to be showing a higher peak presence than it would be for the small one.
And the higher peak presence kind of overpowers the smaller sample. Would that be fair?
It depends on what type of sample it is. On on what you're looking for. The bodily fluids will overpower like touch samples.
So blood on, for instance, the shackles would overpower touch DNA from the person who may have placed it there.
It's a possibility, yes.
So what do you mean when you say that a person is excluded as a contributor of the nature profile?
It means that person is not there. They are not matching at any of the locations.
Okay. Could they be a contributor of genetic material that is a minor profile?
If I have set the minor contributor profiles available for comparison, then I can look at it, but if it's inconclusive, I can't compare it to it.
And in this case, were you ever able to develop a minor contributor profile?
I was not.
Moving on to 002C. In 002C, which is described as swabs from handcuffs, what did your testing reveal?
Chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing for the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood, was not performed at this time. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. And then the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Can you explain that last sentence for
The
us?
last sentence is that statement, so it's essentially choosing somebody else in the room, would that person actually match that profile? And in this case, it is not. It's greater than the world population, which is at current 8 million people.
And why is that important in DNA analysis and comparison?
It's giving weight to the statement that it matches a certain person.
So in essence, for it not to be a match for Jasmine Pace, it would have to be an astronomically high number.
That is correct.
Oh, thank you. Moving on to 002D, which is described in your report as swabs from the garbage bag. Your testing indicated the presence of blood, and whose profile was developed on the garbage bag swab 002D.
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this DNA profile is 1 in a number greater for the current world population for African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Saying that there's a high confidence level in Jasmine Pace's DNA being on the garbage bag that contained her.
On those swabs, correct.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Moving on to 002E, swab from hold area of bag 2. Did your testing again indicate the presence of blood?
It presumptively indicated presence of blood.
And were you able to develop DNA profile from the garbage bag number 2, the middle garbage bag?
Yes, that was.
And whose DNA is that?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. And therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 previous populations.
Okay, just saying you're highly confident that Jasmine Pace's blood was on the garbage bag that contained her.
That is correct.
002F, which is described as swab from hold area of bag 3, the innermost bag. Ma'am, what did your testing indicate?
Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual to be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is one in a number greater than the current world population for those three properties.
Again, high probability that Jasmine Pace's DNA was on the garbage bag, which contained her. Moving on to 002G, which is the swab from Suitcase handle. Could you please tell us what your findings were and conclusion as it related to your analysis of the swabs from this handle?
So testing with real-time PCR was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, to the result not meeting the detection threshold. So in this instance, we're at the quantification stage, and it's trying to let me know how much DNA is present. And it's saying that there's not enough to even say that there's human DNA present. It's inconclusive, so I didn't do any further testing.
Bottom line, there's just not enough there for you to be able to conduct an analysis to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Correct.
Not for lack of trying, though.
Yeah, I extracted it.
Thank you. How about 002H, swab from steering wheel?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture from at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. So I was able to obtain a profile on this that is a mixture, but because it was so limited and as a mixture, I wasn't able to actually take anybody out of there to say who was present.
So you couldn't parse out the 2 DNA samples that were contained on the steering wheel's swab.
That's correct.
There's just too much interference from both of the profiles.
That or there's not enough DNA present to see, and it's both in one.
Okay, thank you. Is that common to happen with touch DNA, ma'am?
It's not unheard of.
Thank you. And finally, ma'am, there's 3 items, 002I, J, and 003A. And 002I are swabs from under carpet, which is item 197. So it's a CPD item 197. 002J, again, are swabs from under the carpet. And a backer board, cement backer board. Were you submitted those items for testing?
Yes, I was.
Did you perform an analysis on it?
I did not.
Why did you not perform an analysis on those 3 items?
So I had already worked the 2 carpet samples from the bedroom.
And we'll get to that in just a moment.
Oh.
But you worked the analysis from the 2 carpet samples that we have right here. Okay. I'm sorry, continue without saying what the results were.
And then therefore I made a connection there, but I didn't need, so therefore I didn't need to go ahead and work more evidence from that sample.
Now let's talk about these 2 carpet samples. Okay. Going to the first page of your report. I'm going to zoom in right here. After you received Jasmine Pace's known blood standard, did you go back and conduct an analysis and compare it to the genetic profiles that you developed from these 2 pieces of carpet?
I did.
And what was the results of that examination?
So the carpet from the west end of the bedroom, which is my 001F, the DNA profile obtained that matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual will be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in the number greater of the current world population for those 3 populated groups.
So would it be fair to say that your analysis of 001P, the transition from the carpet that we see here, okay, and in the crime scene photograph 01463 is no longer unknown female 2, we can say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that this is Jasmine Pace's blood?
Yes.
Turning now to the other sample of carpet, exhibit 142. Carpet from west of bed and bedroom. Did you go back and compare the genetic profile that you developed on this previously with the known standard from Jasmine Pace?
I did, but I have to clarify something. I just read 001F the previous time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So 142,
I read just now.
okay, when you read just now, it's Jasmine Pace's DNA?
Yes, it is.
And what about on the transition piece?
The transition piece, the DNA profile obtained matches exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace.
So,
The
I'm sorry,
The
continue.
probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual to be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 population groups.
So there's a high degree of certainty that that's Jasmine Pace's blood
Correct.
on both samples.
That is correct.
No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Lowe. My name is Amanda Morrison. One of the things that I wanted to go through with you is the policy related to the test test. Could you tell the jury about that?
The policy related to testing,
Yes.
it's to, for homicide testing, it's up to 10 probative items to be able to work to make a connection.
Okay, and so is that an actual policy within your manual at the TC Bureau of Investigations?
It may be a memo that is in policy.
Is there a way around that policy?
If you have that, if there's a reason, you gotta have a good reason on why things want to be worth more than that.
And how, if there is a reason, can the policy be changed a little? Can more than 10 items be tested?
Yes,
Has that happened?
in other cases, yes.
Was there a request for additional items to be tested in this case?
I don't believe so, no.
Going through your Honor, may I have to log in here? I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 210 behind you here. Is it fair to say that the number of items that were submitted to you, I'm sorry, this is not very bright, let me try it up here. Try, that would help, thank you. Does that make it easier to see behind you? Okay. How many items were submitted to you in that? 7?
In this exhibit, so on 12/2, there were actually more than these that were submitted. The remainder were submitted that were on the other report.
Okay, so on this report, though, this shows the items that have actually had testing conducted on them, correct?
That is correct.
So 7 items within this list.
It does not include standards.
Okay. And so the standards would include Travis Pace, Katrina Pace, and Jason Chen.
Correct.
So-
So include those 3.
And then you issued this first report that was shown by General Moyle marked as Exhibit 209. This report was not issued until December 6th of 2024.
Yes.
What was the delay in issuing the report that there would not be testing completed on these items?
So when I originally received the case to work, I thought I would go back and work other ones until the other items came out. And our policy does state that we have to let the customer know what we did not work. And so I had to write the report up and release it to let them know what I didn't work.
Okay, in one of your reports specifically, I'll go back to a different report, 211. Is the exhibit number here. This report was issued January, which was approximately 11 months previously. And you actually listed in here that you weren't going to be doing examinations on certain items at the end of this report, correct?
Correct, on the items that were submitted on this, in this submission.
Okay, and these items were submitted, and I'll show you the dates, November 30th, 2022, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the items that were not tested in Exhibit 209 were also submitted to you November 30th, 2022.
That's right.
Okay. What was the basis again for not submitting your report of the additional non-tests until 11 months later?
So at the time, I was going to work more, and then when I got this, I worked the second set first. I worked the second set, and then did not end up working more evidence. And then prior to court, I noticed that I hadn't written up the previous no exam report.
And you mean private or just prior to this trial starting, correct? Within the last 45 days?
No, in December. I noticed it when I got a subpoena.
It's January of 2025 now, correct?
That's right.
And you issued this last report in December of 2024. So
That's
just
correct.
about 45 days ago, correct?
About how long?
45 days ago. December 6th, we're down to the 16th.
Yeah.
There was questions posed to you by General Moyle about the contributors that were seen in your reports, Exhibit 211, which is your report that was issued on January 25th of 2024. The major contributors is listed as Jasmine Pace, correct? And I'll break this down. 00001F, that was specific to Jasmine Pace's DNA profile that you received, correct?
001F is from the carpet.
Okay.
And so I was comparing it back.
And so you went back and you were able to see, was she the contributor for the carpet?
She was the only contributor for the carpet, yes.
And you're talking about the two small pieces that were submitted by CPD, which are Exhibits 142 as well as Exhibit 141, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was a second walkthrough by CPD in January of 2023 where they recovered this large piece of carpet. You received swabs of that carpet, correct?
I received swabs from a carpet. I didn't know it was that carpet.
Did you have conversations with Investigator Crawford about a significance of having the second set of carpet tested?
I did not.
But he and the state received notice that you had not tested this carpet in January of 2024, correct?
For that one, correct.
And that's Exhibit 211, right? And you've swabs or the swabs from under the carpet, which is item 197, is Exhibit 0002I, and 0002J is for the bedroom under the carpet, the swab from the bedroom under the carpet, correct?
That's correct.
And if we go to page 3 of your report, that's where it shows 002I and 002J, no examinations were performed.
That's correct.
Could this have been requested under your memo to have been tested anyway?
It can be requested. It has to be passed by the supervisor and the manager to agree to go ahead and work more evidence.
Now, these 3 reports, does that encompass all of the exhibits or evidence that has been submitted to you by CPD.
Yes, it does.
So if there's van tennis shoes, sanitary pads, blue jeans that are not on these reports, you didn't receive them, correct?
That is correct.
So is it your testimony you didn't receive a request to test blue jeans that had suspected blood on them?
I did not receive any clothing.
No clothing at all?
There were sweatpants
Okay.
from the house.
In the laundry room, correct? And that's actually listed on Exhibit 209 as your first listed exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No testing done on those then?
Correct.
You were not requested to do testing of, I know it's technically a piece of clothing, but tennis shoes located outside of a dumpster, correct?
I did not receive such.
Did you receive a request to test a sanitary pad?
No, I did not.
In the items that you have on your reports, you have notes that says Jason Chen is excluded. And I'll show you this as a contributor to a profile. For example, under 002B, and let me start over. Page, this is Exhibit 211. This is your report that's issued January 25th, 2024. And I'm on page 2 of 3 of that report. Halfway down the page, we'll start at the quarter, 002B, there's a paragraph that says Jason Chen is excluded as a contributor to the major profile. What does that mean?
It means that his DNA profile does not match who the major contributor is in that mixture.
And you had a contribution from him through the buccal swabs, correct?
Correct.
Was he a major contributor in any of the testing that you've done?
That was the only one I actually got a mixture on that I was able to say anything about, so no, it was not.
Now I'm going to direct you down to 002D. His name's at least mentioned here as well, but it again says he's excluded as a contributor to that profile as well, correct?
That is correct.
002E, second paragraph within that section, Jason Chen is excluded as a contributor.
Correct.
Ms. Lowe, I believe that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
And based on the questions, you were asked how many submissions there were. And I think council said, oh, all these items were submitted on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall questioning to that?
Yes.
And an assertion of fact that everything was submitted on November the 30th of 2022.
There was a batch on November 30th, there was a second batch.
Oh. So in fact, there were multiple requests to test items submitted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It wasn't just one request, was it?
No, there were two.
The Chattanooga Police Department sent 2 batches of evidence for analysis,
They did.
of which only some of the items on these 2 reports were tested
That is correct.
within the 10 item limit.
Correct.
In fact, ma'am, more items for comparison were not tested despite being submitted.
That's correct.
You would agree that every piece of evidence has potential DNA evidence on it, correct?
And there's some form of DNA evidence on it.
Sure. Do you see this giant pile of brown paper bags here?
And
What if every single item was submitted to DPI crime lab on every single case?
I may still be working it.
Would you ever be able to complete anything?
It would be very limited resources to complete everything.
The decision to conduct further testing of swabs that came from under this sample of carpet, was that in no small part based on the fact that Miss Jasmine Pace's blood was found mere inches from a very large, and I know you haven't had the opportunity to see this, special agents, so I'll help you out. Assuming these two pieces of carpet are connected to each other, does it not stand to reason that the swabs that came from under this very large stain adjacent to the piece of carpet that you matched the genetic profile to Miss Jasmine Pace, that they're one and the same?
If it's from the same one, I can't tell you what DNA was left behind in that one spot, because it's not the spot I tested.
Sure. But does it stand to reason that it's likely the
It's a
same?
possibility.
Nothing further.
Just to clarify, you received a swab of this carpet and the padding, but you were not able to conduct testing, or you did not conduct testing, correct?
I received swabs from the floor, I think, from under the carpet.
Okay.
So I did not test those swabs.
Okay, and you have not been submitted any piece of this carpet, correct?
No, I did not.
So you can't say that those swabs would have given DNA for Jasmine Pace, correct?
I don't know, I did not test those swabs.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Jury, have any questions for Agent Logan? The jury has a question, so I'm going to ask it.
And noticing that most of the swabs originally came from the bedroom or the bathroom. So I tested the items of evidence that were closest to the bedroom and the bathroom to start with.
Can you redirect based on the jury's question?
No, Your Honor.
You recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Agent Logan. Take trial back.
Okay, there we go. Now I'm unmuted.
Let you know that concludes the testimony you're going to hear today.
Thank God.
We talked briefly about this earlier. I'm going to ask you tomorrow morning. I did get your note about not working on Sunday. We're definitely going to work Saturday. Monday, federal holiday. And any one of you wants to take it off and not work on NLK Day, I understand. You're the one that's going to answer the question whether we work on Monday or not. All of you are willing to work on Monday, we will be too. Any one of you doesn't want to, we won't. We'll work Saturday, take off Sunday, Monday, and come back Tuesday. Just talk about it amongst yourselves, and I'll ask you tomorrow morning. And that helps us know early so that the sheriff's department can schedule deputies. Once again, before we leave, I must remind you to have admonition not to talk about this case among yourselves and expose it to the media. With that, I will see you tomorrow morning.
I need to watch the inauguration live because if Trump gets shot, I need to see it. Not that I want that to happen. but I definitely want to watch Biden make a fool of himself.
Tomorrow, please do, tomorrow is a rain day, you have a lot on, so jury trial at 10 tomorrow, we can run stuff done for regular docket if we can, because you know there's a lot happening today, but we will stop at 10 for this jury trial. Y'all heard the jury's preferences to work on Saturday and take off Sunday. Is there anything about Monday that would conflict with anything that the state or the defense wants? Okay. So let's keep in communication on this and we'll see. Try to see you tomorrow at 10.
I'm just trying to prepare, if the state's gonna close, I don't wanna have, if we're gonna drive witnesses and ready, so.
Sorry, what?
I'm just trying to prepare for tomorrow, so if the state intends to close tomorrow, I don't want there to be, I'm gonna attempt there not be a large gap of time between the state closes and when state, or defense group goes.
The indication I got is they are likely going to close tomorrow, whether that's morning or afternoon, I don't know. Just get with them and we'll take up the motions we need to take up after they close. And if you want to put on any proof, that's how we can get to it tomorrow too. Sure. All right, thank you. Of course, adjourned until 9 a.m. Trial is adjourned until 10.
What's up with who? I am so tired. Do I look tired? I'm tired. So Monday, if one juror, just one, doesn't want to work on Monday, they won't. But if they all want to work on Monday, we're going to work on Monday. I want to watch the inauguration. But if they're going to work on Monday, we're going to work on Monday. And we're going to work on Saturday. But we're not working on Sunday. Which is good. Because I have family pictures to take on Sunday. So. And we're working tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday? Tomorrow Friday? I've lost track of time. I think tomorrow's Friday. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. I missed what time he said they were starting. I thought he said that they had some other things on the docket early in the morning. So, I don't know. I guess I'll set it for 9:30 and we'll find out at 9:30. So I will see you guys in the morning and I'm going to go lay down. Bye. Love you guys. Thanks you two for hanging with me till the end. You guys are the best. I love you so much. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
What, Belle?